Ha ha ha! I finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period, he had exerted all of his effort into deducing this immortal killer move. He had finally obtained some results today. This new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal Goo, Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo and Pulling Water Immortal Goo as the cores, with 330,000 supplementary Mortal Goo. He formed an extravagant combination that would stun another person. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly for 2 hours activating this set of goo worms. Then, going through 3 days and nights without rest, he could gradually transform his living body into an immortal zombie body, or transform his immortal zombie body into a living body. Even though it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had reached his limits by getting such progress. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this result. After all, Fang Yuan only had so many Strength Path Immortal Goo. He could use all of them here thanks to the Light of Wisdom. Of course, it was because he had Nirvana Fire as the blueprint. If he did not have Nirvana Fire, or the set of goo worms to research that were lent by Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain a Strength Path version in such a short time. Also, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. Because of all these reasons, a minor miracle was created. Next, I have to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength Goo to form my high-grade Life and Death Blessed Land to revive. Fang Yuan sighed internally. After searching for so long, he had finally reached this stage. As for Luopa Valley, Tai Bai Yunshang had repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan gave it a try, cultivating inside Luopa Valley. It was indeed the sole cultivation sacred land that was on par with Dang Hun Mountain. Paired with Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. But now Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to revive. His soul cultivation could be placed aside now, he did not need to engage in it. Fang Yuan could almost not hold in his urge. But just as he was about to start, he received Blazing Heaven Demoness letter. The contents caused his revival plan to pause. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie? When Fang Yuan saw this line, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was regarding the nameless mountain in southern border. This matter was too big now, it concerned an immortal goo house, it had spread throughout the entirety of southern border's goo immortal world. In southern border, there was a Zombie Alliance branch as well. Thus, as the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly got hold of the news. Blazing Heaven Demoness has great ambitions. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel. Thus she observed the events over all 5 regions. As a higher-up of Zombie Alliance, she could collect information more easily than Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan felt his weakness in intelligence gathering once again. In his previous life, he had an organization and network. His developed blood path goo worm techniques could replace the use of most information path methods. But in this life, Fang Yuan used his previous life's memories together with intelligence mainly from people like Fairy Li Shan and Langya Land Spirit. As more and more unexpected surprises occurred, Fang Yuan was starting to feel that his previous life's memories were beginning to become unreliable. The truth of history was often hidden in deep fog. What Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was only what had been exposed and was seemingly true on the surface. Even for matters that he had experienced personally, they might not have been as simple as he thought. The reasons for the occurrence of many events were complicated. In my previous life, I had a tough time. I slowly climbed up from the bottom. My network and resources were accumulated slowly, thus I had no obvious weaknesses. But after rebirth, I have obtained opportunities one after another. My strength rose rapidly, or rather, explosively. Thus, in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I have to use more information path methods to collect intelligence. For the time being, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long run, I need to rely on myself. Fang Yuan contemplated. Lack of information meant losing many opportunities. Like just now, Fang Yuan did not know the situation. He was kept in the dark. He almost missed this fortuitous encounter completely. 3 days later, Fang Yuan went alone to southern border, approaching the nameless mountain. Blazing Heaven Demoness was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She had told Fang Yuan in the letter that she was busy refining goo and setting up the immortal goo formation. She could not leave. But when necessary, she would come to take action. As for He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, they were in northern plains using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their foundation. They had an intense interest towards the immortal Gu house, but their northern plains aura made it difficult for them to roam southern border. Fang Yuan came here to obtain intelligence. Even though he had become a Gu immortal in northern plains, he had the concealment of vaguely familiar face. Ordinary Gu immortals could not expose him. On the nameless mountain, once in a while, phantom images would reappear. Bai Ningbing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan watched it 3 times over and pondered over it before moving, getting close to the nameless mountain. As expected, like what Blazing Heaven Demoness said in the letter, this place was a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the more he felt his limbs going weak. He felt that his immortal aperture was being pressured by a formless force. Fang Yuan had to stop in his tracks. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be destroyed before he took 50 or 60 steps. That would not do. He had to use his strength path immortal aperture to create the life and death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had to retreat. At this time he heard a tender laughter from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He immediately turned around, only to see a beautiful woman dressed in pink and red. Her hair was tied up and her skin was white like snow. Her eyes were alluring and watery. She was standing nearby, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was oozing with Gu immortal aura. She was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, this beautiful woman introduced herself. I am Li Mei Hua. People call me Granny Mei Hua. Handsome lad. You look very unfamiliar. Where do you cultivate? Fang Yuan smiled. He thought, so she is Granny Mei Hua. Even though Fang Yuan had never seen Granny Mei Hua personally, he had seen her granddaughter, that demonic path female Gu master, who may err. To care for beauty was natural for women. There was no relation between the age and appearance of Gu immortals. Right now, Fang Yuan wore a green robe and his sleeves were large and wide. The wind blew and his robe fluttered, moving like a war banner. In Fang Yuan's disguise, he had a rank 6 Gu immortal aura. He was tall and skinny, having a middle-aged appearance with a tall nose bridge, slim eyes, and his pupils radiated with faint traces of jade green light. He gave off an eerie aura, as if he was not to be trifled with. Even though he was not good-looking, he had quite a disposition. Granny Mei Hua, I have long since heard of you. I am Shang Ying. I am just a simple wanderer. Fang Yuan replied. Shang Ying. Li Mei Hua memorized this name. She could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she did not find it strange. Hearing Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew that he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains. Countless experts were in seclusion. Many lone cultivators never showed themselves. Nobody knew about them. But because of the immortal Gu house, Gu immortals one after another were attracted and had come over. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Shang Ying, was just one of them. These last days, Li Mei Hua had contacted many Gu immortals similar to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was slightly suspicious towards Li Mei Hua's warm attitude in approaching him. Fang Yuan was about to ask, when Li Mei Hua told him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Mei Hua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. After thinking about it, he agreed. He followed Li Mei Hua and moved out, settling down at Headless Mountain, which was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan got there were already many demonic path or lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, many cast curious gazes, while some has grim or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fang Yuan's background, no Gu immortals spoke to him yet. But Granny Mei Hua was quite popular. The moment she returned, someone smiled. Li Mei Hua, you brought another one? Ha ha ha, this time, we demonic and lone cultivators have gathered to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Mei Hua has made the most contribution towards it. Oh no, I am flattered. I am just doing my best to help. Li Mei Hua smiled as she greeted and interacted with the people around here one after another. She managed the individual relationships with great ease. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Shang Ying. He is a lone immortal. After talking to everyone, Li Mei Hua introduced Fang Yuan to them. So you are Brother Shang. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhong Hezi. I see that Sir cultivates transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tian Hong. I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed a look of being poor at socializing, barely interacting with them. After some short talks, Headless Mountain returned to being peaceful like before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Meihua did not stay on the mountain for long. She had to return to the nameless mountain and wait for more people. She pointed at a mountain before leaving, telling Fang Yuan that Pinetail Mountain is the base camp of the righteous path Gu Immortals, even without her pointing it out. The intense Gu Immortal aura on that mountain had already informed Fang Yuan. After separating from Li Meihua, Fang Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out often. Most of his time was spent in his cave. After all, Fang Yuan was disguised now, and vaguely familiar face was not an invincible disguise. He stayed and waited for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pinetail Mountain welcomed Gu Immortals from both righteous and demonic paths. Most of them were rank 6. Whenever a rank 7 Gu Immortal came, a commotion would be created. Eventually, even rank 8 Gu Immortals arrived, a total of 4. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 of the righteous path. It formed a balance of power on both sides. The rank 8 Gu Immortals did not involve themselves. Every day, the Gu Immortals on both sides recommended one person each to engage in a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and nights of negotiation, they finally came to an agreement. The righteous and demonic paths, dozens of Gu Immortals set an agreement together. All around the nameless mountain they were engaging in a grand contest that was rare even in 1,000 years. The winner of the contest would obtain the opportunity on the nameless mountain. As for the other Gu Immortals, they were not to attack the victor for the next 3 years. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes moved around, looking emotionlessly at Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun's hearts were jumping. They were facing immense pressure. They were drenched in sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. During his time, he was publicly recognized as the strongest person under rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he had become an immortal zombie after the tribulation and his immortal aperture was completely destroyed, he still had ample rank 8 immortal essence on him. Especially his sword path Dao marks, they were not destroyed. Thus, his battle strength was terrifying. The most crucial point were the Dao marks. The higher the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the more Dao marks they had. Even if 2 people were using the same immortal Gu, the difference in Dao marks would cause different outcomes when the immortal Gu's power was amplified. Consider Qin Baisheng, a soul path Gu Immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a single sword path Dao mark on him, but when he used 5-finger fist heart sword, he could fight Feng Jiu Gu on equal grounds. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he could display unimaginable might. He could almost replicate the glory that he had when he was alive. Thus, Bai Zhang Shui, 7-star child, and the others had no chance to resist him. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. The higher the rank of the Gu Immortal, the greater the difference between rank 7 and 8. The difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. Between rank 6 and 7, there might be those who are evenly matched occasionally. But when rank 8 fought against rank 7, it was almost always a one-sided fight. When rank 9 fought rank 8, it would be as simple as stepping on an ant. Facing immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to die today? What will we do? What will we do? The 2 of them felt their bodies going cold. Countless thoughts were churning in their minds. Looking at this situation, they had almost no hope. Bo Qing raised his finger, pointing at Song Zixing. A thin sword light flashed. Song Zixing did not even try to escape. He faced death with a bitter smile. Because he knew that in front of Bo Qing, escaping was completely futile. Bo Qing pointed at Yu Mu Chun. No. I am unresigned. I cannot die. Yu Mu Chun shouted loudly. In the moment between life and death, he took out an immortal Gu. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's movements froze. His face started to show a struggling expression. Yu Mu Chun's heart was pounding loudly. He started at Bo Qing's changing face anxiously. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression turned from impassive to confused. He showed pain, hatred, and sadness. He was like a traffic light that was rapidly changing in color. Eventually, his expression turned lively. There was some intelligence shining in his eyes. It was like a person with dementia suddenly recovering his senses. He looked at his hand and looked around at the brutal bloody scene. In the end, he looked towards Yumu Chun, asking hesitantly, "You are?" Yumu Chun's body was full of cold sweat. He replied weakly like he had lost all his strength, "You are finally awake. Mo Yao. It seems that I made the right gamble. It was so close, so close." It turned out that the remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yumu Chun's immortal goo awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul. It caused the heaven's will which was inside the immortal zombie's mind to be pushed out. Without the manipulation of heaven's will, immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped attacking. Yumu Chun took several deep breaths as he continued. "Remember our conversation back then? In order to revive Bo Qing." Bo Qing! Hearing her lover's name, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She manipulated the immortal zombie body, nodding as she interrupted Yumu Chun. "Then what should I do now?" Yumu Chun looked at Seven-Star Child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were still alive, together with Yumu Chun, the three of them could use an immortal killer move and teleport all of the immortals to Central Continent's northeast area. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in control of that area. But now that Seven-Star Child and Song Zixing were dead, Yumu Chun could only settle for dealing with combat Immortal Sect, giving up on attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect. "I hope that they can be stalled." Yumu Chun took a glance in Heavenly Court's direction, feeling deeply worried. Heavenly Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was dark. He was filled with anger. He looked at the image. Yumu Chun cooperated with immortal zombie Bo Qing and was going to attack one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. He could no longer watch idly. Even though he was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, Combat Immortal Sect was still a sect underneath Heavenly Court. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Combat Immortal Sect was in danger. Only Heavenly Court Gu Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, summoning Lian Zhoshang and Bai Chan Tian. An issue has occurred in Falling Heavenly River. Bai Shui is dead. Bo Qing revived as an immortal zombie and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We have to reinforce them now. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained information that was simply too hard to believe. Go! The two immortals were only stunned momentarily. Immediately after, they reacted and the three immortals used Heavenly Court's teleportation Gu formation and appeared at Combat Immortal Sect space in a moment. Looking at the northwest direction, the sky was clear as a grand sword light flew over rapidly. A battle of rank 8s was right before their eyes. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was more than 2.5 kilometers tall. The light path Gu worms produced on the mountain were well known over the whole of southern border. This mountain had been in the control of a single force for the last 1,000 years. Shao Clan. Rumors had it that southern border's Shao Clan and western desert's Shao Clan were of the same origin. 1,000 years ago, there was an internal conflict within western desert's Shao Clan, resulting in the losing side leaving and moving to southern border. Southern border's Shao Clan was once a superforce, but its final remaining Gu Immortal, Shao Clan's supreme elder, had not appeared for the last 100 years. It caused Shao Clan to fall from a superforce to a large-scale force. Shao Clan's current leader, Shao Shan, stood on a mountain slope. He looked at Shao Clan's main base partway up the mountain as he showed dejection and hatred in his eyes. A figure ran up the mountain rapidly, landing beside Shao Shan. Paying respects to him, Shao Zifeng greets Lord Clan leader. "That Wu Hui, is he still causing trouble?" Shao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Shao Zifeng lowered his head. Reporting to clan leader, "Wu Hui is still screaming in the hall, requesting us to hand over the culprit that killed his son. The other elders are still holding the ground. Don't worry, clan leader." Shao Shan snorted coldly. He gritted his fists. Wu Hui's son was the one with ill intentions, trying to target Shao Chui heir. My daughter was just defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu Clan to cause a ruckus in Shao Clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, all will be fine if we endure this. Wu Hui is not a problem. But Wu Clan is very powerful. We cannot resist them. Shao Zifeng quickly urged. Shao Shan's clenched fists loosened. He sighed deeply. His face was full of fatigue and bitterness. He waved to Xiao Zifeng. "Forget it. I will hide at the back of the mountain for the time being." Xiao Zifeng took his leave, vanishing into the forest below. Xiao Shan sighed at the sky again. His mind was filled with gloominess and anger. He could not calm himself. But at this moment he suddenly heard a voice resounding in his mind. "Come here, my descendant." "Who is it?" Xiao Shan was suspicious and uncertain. This voice spoke again. "Come here, my descendant." This voice was very familiar to Xiao Shan. He followed the voice's direction, entering deep into the region at the back of the mountain, until he reached Shao Clan's forbidden area. "This is Shao Clan's forbidden area. Even as the leader of Shao Clan, I have no authority to enter it." Xiao Shan stopped moving. He was very troubled. That voice rang in his mind again. "My descendant, you inherited my bloodline. Why are you so timid? I am Shao Clan's ancestor, a Gu Immortal of Shao Clan. Quickly come and receive my inheritance. The mission to strengthen our clan is yours to bear." Xiao Shan's eyes shined. His body was trembling in agitation. Gu Immortal, Shao Clan's ancestor. Were the rumors true? My Shao Clan has had a Gu Immortal before? This voice is so familiar to me. I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu Master. Other than Gu Immortals, who in this world can transmit their voices into my mind directly? But this is forbidden area in the clan. Anyone who steps into this place will be exiled from the clan. Even as the leader, I am no exception. Xiao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists tightly. He was engaged in an intense internal struggle. No, I must get the ancestors' inheritance. Wu Hui has caused our Shao clan to lose face. If Wu clan voices out their support of Wu Hui, will I be able to protect my daughter? Wu clan is so overbearing and forceful. Rumors says that they have Wu clan's Gu Immortals backing them. If I can receive the inheritance and become a Gu Immortal, I will definitely be able to raise Shao clan's reputation and change everything. Xiao Shan's face shined with determination. He hesitated no longer. He walked into the forbidden area. Under the guidance of the voice, he reached a cave, seeing an immortal Gu inside the cave. Before he reacted, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This Gu worm's aura is preventing me from moving at all through power alone. Is this a legendary immortal Gu? Xiao Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, the immortal Gu was nowhere to be seen. He could not find it anywhere. And at this time, the voice in his head vanished completely. Xiao Shan felt trepidation and deep suspicion as he walked out of the mountain's forbidden area. Brother, right now, Wu clan's elder is here to cause trouble, but you as the leader violated our rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to be the clan leader. Xiao Mang suddenly appeared, bringing with him a larger number of Shao clan elders. Xiao Shan realized the situation was turning bad. He knew that his twin brother had great ambitions. He had been coveting his position as clan leader. This is not what you think. Xiao Shan wanted to explain himself, but he could not explain himself clearly. He was unwilling to casually mention the Gu Immortal inheritance. He was afraid that other forces or experts would try to take it away by force. Your explanations are just excuses. According to the clan rules, you are no longer a member of Shao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Xiao Mang shouted. His expression was ruthless and furious. Excitement and ambition was hidden deep inside his eyes. The speed of the sword light was beyond belief as it cut through the air. However, Heavenly Pool, the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect, was still far away beyond the horizon. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing's immortal zombie body and Yu Mu Chun. The immortal zombie Bo Qing, which was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, was now frowning with a sharp gaze, as he used sword light to sweep the surroundings. The sword light was incomparably sharp. Everywhere it went, space rippled and illusions shattered, revealing the true scene. However, a breath of time later, the true scenery was covered by layers and layers of illusions again. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Immortal Gu House, Illusion Garden, which is built on the foundation of Illusion Path and was created over 300 years ago by Illusion Demon Immortal Huang Xiao. Yumu Chun immediately explained. Bo Qing's immortal zombie body nodded, sighing. Every age brings forth new geniuses. It seems many geniuses have appeared in Central Continent after my main body's death. Yu Mu-chun spoke. Illusion Demon Immortal has already died. This immortal goo house could beguile and trap us so stealthily that we were only able to realize now. The person who is controlling it should have a very high cultivation. Just as he said this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Chun Tian and Lien Zhoshang appeared. Escaping fate is already a great sin. Now you are thinking of attacking the sects under Heavenly Court. This is unpardonable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord immediately shouted. You talk too much. Immortal zombie Bo Ching was furious. He waved his arm, a terrifying sword light quickly slashed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Chun Tian and Lien Zhoshang cried out as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable. It broke all the killer moves of the three immortals. Its might had decreased for the most part in doing this, but it still was able to charge towards them. The three immortals disappeared without a trace, evading the strike. Cowards! Immortal zombie Bo Ching snorted, extremely displeased. Yu Mu-chun's eyes shined with sharp radiance, but he let out a sigh of relief inwardly. The three Heavenly Court immortals were controlling the immortal goo house illusion garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s, using this to be able to trap Bo Ching's immortal zombie body and Yu Mu-chun in it. Time passed several days later. Southern border on the nameless mountain. Bam bam bam. 3 explosions resounded and bright light blossomed. Xiao Mang was sent flying, blood spurted out from his mouth while in the air. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. He did not crash on the ground, but was instead caught by the elders behind him with some difficulty. Defeated. Xiao Mang's face was pale as paper. He opened his eyes wide, staring fixedly at Xiao Shan with hatred and anger. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic path goo masters, both rank 5 experts, one tall and fat, another short and thin. Several days ago, Xiao Shan had set foot in the forbidden area at the back of Light Mountain, breaking Xiao Clan's rules, and had to be punished. Xiao Mang took this chance to seize authority and kill Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan ran as quickly as he could, while Xiao Mang hunted him down with the elders. Their chase had brought them to this nameless mountain peak. Xiao Shan was in a hopeless situation with no way out. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Mang, 2 demonic path goo masters descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Mang was filled with anger at having all his efforts go to waste at the last moment. He pushed away the hands of the elders supporting him as he stood up, shouting at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan, sure enough, you were harboring evil intentions. As a clan leader of the righteous path, you were secretly colluding with demonic path goo masters. Xiao Shan threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter filled with grief and indignation. I really misjudged you for power. You were actually willing to kill me. You have such a vicious heart. It is so funny that I always treated you as my only close relative in the world. You can distort the facts as you like, but I believe that others will easily be able to discern the truth. Lord Xiao Mang, the enemy's strength is great. We should retreat. Right, we have enough time. Xiao Shan is heavily injured and near death, but the 2 rank 5 demonic path goo masters behind him are in good condition. The elders tried to quietly persuade him. Humph! Xiao Mang spat out some blood and said with disdain. Those 2 are also nothing but stray dogs. Their cultivation might be high, but they don't have many goo worms. What are you afraid of? Although he said this, Xiao Mang also knew that he would be unable to kill his own elder brother. Xiao Shan today. The dark light in his eyes flickered as he internally pondered. Right now, I already hold the upper hand and also have the basis of righteousness on my side. There is no need to go all out. After returning to Light Mountain, I can inherit the position of clan leader. At that time, I can use my identity in the righteous path to issue a warrant and bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is without a clan now, and with the righteous path's warrant, he can only live as a fugitive with his strength decreasing constantly. It will be wiser if I bide my time and kill him in the future. With these thoughts, Xiao Mang did not stubbornly persist. Xiao Shan, you traitor of the righteous path, you will surely die like a dog. For now, I will spare your life, just you wait. I will come to take it in the future. Let's go. After leaving behind these vicious words, Xiao Mang and the elders cautiously retreated. He was also injured, but he still had ample strength left. The 2 demonic path goo masters did not have many goo worms and so did not dare to go on a reckless chase. letting them leave. Brother Xiao, we meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path Gu master was called Sun Pang, who, after he saw Xiao Mang had left, he looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. The short and thin rank 5 Gu master was called Zhou Xingxing. He was supporting Xiao Shan's shoulder while activating a healing Gu worm. Talk about the past later, heal Brother Zhao's injuries first. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of these 2 Gu masters. Xiao Shan had an ashen expression as he heaved a deep sigh. It is fortunate the 2 of you were here to help, otherwise I would have died here. But my younger brother is ruthless. He will definitely try to come after me again. He won't rest until he kills me. I can heal these injuries myself. Both of you leave. I don't want to implicate you too. What are you talking about? Back then I was saved by you. My life is yours, Brother Xiao. Right? In the past, I had slaughtered an enemy's family for revenge, but was caught by Brother Xiao. When you heard my story, you let me go that very night. This kindness has always been engraved in my mind. Sun Pang, Hu and Zhou Xingxing spoke fervently and sincerely. Neither of us will leave you. If Xiao Mang wants to battle, he can come. I will fight him to the end. Sun Pang, Hu and Zhou Xingxing were extremely firm in their attitude. Xiao Shan was very moved. His eyes started getting moist with tears. Sigh, over these years, I have understood this. Who says demonic path Gu masters are all ungrateful and unkind. Instead, the hypocrites who put on false pretenses of kindness can be seen everywhere in the righteous path. Brother Xiao is correct. Many of us in the demonic path stay true to our nature, and the righteous path go through all possible means to kill us. Since the righteous path won't accept you, we will be a team from now on, and roam the world as part of the demonic path. Sun Pang, who spoke boldly. Xiao Shan fell into silence. He still had the mindset and ideals of the righteous path embedded in him, and he did not want to join the demonic path. He knew there was an immortal Gu hidden in him. He still wanted to restore his position in Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing was observing his expression. Brother, you may not understand. When people hear how you were expelled out of your clan and are being hunted by an insidious relative, many good people will come to help you. Brother, you have been just, upright, and have aided people in need over these years, saving others from disasters without consideration for whether they belonged in the righteous or demonic path. Everyone will be willing to help you, willing to fight for you. Xiao Shan frowned, but did not respond. At this moment, the voice appeared in his mind again. Fool! Why do you need to rigidly mind the difference between righteous and demonic? Since you inherited my immortal Gu, you have the ability to create your own Xiao clan and lead it to prosperity. I will give you a task now. Listen carefully. Xiao Shan was excited and listened carefully. The voice in his mind told him that only by passing this test he could truly earn the inheritance, getting the immortal Gu and obtaining the method to become a Gu immortal. Gather Gu masters at this mountain and create a fortified village and fight off any invading righteous path enemies. As long as it can be maintained for 100 days, I can pass the test. Obtaining the immortal Gu and becoming a Gu immortal. Xiao Shan's excitement was hard to describe. He clenched his fists and his eyes shined brightly. Good. Then let's go all out. Let these so-called righteous path people look at our might. Xiao Shan suddenly spoke boldly. Sun Pang, Hu and Zhou Xingxing were very happy. After discussing for a while more, they felt a close affinity with each other, talking and drinking harmoniously. Xiao Shan saw the timing was right and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Pang, Hu and Zhou Xingxing exclaimed that this was a wonderful thing. Immediately, they chopped off a chicken's head, put drops of the blood into a single bowl of wine. Before they all drank and used Gu to make an oath. After they became sworn brothers, Xiao Shan's face also regained some rosiness. He stood up and faced the breeze of the mountain as he looked at the scenery in front of him. He sighed. The Xiao Shan of the righteous path from yesterday is dead. Today, the one standing here is Xiao Shan of the demonic path. This place and I have a fated connection. It allowed me to run into the 2 of you. This is an arrangement of heaven. I want to build a new village on this mountain. We will welcome any demonic path Gu masters. Let's work together and band up to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Pang, whose face flushed with excitement, giving a thumbs up as he praised, Brother, you are truly a great hero with high morals. This is such a grand course of action. Zhou Xingxing spat out saliva, speaking with a dark and ruthless look. Screw it. I have been hunted everywhere by the righteous path over these years, living a life of a fugitive. I have been dissatisfied with this for a long time. Brother, I support you. We will do it like that. My good brothers. Xiao Shan grabbed the arms of Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, saying, the demonic path is filled with mutual suspicion. If we are to accomplish this, we need to set aside our prejudices and doubts, and believe others, abiding by a spirit of loyalty and brotherhood. Our village shall be called Etian Village. This mountain shall be called Etian Mountain. Far away, Fang Yuan sighed as he observed all these events. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal Gu House, graceful chaotic dual stage, and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Etian Mountain. He had already recognized it the moment he saw this mountain. It was just that he had not expected the true reason for the Battle of Etian Mountain in his previous life to be this. My status was too low back then, my vision was only limited to the mortal world. There are so many hidden details to history. Who obtained the immortal Gu House in my previous life? Fang Yuan was filled with the desire to explore this. His gaze moved down again, piercing through the soil, inspecting the immortal Gu House deep under the earth. Graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was extremely strong, and the forbidden zone for immortals was caused by its strength seeping to the outside. Clearly, it contained the mysteries of food path. The goo worms that formed the immortal Gu House were full and in excellent condition. And that rank 8 immortal zombie, although possessing the great strength true martial physique, its main cultivation was wisdom path. He naturally was not willing to be suppressed and used a certain killer move, attempting to use his battle will to refine the immortal Gu House. He did not succeed. His soul thoroughly died, only leaving behind an empty shell of a body. But he did not completely fail either. There were large quantities of his battle will in the immortal Gu House. These battle wills were already purified by the immortal Gu House's strength, becoming pure and ownerless battle will. When battles occurred on Etian Mountain, the intentions of Gu Masters to fight would form battle will, and resonate with the battle will in the immortal Gu House. The pure battle will would then gradually turn into the Gu Master's individual battle will. If someone turned all the battle will in the immortal Gu House into their own battle will, they would complete the unfinished last step of the rank 8 immortal zombie, that is, refining the immortal Gu House and becoming the true owner of the immortal Gu House. The gambling contest agreed to by the southern border Gu immortals revolved around this point. First of all, the forbidden zone for immortals had already expanded to 10,000 Li. Gu immortals were unable to personally make a move, so they could only select mortals as their representatives. Afterwards, they would form a battlefield. Only continuous fierce battles could stimulate the battle will of mortal Gu Masters. Then, the bodies of mortal Gu Masters would be tampered with via a simple wisdom path technique. Finally, the pure battle will in the immortal Gu House would convert into the Gu Immortals' personal battle will. In conclusion, Gu Immortals would choose certain mortals and turn these mortals into tools, which the Gu Immortal would use to indirectly refine graceful chaotic dual stage. Xiao Shan was the person selected by the Supreme Elder of Xiao Clan. On his body was not only the immortal Gu of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder, there was also immortal essence and large amounts of the Supreme Elder's battle will. It was just that Xiao Shan was only a mortal, only able to see the vague image of an immortal Gu, and had no awareness of the truth. Naturally, besides Xiao Shan, Xiao Mang was similarly a pawn of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. If it were not arranged by Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder, how could Xiao Mang coincidentally run into Xiao Shan when he stepped foot in the forbidden area? These two rank 5 Gu Masters standing at the peak of the world of Gu Masters were both in the dark, both being played in the hands of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. Xiao Shan forced Xiao Clan's reinforcements into retreat, and after naming this mountain Etian Mountain, he began to invite demonic path members from all over, building up his forces. Before he was expelled from the clan, he was known for his grand morals, his social network was extremely large, and he had been popular in both the righteous and demonic path. Xiao Shan's nature was straightforward. He clearly separated kindness and hatred, and emphasized close connections and loyalty. On the other side, Xiao Clan was weakening, suppressed and pressured by Wu Clan and other forces from all sides. Sometimes, even demonic path Gu masters could not be offended, especially those lone warriors with rank 4 and rank 5 cultivation. These demonic path experts were different from the righteous path experts. Demonic path experts were loners, acting without scruples, but righteous path experts were bound by morals, family, reputation, and so on. Shao clan had established a caravan years ago to strengthen themselves. These wandering demonic path experts were treated with even more caution compared to other clans. Over these last years, Shao Shan let these demonic path Gu masters go, or roped them in if he could, but if it came down to killing, he would do it with all his strength and as fast as possible. Occasionally, he even aided some lone cultivators or demonic cultivators financially. Thus, although he was a righteous path clan leader, he had obtained the approval of many Gu masters of the demonic path. All these gave Shao Shan a strong rallying force. When the news of him creating a fortified village was spread, there were many immediate responses. A few days later, several demonic path experts traveled from far away to join Shao Shan. Moreover, the Gu Immortal of Southern Border intensified the situation in secret so as to easily put their own pawns in the battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path Gu masters and lone cultivators started joining Etian village. In just 6 to 7 days, Etian village already had over 30 members. Such a speed made even Shao Shan shocked and surprised. As the number of people grew, they formed an organization. Any organization needed to have distinctions in status. In the world of Gu masters, the strong were always revered. Among all these people, Shao Shan not only had the highest strength, he also had the highest reputation. He was chosen by everyone as Etian village's leader, stably placed at the highest ranking. His two sworn brothers, Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing, respectively were placed at the 2nd and 3rd ranks. After all, they were rank 5 experts, having the highest strength among others. As for the other people, the vast majority were rank 2 and rank 3, with few at rank 4. Their statuses were arranged simply according to their cultivation and strength. In a mountain cave, Fang Yuan was drinking wine with a Gu Immortal. This demonic path rank 6 Gu Immortal was short but had a large head. He was an old man and his name was Gualao. "Here, brother Shenging, give it a sip. How is the taste of my melon wine?" Gualao enthusiastically urged Fang Yuan to drink. Fang Yuan knew Gualao's intention in coming. Without saying anything, he drank a mouthful and nodded, critiquing, "Not bad, not bad." Although he said "not bad," but Fang Yuan's expression was impassive, and it was clear he had spoken only half-heartedly. Gualao was observing him. He chuckled and pointed outside. "I wonder what opinion Brother Shenging has towards this grand contest of Southern Border?" Fang Yuan calmly replied, "Given that it concerns who graceful chaotic duel stage will belong to, no one will yield a step. Since everyone is participating in this contest and has joined the agreement, putting forth their wagers, there should not be anyone who will cause trouble. In the past, it was always the righteous path who suppressed the demonic path, whether it be in the mortal Gu Master world or the Gu Immortal world. But right now was an exception. The appearance of the Immortal Gu House completely shook the world of Southern Border's Gu Immortals. To seize the Immortal Gu House, demonic and lone Immortals emerged, forming a huge force that gave the righteous path no choice but to compromise and set up this large gambling contest. The content of the wager was to select mortals as pawns who would participate in the battle between the righteous and demonic paths in Etian Mountain, helping the Gu Immortal behind them to refine the Immortal Gu House. But to participate in this huge contest, there were some conditions. Any Gu Immortal that wanted to participate in this gambling contest had to make a wager. Those who made larger wagers could arrange pawns with higher cultivation and enter the battle earlier. Finally, when the gambling contest ends, all the wagers would be redistributed. Each Gu Immortal would be ranked according to the amount of battle will they refined. Whoever had higher quantities of battle will in the Immortal Gu House would accordingly have higher returns. Naturally, one that refined over 50% of the battle will would be the winner who could activate the Immortal Gu House, obtaining the highest returns from their bet. But other Gu Immortals would also be able to get some profits. They might even be able to get great returns from small bets, earning a huge fortune. This condition could be considered to be superb. It was because of this that all the Gu Immortals participating in the gambling contest, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, Whether they had enmity or resentment, they all subconsciously worked together to maintain this unrivaled gambling contest. Anyone who attempted to play dirty tricks or acted shamelessly would have their wagers completely confiscated. Gu Immortals who arrived later could also join in, but they had to take part in the gambling. And as the gambling contest progressed, if Gu Immortals wanted to raise their bets, they could do so. And this demonic immortal Guo Lao in front of Fang Yuan was a person who wanted to raise his bet. But he lacked the capital to do so. Over these last days, he went around borrowing money, so everyone knew of it. This time, he intentionally came to find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was giving him the cold shoulder. Guo Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention the gambling contest. Fang Yuan had only given a casual analysis, but Guo Lao squinted and gave a thumbs up, exaggeratedly smiling. Brother Shengying, you are right. You have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this contest cannot be broken by anyone. If anyone breaks them, it will be akin to making Gu Immortals of the whole of southern border their enemies. So they need to earn capital and participate honestly in the contest. Just look at it, the contest has just started, but Shao Clan's Supreme Elder is already at the lead. Shao Shan is his pawn, and from the previous battle of Shao Shan and Shao Meng, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder has become the first to refine the battle will in the Immortal Gu House. As long as Shao Shan doesn't die, his lead will continue increasing. Fang Yuan glanced at Guo Lao. Shao Shan is a rank 5 Gu master and was the first to enter the mountain. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally will have a huge advantage. But he has also paid a large price for this. Although he is only a rank 7 Gu Immortal, his wagers are the highest to the extent that even rank 8 Gu Immortals cannot match it. Guo Lao nodded repeatedly and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. Yes. The earlier we can place our pawns in Etian Mountain, the more beneficial it would be. Of course, the cultivation of these pawns need to be ensured. They should at least be rank 4, otherwise they will likely die there and we will just suffer losses. Brother Shengying, I won't conceal it from you. I really hate not being able to put myself as a wager. I am a bit short on funds right now, Brother Shengying. Could you lend me some immortal materials? Wait till this is over, and I will return double the amount. Fang Yuan smiled. Sure. Guo Lao was joyous, and was just about to say his thanks, when Fang Yuan said, but we need to set a vow. This is natural, and it is a must as well. Guo Lao nodded quickly. Fang Yuan continued. Also, take out an immortal Gu as collateral. Guo Lao's joyful expression immediately stiffened. Brother Shengying, is this a joke? If I had an immortal Gu, why would I go for this Immortal Gu house? Fang Yuan's expression also changed. With a face filled with coldness, he glared violently and spoke. Guo Lao, you don't even have one Immortal Gu, but are actually scheming for this Immortal Gu house? Don't you think you are indulging in a wild fantasy? Aren't you too greedy? Shengying, you? Guo Lao was just about to flare up, but suddenly he sensed an aura of Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan's body, no longer concealed. He actually has Immortal Gu. Guo Lao's heart immediately sank. Many rank 6 Gu Immortals did not have even one Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan did. This surpassed Guo Lao's expectations. As far as he was concerned, any Gu Immortal with Immortal Gu would have some reputation. But Shengying clearly did not. He had taken Fang Yuan to be a weak lone immortal, cultivating bitterly in some unvisited area of the world. But Fang Yuan had Immortal Gu. This caused fear to emerge in Guo Lao's heart. With an Immortal Gu, the Gu Immortal's battle strength would often rise by a large extent. Shengying with Immortal Gu was not someone Guo Lao could handle. Thus, he did not vent his anger and finally forced a smile as he cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. I was too abrupt and rude. Brother Shengying, please don't mind it. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort. You can leave. I am leaving now. Farewell. Guo Lao smiled as he retreated a few steps, before turning around and leaving, not daring to linger. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by shame and anger. His gaze was cold, as he roared in his mind, Humph! Having Immortal Gu is indeed amazing. I shall remember this humiliation. Wait for the day I have an Immortal Gu. I will return this humiliation back to you. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan was thinking. Guo Lao's matter made him aware of the gambling mentality of many bottom-tier Gu Immortals. Most of these people did not have immortal goo, so they had an extreme thirst for the immortal goo house. They all knew that success could not be built on small efforts, but when it concerned themselves, who did not want to soar to the sky with a step and get rich overnight? The gambling contest in front of them gave these goo immortals an extremely favorable environment to compete in. If it were a normal situation, for instance, finding wild immortal goo, the goo immortals would engage in fighting each other. These bottom-tier goo immortals with no immortal goo had low battle strength. How could they compete with other goo immortals? But what this gambling contest examined were other aspects, not the goo immortals' own battle strength. This gave hopes of success to the bottom-tier goo immortals. Examples like Gualao were not few in number. Fang Yuan then thought of Shao Clan's supreme elder. According to the news, this rank 7 goo immortal was facing a huge problem. He had barely gotten past extreme danger in his previous tribulation, and his strength had yet to recover. The next tribulation, which would be even more powerful, was already approaching. Shao Clan only had one goo immortal remaining, that was him. Without another goo immortal's support, he would not be able to face this tribulation by himself, and his death was almost certain. However, this gamble gave him hope of surviving. If he obtained the immortal goo house, he would have huge assurance in getting through this tribulation. Thus, he brought out all he had and went all in on this gamble, placing the highest wagers. These wagers gave him the qualifications to select 2 pawns. Moreover, both the pawns had rank 5 cultivation. Among them, Xiao Shan was the first to enter the area of the contest. The other, Xiao Mang, would enter the stage after some more time. Xiao Shan belonged to the demonic path and Xiao Mang belonged to the righteous path. No matter what the result between the righteous and demonic paths was or how the process went, Shao Clan's supreme elder was well prepared with having these 2 arranged. The 2 rank 5 pawns had a low likelihood of death. As time passed, the advantage of Shao Clan's supreme elder would continue growing larger. This time, I intentionally leaked out an immortal goo's aura, so as to let other goo immortals feel sufficiently cautious and not take me as a weakling. I need to properly participate in this gambling contest. The information exposed from the gambling contest is extremely valuable. It is a most precious opportunity for me to get close to the world of Southern Borders goo immortals and understand their structure. As for this gamble, maybe I can personally take action. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. A forbidden zone for immortals. That was the power of graceful chaotic dual stage. This zone now covered thousands of li around Etion Mountain. Any goo immortal who went in would face huge suppression. If they entered deeply, their lives would be in danger. Before the gambling contest was set up, the Southern Border goo immortals had probed it themselves. But even the rank 8 goo immortals returned empty-handed. And because there was the outside pressure of having too many competitors, this shocking gambling contest was established. But Fang Yuan could keenly sense that this forbidden zone had a loophole. This loophole was immortal goo. Immortal goo could be used in the forbidden zone, but their power was greatly reduced. Shao Clan's supreme elder placed an immortal goo in Xiao Shan's body, and left behind immortal essence secretly to protect his life to an extent. After all, Xiao Shan was a bloodline descendant of Shao Clan's supreme elder. Immortal goo can be used in the forbidden zone, but goo immortals cannot enter. Does this forbidden zone for immortals target only the bodies of goo immortals? Fang Yuan thought of this conjecture. Then what was the difference between immortal goo and goo immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the answer. Immortal goo were vessels containing Dao marks, while goo immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan quickly thought of an answer. Immortal apertures. Maybe immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal goo would not have immortal apertures, but goo immortals definitely had them. If the forbidden zone targeted immortal apertures, then maybe Fang Yuan could make use of this loophole and attend the Battle of Etion Mountain in person. I am different from others. I have 2 apertures. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in my first mortal aperture. My second aperture is dead. Most of my goo worms are stored inside. If I can seal my immortal aperture and become a mortal rank 5 goo master again, will I be able to enter the forbidden zone for immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more hopeful he became. Even though he did not have the method to seal an immortal aperture, he had the help of Wisdom Goo, and with his Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path, he could deduce it himself. Furthermore, I have the method to transplant immortal apertures, and succeeded in moving star form blessed land. This is very helpful as reference for my deduction. Right, I also can look into blazing heaven demoness fire path aperture taking method. Maybe I can gain even more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. She created this fire path method after benefiting from an inheritance of old Immortal Kongju. Maybe I can get old Immortal Kongju's research gains from her directly. Fang Yuan's thoughts were churning rapidly. Old Immortal Kongju, a publicly recognized refinement path supreme grandmaster, being on par with old eccentric Tian Nan and long hair ancestor. He had the deepest research in immortal apertures and mortal apertures in terms of depth. It was yet to be surpassed by another. If he could obtain a portion of his inheritance, Fang Yuan's deduction of the immortal aperture sealing method would receive substantial and crucial help. Fang Yuan did not invest much into this gambling contest. According to the terms of the gambling contest, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage Gu Master, and this Gu Master could only ascend Etion Mountain after 3 months. He had a lot of immortal materials and had much capital to spare. He could bet heavily. But he had just arrived. If he acted rashly, other Gu Immortals might covet his wealth and place attention on him. It would be dangerous if any rank 8 Gu Immortals targeted Fang Yuan. Thankfully, during the process of this gambling contest, the bet could be raised at any time. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was important for Fang Yuan's plans. Other than that, he was also enticed by graceful chaotic dual stage. This was an immortal Gu house after all. Furthermore, this immortal Gu house involved secrets of food path. After so many years, not a single Gu worm had died of hunger. If he could obtain these secrets of food path, perhaps Fang Yuan would be able to settle his problem of feeding immortal Gu more easily. Fang Yuan stealthily left the surroundings of Etion Mountain, using fixed immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land secretly. In the following period of time, he kept his attention on the Battle of Etion Mountain while deducing the immortal aperture sealing method enthusiastically. The deduction of the method was very rapid, as expected and worthy of a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan was only using the light of wisdom, its help towards him was immense. Over a month later, news of the righteous and demonic battle of Etion Mountain had spread far and wide. The attentions of almost all experts and large forces had been drawn on this battle in southern border. The first wave of attack since Xiao Shan created Etion village arrived. This was an expert sent by Wu clan, the super force closest to Etion Mountain. Wu Shintong. Wu clan elder, rank 4 peak stage, enslavement path Gu master. Enslavement path Gu masters excelled in fighting large numbers of enemies, but were more vulnerable if personally targeted and fought. Thus, Wu Shintong had 3 rank 4 Gu masters around him in protection. 2 of these 3 rank 4 Gu masters were clan leaders of villages that had submitted to Wu clan. The third was a Wu clan elder assigned to protect Wu Shintong. The beast group attacked Etion Mountain like a tide. The demonic path side had just created Etion village when it got engulfed by a beast group. Many demonic path Gu masters died, but relying on Xiao Shan, Sun Pang Hu, and Zhou Xingxing, these 3 rank 5 Gu masters, Wu Shintong retreated with heavy injuries, and 2 rank 4 righteous path Gu masters lost their lives. Even though Wu Shintong's attack was repelled, the newly created Etion village suffered a huge blow because of this. Wu Shintong remaining alive caused Xiao Shan and the others to feel unrest. Just when the 3 of them were about to take a risk and go down the mountain in their injured states to kill Wu Shintong, a demonic path Gu master ascended the mountain. Furthermore, he brought Wu Shintong's head with him. This person was called Lu Zuanfeng. He was a rank 5 Gu master, called the Divine Thief in southern border. He had a demonic path Gu immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Zuanfeng relied on his infiltration methods to kill Wu Shintong and settled Etion village's crisis. The first wave of attack by the righteous path thus ended. Wu clan was unresigned. They quickly sent the second elder to battle. In fact, he was joined by 2 of Shang clan's new elders, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei. During the second battle, both sides had wins and losses. They were in a deadlock. This time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang ascended the mountain, joining Etion village. These 2 Gu masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in the world of southern borders Gu masters. Etion village thus had the upper hand, and the Righteous Path members were forced back. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang, the Righteous Path invited a female Gu master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the Righteous Path. But Hong Fei Yu alone could not resist the combination of two flying masters of the demonic path. Hong Fei Yu was at the moment between life and death. When Shang clan's reinforcements rushed and arrived, it was the white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang had been nurtured by Shang Yanfei and had his aptitude raised. His cultivation level was at rank 4 initial stage. Not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he even gained much fame. After Hong Fei Yu was heavily injured and retreated, he fought against both Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang, eventually managing to stall for enough time until more reinforcements from the Righteous Path came, as Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang were forced to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was acknowledged by both the Righteous and Demonic Paths, joining the ranks of the Flying Masters. Southern Border's 3 famous Flying Masters became 4 famous Flying Masters, with Wei Yang at the top. With Wei Yang's addition, the Righteous and Demonic battle entered another deadlock once again. However, as the second Zombie King entered Etion Mountain, enslavement path showed its might again. The Righteous Path lacked Wushan Tong and had no choice but to fall back. The second Righteous and Demonic battle came to an end. It seems that because of me, Etion Mountain's battle has undergone some changes. Fang Yuan watched as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, during this period, Etion Mountain should have held the upper hand firmly. This was because Wang Shao joined Etion Mountain and killed many Righteous Path experts. He was extremely powerful and had once attempted to force Shao Shan to give up his role in leading the demonic path. But on Sancha Mountain, Wang Shao was killed by Fang Yuan. This caused Wang Shao to not join Etion Mountain this time, and thus they were almost at a disadvantage against the Righteous Path. Thankfully for them, second Zombie King arrived early and saved the demonic path's position from worsening. Second Zombie King came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely the pawn of a certain Southern Border Immortal Zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. He had once left behind his inheritance on Mu Bei Mountain, causing the rise of an enslavement path Gu master, Ding Hao. But Ding Hao had been killed by Fang Yuan in this life. In my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save the life of his master, Second Zombie King. If Second Zombie King encounters a mishap this time, who would save him? Fang Yuan was curious. Conflict in the Etion Mountain battle continued raging, but Fang Yuan was met with difficulty in deducing the Immortal aperture sealing method. He was stuck at a certain point. He had to make use of the foundation of others to rapidly get past it. Otherwise, with just his own deductions, he would need 17 to 18 years. Fang Yuan sought help from Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness had part of an inheritance of old Immortal Kongju. It was enough for Fang Yuan to get through this. But Blazing Heaven Demoness made use of the chance, asking to borrow Fang Yuan's Immortal Killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan all wanted to get a share of the action. But the Southern Border Gu Immortals were working together in this gambling contest. They could not interfere. They were Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once they showed up, the Southern Border Gu Immortals would jointly assault them. Right now, in the 5 regions, Southern Border was the least welcoming to outsiders. Eastern Sea was the most open, followed by Central Continent. Thus, if He Lulan and the others wanted to interfere, they would need Fang Yuan's Vaguely Familiar Face. Fang Yuan was unwilling to lend it, of course. Lending the Immortal Killer move was different from lending Immortal Gu. Once the Immortal Killer move was lent out, the secrets in it would be learned by other Gu Immortals. They would know its weaknesses and could easily develop ways to counter this Immortal Killer move. But Fang Yuan did not have other options and could only agree to it. He lent Vaguely Familiar Face, but he obtained Blazing Heaven Demoness partial inheritance of old Immortal Kongju. Even though he paid a huge price, he got his reward rapidly. Getting past the point he was stuck, his speed in deducing the method rose again. It was smooth sailing. Central Continent. Boom! Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion created a huge inferno that rapidly spread in all directions. In just a breath of time, the lush trees in the surroundings were destroyed, and the area became a barren desert. The 8 rank 8 Gu Immortals that came from Heavenly Court gradually revealed their figures. They had formed a circle, each of them heavily injured, their gazes looking heavily at the proud and aloof figure in the center. Immortal zombie Bo Ching was standing upright and proud like a spear. He slowly moved his eyes, a sword light suddenly flickered from them. The 8 Gu Immortals were terrified, 3 even subconsciously retreated a step. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered a lot under these sword lights coming from his eyes. However, the sword light in Bo Ching's eyes died out in an instant. Afterwards, the lively light in his eyes completely dissipated. His whole body became motionless like a stone statue. Success! We finally killed the remnant soul within Bo Ching. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals let out breaths of relief. They had obtained victory in this battle. Bo Ching was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable, but he had only left behind his corpse, and the remnant soul in it was Mo Yao's. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals targeted this weak point, using their battle tactics to completely annihilate Mo Yao's remnant soul. Without the control of the remnant soul, Bo Ching's immortal zombie body moved no longer. It has been so long since I had such a thrilling battle. A Gu Immortal sighed, deeply moved. Fortunately, this immortal zombie Bo Ching had such a huge weakness. Otherwise someone among us would definitely be annihilated. It is a pity we couldn't take it alive. After taking this immortal zombie body to Heavenly Court and storing it properly, I will continue my sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord by Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng used an immortal Gu House, Illusion Garden to trap immortal zombie Bo Ching and Yu Mu Chun. Bo Ching battled the 3 immortals with incredible sword path might. Heavenly Court's 3 immortals were no match for him and could only request for reinforcements. 5 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Court had no choice but to come out of their rest and enter the mortal world as reinforcements. The 8 Gu Immortals formed an ancient battle formation, and after over a month they finally killed Yu Mu Chun and extinguished Mo Yao's remnant soul. The battle ended. The 5 Heavenly Court Gu Immortals that were awoken immediately returned to their headquarters and continued to rest. They had almost no lifespan remaining. They had to treasure every second they had. Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng also wanted to leave, but their situation was better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to care for their descendants and sex. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Chen Tian, and persuaded Lian Jiusheng to go to the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River and search again. He now was flying towards Heavenly Court. Although we have won this battle, my unease has instead increased, and I am feeling very restless, as if an apocalypse is approaching. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower, this old rank 8 Gu Immortal frowned. He stepped inside the tower and continued the previous deductions. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was dripping with sweat. His gaze was extremely puzzled. There was an enormous pressure which made it difficult for him to move forward. In the past, he only needed to spend a bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, he did not know why, but the consumption of immortal essence had doubled. Ever since I have been in control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What's happening? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's intuition was urgently telling him Sword Immortal Bo Ching's matter was only a prelude, and behind the scenes there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand, it seems someone is secretly hindering me from deducing, haha. If that is the case, then I want to succeed even more. I will walk to the top of the tower. I want to see who it is that has escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb. His expression was firm with no more puzzlement. But after he climbed 100 steps, the wall turned dark. It was like the darkest, blackest ink had spilled over the whole wall. There were no more images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it? Who is interfering with my deduction? They could actually interfere with a rank 9 immortal Gu House. Heaven Overseeing Tower, to this degree. Time continued to pass. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top floor of the tower. He was extremely exhausted. Most of the immortal essence accumulated in his lifetime had been consumed. He looked at the wall with anticipation. After the first pitch-black wall, he no longer saw other images. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew fate immortal Gus might extend it over the whole world and could not be blocked. The wall at the end would definitely reveal the true perpetrator behind the scenes. When he stepped on the top floor, he widened his eyes, gazing impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk down to pin size. His aged body shook intensely. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But unlike before, in this darkness, a pair of eyes were shining. This was a pair of human eyes. But it was filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. They gazed at heaven overseeing Tower Lord like a beast hiding in the darkness, waiting patiently for an opportunity upon which it would charge of the darkness, causing terror over the world. You are. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was soaked with cold sweat. He trembled and even his teeth chattered. After a long while, he barely managed to calm down. But fear and panic still remained on his face. Crisis. A huge crisis. If this is left unchecked, even Heavenly Court will be destroyed. Immortal zombie Bo-Ching was no more than a distraction for us. I must awaken many more of Heavenly Court's goo immortals. This is a battle that decides our survival. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate. He ran out of the Heaven overseeing Tower, directly to Floating Maple Cliff. On Floating Maple Cliff, there was a giant goo formation. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord decisively activated the goo formation. A sound of a bell, vast and unparalleled, immediately resounded throughout the sky. Heavenly Court shook. At the same time in southern border. Finally, the deduction has succeeded. Fong Yuan had already taken another appearance and stepped onto Etion Mountain. His immortal aperture sealed. After obtaining a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fong Yuan did not encounter any obstacles in his deduction. Using the method of sealing the immortal aperture, Fong Yuan sealed his own immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Goo Master, officially stepping into this huge stage. At this time, the situation on Etion Mountain had already undergone a huge change. Large numbers of Goo Masters had entered both the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path had initiated the third and fourth waves of offense. Both sides suffered heavy losses. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King had summoned many of his disciples, their zombie army giving a huge headache to the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yong and Hong Fei Yu had allied, getting an advantage over Lan Mei He and Fei Yu Wang in the aerial battles. However, Divine Dr. Xing Shou was supporting the righteous path. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, extremely proficient in healing and treating wounds and illnesses. With him there, righteous path Goo Masters had fewer losses, and most injuries were quickly healed, so they did not fear fighting fiercely. Xiao Shan knew if this were to continue, the righteous path would continue becoming stronger. Thus he decided to make use of a diversion while taking the initiative to attack, beginning the 5th wave of battle between righteous and demonic. On the surface, he, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing attacked, while Lu Zuanfeng was commanded to sneak towards the rear of the righteous path and try to kill Divine Dr. Shangshou. But the result was, Divine Dr. Shangshou was not killed. Instead, Shang Fushi of the righteous path had planned for their scheme, laying an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. With Second Zombie King dead, the demonic path's disadvantage was quickly enlarging. Around this time, Killer Ghost Dr. Cho Jio stepped onto Etion Mountain, suppressing Divine Dr. Shangshou, salvaging the situation. Cho Jio saved many demonic Goo Masters' lives and soon took the 3rd highest rank. Lu Zuanfeng was ranked at 2nd while Xiao Shan still was at 1st. As for Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been squeezed out to the 4th and 5th. Because of Cho Jio, the demonic path could recuperate and build up strength day by day. And because one of the rising stars of the demonic path, Mo Wu Tian, had joined and challenged many to one-on-one battles, the righteous path had lost many strong warriors. Shang Clan sent Dr. Su Shou, who together with Divine Dr. Shang Shou, managed to close the gap created by Cho Jio, a phantom path inheritor. Yen Clan's young clan leader, Yen Jun, entered the spotlight. He sneaked into Etion Mountain and killed Cho Jio before swaggering off. The righteous path's morale was boosted, making another attack, beginning the 6th wave of battle between righteous and demonic. However, they fell into the demonic path's trap. Cho Jio had remnant life goo. As long as his body was mostly intact, he could resurrect. After Yen Jun killed him, he had secretly resurrected while pretending to be dead, causing the righteous path to take the bait. In the sixth battle, Emma Wutian showed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 Gu masters in the chaotic battle. His fierce might surged, and even Yen Jun was defeated by him and suffered heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, but the demonic path had also incurred huge losses. Both sides temporarily rested, trying to recover their strength. During such a situation, Fang Yuan stepped onto Etion Mountain, joining Etion Village. He had disguised himself as a rank 3 Gu master, and after joining, his status in Etion Village was outside the top 100. The higher-ups arranged him a position of guarding an archery tower. Fang Yuan was extremely low profile, working without making any disturbances. He patiently waited for the first 3 days, and after seeing no Gu immortals had appeared to stop him, began to stealthily refine the battle will in the immortal Gu house. The number of demonic path Gu masters who had joined Etion village had already reached 600. Among these people, some were pawns of Gu immortals, while some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them and was not in the least bit conspicuous. He was secretly earning a fortune, rapidly refining the battle will in the immortal Gu house with his wisdom path grandmaster attainment. Other Gu immortals could only make their pawns fight and indirectly refine the battle will from this. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight. He could continue to unceasingly refine the battle will. After all, a Gu immortal was personally making a move, it naturally would be extraordinary. Day after day passed. The righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After taking a few breaths, their energy was restored and they began to battle again. It was the 7th wave of battle, and this was a draw again. The demonic path made a crafty scheme, cutting off the righteous path supply lines. But on the righteous path side, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally arrived with his forces and used gourmet food box Gu, providing a feast for the army, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, the clan leaders of southern borders super forces like Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, and Xia clan also showed themselves, joining the battlefield. The battles were getting increasingly heated, affecting the minds of countless Gu masters and forces. But from Fang Yuan's viewpoint, it was simply another ordinary scene. Righteous and demonic battled. It looked to be extremely brilliant, but in fact the true manipulators were southern borders Gu immortals. During these last days, the Gu immortals had also clashed. Although they did not officially fight, they secretly schemed and strategized, each trying to cheat or outwit one another, making everyone on guard. Fang Yuan was able to obtain huge amounts of information from this, and his understanding of the world of southern borders Gu immortals increased at a rapid speed. He had refined large amounts of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage seemed like a bottomless pit. Time continued to pass. A month had gone by. On this day, old man Yen Shi secretly came to the surroundings of Etion Mountain with over 10 Gu immortals. He took a deep breath and said in a slightly shaky tone, "Heavenly Court has already detected this and is preparing for an expedition to southern border. Time does not wait for anyone. We can only begin early." Whoosh! The Gu immortals behind him turned into shadows as they flew in all directions. What's going on? At this moment, the Gu immortals of southern border, who were situated 10,000 li away from Etion Mountain, looked at the sky one after another. Even the mortal Gu masters on Etion Mountain also felt an indescribable chill. Rumble. A vague rumbling sound could be heard coming from the sky. Several breaths later, the rumbling got louder and louder, as if hundreds of people were beating war drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan stepped on Etion Mountain, he had been making use of every second in refining the battle will, but the commotion in the sky right now was getting louder and louder. He had no choice but to temporarily stop his work and look above. From high up in the air, he saw the sky suddenly brightening with a series of white light specks. These light specks were extremely vast in scale and densely packed together. They started to fall rapidly and powerfully down towards Etion Mountain. "This is the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation," a Gu immortal exclaimed in shock. "Wrong, the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation only has 1,000 light pearls, but this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. How could there be a tribulation?" Many Gu immortals were baffled. Could someone be undergoing a tribulation? Most of the Gu immortals immediately looked towards Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, and he became extremely vigilant. Soon, He was dripping in cold sweat as he felt waves of immaterial investigative senses scanning his whole body. Although he had vaguely familiar face, the core immortal goo of this immortal killer move was only at rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 goo immortals, but facing the inspection of rank 7 and rank 8, there was a huge chance of being exposed. Fong Yuan was filled with anxiety before he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered. There was no discovery? The goo immortals were surprised. They searched Etion Mountain and its nearby surroundings, but did not discover any rank 5 goo master that was facing a tribulation. Just when they were about to continue searching with even more powerful investigative methods, the 1,000 Pearl Light tribulation was already just above the immortals. Just in case, we can't let this tribulation affect Etion Mountain. Right? Let's block this tribulation. Some goo immortals started guessing. Perhaps this tribulation was caused by graceful chaotic dual stage? The southern border goo immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the gambling agreement, if a menace appeared, the goo immortals participating in the gambling contest would band together to obstruct it and protect their interests. Although the 1,000 Pearl Light tribulation was high in quantity, the goo immortals that occupied this place had power in numbers. They included 4 rank 8, 9 rank 7, and over 10 rank 6 goo immortals. The immortals made their moves, and soon the 1,000 Pearl Light tribulation was destroyed, with not even one light pearl touching the ground. It was to the extent that even some goo immortals used their methods to draw in layers of clouds, blocking the sky of Etion Mountain, and preventing the mortal goo masters from sensing this anomaly. A lone cultivator rank 8 goo immortal, Puncher Long, stroked his beard, laughing. No matter who it is that is ascending to immortal at this moment, they are quite creative. We need to find this person. The people here are all elite goo immortals of southern border. We can't even find a mortal who is facing tribulation. The rank 7 goo immortal Yi Qing Tang smiled coldly. Being taken as a meat shield by someone else and used as a tool to face the tribulation made this proud goo immortal extremely displeased. Whose descendant is this mortal? Speak up. Avoid losing your face when we find them. Goo immortal Wang Kai chuckled. The immortals looked at each other, but no one stood out. Rank 8 goo immortal Ren Hai Yang's expression turned dark as he shouted, "You don't know what is good for you. You still want to hide. Do you take us as fools? Look, another tribulation is falling." Suddenly, a goo immortal gave a reminder. The sky was dark, like a giant had coated it with a dense black dye. At once, the temperature fell and cold air emanated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Endless ice and snow circled around like sharp blades before pouring down like a storm. Yi Qing Tang's expression turned heavy, calling out, "Dark flying frost. Who is facing the tribulation? They could actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes." No, that's wrong. The scale of this tribulation is even greater than the 10 great catastrophes. It's here. Hold it back. Rumble. Lightning flashed and inferno roared as the dark flying frost was destroyed. Dark flying frost was indeed one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many goo immortals suffered injuries. Goo immortal Gualao was heavily injured, and he could not help but think of retreating. Strange. Could this be because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? So the heavens sent down the tribulations? No, this won't do. I don't have any immortal goo. I can't stay here, foolishly facing the tribulation. I need to leave this dangerous place before thinking of anything else. The moment he thought of this, Gualao turned into a ray of light as he flew away. This guy ran quite quickly. Yi Qing Tang sneered, proudly floating in the air with his hands behind his back. Dark flying frost was strong, but he could still deal with it. However, many rank 6 goo immortals started imitating Gualao. Most of these people were bottom-tier goo immortals with no immortal goo and injuries all over their bodies. However, at the next moment, Gualao's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the goo immortals. He was stunned. How could he appear here? Shortly afterwards, many more rank 6 goo immortals were also sent back, appearing beside Gualao. Ambush. Someone has set a huge space path goo formation in the surroundings. Soon, a goo immortal reacted and shouted in shock. Rank 8 auras burst out. Puncture Long's eyes let out a ferocious light as they gazed all around. Who is it? Come out. With a sinister laugh, Old Man Yen sure appeared with over 10 black-robed Gu Immortals encircling the southern border Gu Immortals. Old Man Yen sure was at the back, his hand pointing towards the sky. Everyone, a word of advice. The third tribulation is already here. Everyone looked up. The sky was packed with lion groups. Desolate Beast. Chi Grand Lion. These lions had Chi path down marks and could innately fly. There were over 6,000 Chi Grand Lions. The rank 6 Gu Immortals turned deathly pale. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Jiai shouted in fury, such little things. Get lost. He waved his sleeve, and a wild wind started blowing. Giant wind sickles, numbering in tens of thousands, shot in every direction. The lion group howled in pain, severely injured by the wind sickles. Many even died on the spot. The corpses were cut in thousands of pieces. Blood started to rain down majestically from the sky. Mixed in it were countless bone fragments and crushed flesh. Berserk Wind Jiai, you are truly mighty. Old Man Yen sure lightly smiled, freely giving praise. Jiai, however, frowned. He had sent most of the wind sickles towards Old Man Yen sure, but the wind sickles were blocked by a Gu formation and were completely destroyed. While the Gu formation only rippled and had suffered no damage, its defensive prowess was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are they aiming for? Scheming against us, they really are audacious. They are seeking death. You dare to oppose Gu Immortals of the whole of southern border. The Gu Immortals shouted and cursed while having doubts in their mind. Time did not permit for them to wait for the response of Shadow Sect. A tribulation was descending again. Roar! A majestic dragon's cry resounded throughout the surroundings. Cloud of fire spanned 10,000 li of distance and started pressing downwards. For Inferno Cloud's tribulation. Someone shouted. Careful, I have faced this 4 Inferno Cloud's tribulation. It has 4 layers in total. Each layer above is much more ferocious than the one below. A fire path Gu Immortal warned. Block it. There is also the Dragon Roar tribulation. This is 2 tribulations at once. Protect surrounding Gu Immortals, maintain our strength. The Gu Immortals shouted one after another as they worked together to face these tribulations. A typical 4 Inferno Cloud's tribulation covers at most 100 li. Why is this so large? At Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan also watched with shock. The clouds drawn in earlier could block the vision of mortal Gu masters, but could not obstruct Fang Yuan's gaze. He felt extremely uneasy. I seem to have entered a huge trap. These black-robed Gu Immortals are extremely similar to the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals that He Lulan had described. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border Gu Immortals? What are they trying to do? It seems these tribulations are not because someone is undergoing tribulation, but their own handiwork. With Old Man Yen Sure at the lead, Shadow Sect's Immortals had constructed a giant Gu formation that completely trapped the southern border Gu Immortals. The southern border Gu Immortals wanted to escape and tried to break the Gu formation, but their efforts showed no results. Thus, they could only face the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the strength of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon even rank 7 Gu Immortals felt difficulty. After another 3 waves, rank 8 Gu Immortals also struggled to cope. Their expressions looked unsightly. It was not that they had not tried breaking the formation, but their attempts had failed. Hold back this tribulation. Let me do it. Peng Shilong decided, activating his trump card. Waves of light scattered with imposing momentum, but Shadow Sect's Gu formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing again. What Gu formation is this? The southern border Gu Immortals' hearts sank to rock bottom. They were unable to hide their worries. The tribulations came in succession, and the time interval between each wave became shorter and shorter. Different kinds of tribulations poured down like an endless rainstorm. The Gu Immortals gradually defended more and attacked less, losing the initiative. Persevere. Jiai shouted, we still have a chance. The tribulations are coming against us continuously, but it is also affecting the surrounding Gu formation. The Immortals felt a surge of morale. Despite the fact that some rank 6 Gu Immortals were already dead, the remaining Immortals did not give up. They held on bitterly, retaining hope. Once the Gu formation was destroyed by the tribulation, they could escape with their lives. The situation of the battlefield was observed by Old Man Yen Sure. He saw all the changes clearly. Wu Xie, he softly called. Behind him, a young man stood up. He had wavy black hair that draped down to his shoulders. His eyes shined with countless lights of all kind of colors, forming a vortex that was slowly but constantly spiraling. He had a tall nose bridge. The contours of his lips were like knife carvings, and when they were closed, they gave off a cruel and demonic charm. However, right now he was concentrating on the sky. His lips opened wide as a smile filled his face, revealing white teeth, unexpectedly appearing somewhat silly. Wu Xie. Hearing no response behind him, old man Yen Shi called again. Ah, you called for me? I was looking at the fireworks. The young Gu Immortal responded with a smile. Old man Yen Shi gave a bitter smile. This is not a simple display of fireworks. These are tribulations. Although they look beautiful, they contain fatal danger. These are all the work of heaven's will. It is attempting to destroy us. It is our greatest enemy. The young Gu Immortal immediately revealed an earnest and serious look. Ah, so it is like that. Then tell heaven's will to come out, I will take it down. Old man Yen Shi sighed. Heaven's will is not a physical enemy, it is everywhere, vast and boundless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens exist, heaven's will is eternal. Even if you destroy a portion of heaven's will, at the same time, another portion of heaven's will would be created. The young Gu Immortal was stupefied. Then what do we do? What we are doing is defying heaven. So heaven's will is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we are going to unleash an explosive strike. There is a common saying, man proposes, heaven disposes. But right now, we will be taking action all of a sudden, catching heaven's will unprepared. This can be considered to be man winning against heaven. While old man Yen Shi spoke to Wu Xie, he pointed with his finger. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already entrapped all the southern border Gu Immortals nearby. But only a small portion of this formation has been set. It cannot even display 1/10 of its might. The tribulations are constantly affecting the Gu formation. The formation won't last long at this rate. Next, I and some other Gu Immortals will sacrifice our souls in setting up this formation. With this, the formation can display 90% of its might, only lacking a step for completion. The southern border Gu Immortals will have no more chance to escape. So powerful! The young Gu Immortal stared with wide-opened eyes, looking blankly. Old man Yen Shi continued in a serious tone. After I die, you will be the strongest of us. You need to remember you were born from a dream realm and only have 18 hours of lifespan in total. Every 2 hours, your cultivation will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just advanced to rank 7. Your lifespan only has 4 hours remaining. The stronger you become, the closer your death approaches. When you advance to rank 9, no one can defend from even 1 attack of yours. Rank 9 is so powerful? The young Gu Immortal had a look of ignorance. Old man Yen Shi chuckled, of course. Rank 9 is the limit in the whole world, it is the highest summit. This world cannot have rank 10, so rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours, isn't the time too short? After 4 hours, will I die? Death, what is it? The young Gu Immortal asked questions one after another. Old man Yen Shi patiently explained. Everything has been planned properly. 4 hours is more than enough. Should the plan fail, even if you live longer, it won't change the outcome. As for death, old man Yen Shi paused before speaking slowly with a quiet and deep voice. Death is the end of life and is also the beginning of life. The young Gu Immortal scratched his head, not fully understanding this. Old man Yen Shi took a deep breath. His emaciated, aged body trembled in the wind, as if he would be blown away the next moment. He gazed far away. His eyes did not have whites, they were pitch black. But right now countless inverted images emerged in them. In the inverted images were Fang Yuan, by Ning Bing, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, Heavenly Courts Gu Immortals, Southern Border Gu Immortals, Etion Mountain, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. It's time. Old man Yen Shi spoke. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to deduce for you. Remember my words. They will provide huge help to you. After he finished speaking, old man Yen Shi's life force started to quickly weaken. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. For the first time, his face showed bewilderment, seemingly being puzzled and terrified of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty. and looked at the childlike Gu Immortal with an extremely complicated gaze. His lips squirmed a few times, before he finally let out several words. "One of us, be careful, failure." He revealed the heavenly secret with extreme difficulty. His body started turning into powder while he spoke, dissipating in the wind. When he said failure, he had no more time remaining. He completely dissipated and unraveled. His soul was absorbed by the formation, completely merging in an instant. Not only Old Man Yenshur, a number of Shadow Sex Gu Immortals also sacrificed themselves, their souls merging with the formation. 90%, 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. A vast radiance suddenly soared to the sky. At this moment, even the mighty heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities seemed to dim and lose their luster. The radiance was so dazzling, all the southern border Gu Immortals had to tightly close their eyes. The radiance passed in an instant and the southern border Gu Immortals quickly opened their eyes. The entire area was covered by a gigantic Gu formation. 10 Gu Immortals stood in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, seemingly encircling the group of southern border Gu Immortals. Among them, 9 Gu Immortals wore black robes, their appearances covered under their hoods, veiled in mystery. The last one was the young Gu Immortal Ing Wuxia. He looked all around him with curiosity. After all, he had begun life just 14 hours ago. It was understandable he had a mindset of exploring the novelty of this world. What is going on? What happened? This Gu formation has suddenly become much more powerful. Previously, under the bombardment of the tribulations, the formation had already been swaying unstably, but now it appeared like a giant reef at the seaside, unbreakable by the storm, standing firm and stable like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the hearts of the southern border Gu Immortals sank. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Ren Haiyang stopped protecting the Rank 6 Gu Immortals and chose a direction to attack the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Merely putting up a facade, die, he shouted as he clapped his hands. A giant tsunami rose from thin air. The water was incomparably vast. With a roaring sound, it fiercely charged towards a black-robed Gu Immortal. Protect him. The other 3 Rank 8 Gu Immortals exerted themselves to block the tribulations overhead, protecting Ren Haiyang. With their help, Ren Haiyang had less pressure on him. He laughed heartily as he stopped holding back and activated his immortal essence again. Waves after waves erupted, giving a feeling of covering the sky and the sun, as if an ancient beast had opened its mouth to devour heaven and earth. Wuxia wanted to go help but was stopped by a black-robed Gu Immortal beside him. Stay at the formation core where you're located, don't move recklessly. He can deal with it. Sure enough, the mysterious Gu Immortal who faced the tsunami suddenly sent out a burst of flames that soared to the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed Gu Immortal at the center, the surroundings turned into a seething world of lava. Waves over 30 meters in height smashed into the formation and evaporated into white vapor. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, the fire roared as it spread quickly, the intense temperature clearing up the vapor in an instant. Such power! I almost cannot control it. The black-robed Gu Immortal was pleasantly surprised. He stood proudly in the center of the lava. The black robe on him was already mostly destroyed, revealing his true appearance. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border Gu Immortals also exclaimed in surprise. You actually are a 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. This person was precisely the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance zombie that had participated in the 100 Days battle and had successfully escaped. After he was captured by old ancestor Shui Hu, he was then saved by Blazing Heaven Demoness and others sent by Zombie Alliance. Who could have thought he would actually appear here? Could it be that the party scheming against the southern border Gu Immortals is Zombie Alliance? That can't be. If it were Zombie Alliance, it would be impossible for Blazing Heaven Demoness to not know of it. Perhaps Shadow Sect. These 2 words suddenly jumped into Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan's whole body shuddered. The situation was becoming worse. His own circumstances were actually similar to the southern border Gu Immortals. He was also trapped here. Ren Haiyang's attack failed, and he could only discontentedly retreat. The tribulations from the sky rained down like a storm. Not only did they not halt for even a moment, their power also continued to grow greater. The air was mixed with constant sounds of shouting and screaming. The rank 8 goo immortals could hardly look after themselves. Many bottom-tier rank 6 had already lost their lives. These goo immortals, who stood high and mighty above the masses under normal circumstances, were as weak as chicks and pups in front of the tribulations. Many of the rank 7 goo immortals could only be carried along by the tide, like a small raft in a stormy sea. They had no control over their circumstances, and with any slight carelessness, they could be swallowed by the waves. The tribulations were very difficult to face, but the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation firmly withstood them all and was unshakable, while the southern border goo immortals were in a predicament. At this juncture of life and death, they let go of any previous enmity and collaborated. They soon realized their only remaining path to survival. That was the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal goo house had extraordinary defensive strength. It could block the vast and boundless tribulations and protect the goo immortals. At the same time, the immortal goo house's offensive prowess was also the most suitable weapon to break through the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage that lay deep under the earth was the hope of the southern border goo immortals. Although the forbidden zone made it extremely difficult for the southern border goo immortals to approach in person, it did not damage immortal goo. Though the powers of immortal goo were weakened greatly in there, they still surpassed the vast majority of mortal methods. Combine our strength to bombard Etion Mountain and get hold of graceful chaotic dual stage, Goo Immortal Ja-e shouted. However, the only remaining ones who still had such ample strength left were the 4 rank 8 Goo Immortals. The rank 7 Goo Immortals, dodging and defending desperately from the tribulations, had no energy to spare. The 4 rank 8s attacked furiously, but it did not affect Etion Mountain. The thick layer of clouds above Etion Mountain had been infused with the power of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, and could defend from the powerful attacks. It absorbed all the attacks. Clouds and fog surged intensely for a while before it was calm again. The 4 rank 8 Goo Immortals' efforts showed no results. Their eyes shone with a ferocious light. They clenched their teeth as they attacked without stop. Their expressions gradually turned frantic. On Etion Mountain, it was still a scene of serenity. Mortals were all kept in the dark, knowing nothing about the blood-curdling scene above them. So long as a fraction of the tribulations leaked out, they could destroy Etion Mountain completely, and all the mortal goo masters would turn into dust. Fang Yuan gazed at the sky heavily. Was there such a situation in my previous life as well? None of us knew death was right above us. Calm down, calm down. Fang Yuan took a few deep breaths and forcibly dispelled his nervousness and unease before starting to think. The shocking and enormous action taken by Shadow Sect schemed against the southern border goo immortals, Fang Yuan was also trapped within and could not extricate himself. Although He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan have joined this gamble, they are currently in Shao Hun Blessed Land, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls. This goo formation cuts off links between the inside and outside. It even restricts all my communication methods. Even if I still had self-strength immortal goo, rank 7 battle strength is simply not enough in this situation. The top priority now is still graceful chaotic dual stage. The southern border goo immortals outside the forbidden zone already have no hope of taking this immortal goo house, but I still have a chance. Only with the help of graceful chaotic dual stage will I have hope of escaping. Otherwise, I can only use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. The only chance in front of him was to become the new owner of graceful chaotic dual stage. He had fixed immortal travel. But this immortal goo was in his immortal aperture. The aura of immortal goo could be easily detected, and they could only be kept safe when stored within an aperture. However, Fang Yuan had already sealed his immortal aperture. If Fang Yuan were to break the restriction of the forbidden zone, he would be destroyed at the first moment. He simply would not be able to last 3 breaths of time to activate fixed immortal travel. However, Spring-Autumn Cicada was not under this seal. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's first vital goo. It had long ago been placed under a different seal in his first aperture. After all this time, Spring-Autumn Cicada had already recovered for the most part, and even though it was heavily sealed, it was already giving huge pressure to Fang Yuan's first aperture. prior to this trip, it was not that Fong Yuan had not considered sealing fixed immortal travel and other immortal goo in his first aperture just in case something happened. But it simply got nowhere. The aperture could store some mortal goo, but containing a second immortal goo was impossible. Even with fixed immortal travel, I am afraid, Fong Yuan's gaze pierced through the cloud layer, falling upon the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His breathing turned somewhat rough. Among the southern border goo immortals, there were space path goo immortals as well as space path immortal killer moves, but none of them were able to do anything. Clearly, this formation restricted space path as well. Its defense was extremely tight, with no loopholes that could be exploited. Goo immortals continued to die miserably under the tribulations. The 4 rank 8 goo immortals were also injured. They knew that the longer this continued, the lower their chances. They had no choice but to work together and break through simultaneously. You are all flies trapped in a web. Where can you escape? A black-robed goo immortal goo blocking their way sneered. His aura was surging as his hood swayed. Northern dark ice soul. Peng Shi Long shouted in shock. Frost energy spread rapidly. A crystalline ice wall that was dozens of meters tall spanned in front of them all. While the 4 immortals were obstructed, a lightning strike smashed down on them. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Typical Snow War Tribulation Lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this Tribulation Lightning in front of them had multiple bolts branching out, its might over dozens of times stronger. When it rains, it pours. The 4 immortals did not dare to face such lightning head-on. Among them, one activated a time path killer move to slow down the lightning, which gave the 4 immortals time to move away. The Snow War Tribulation Lightning continued on its path as it struck the northern dark ice soul immortal zombies' crystalline ice wall. A huge hole was pierced through the icy wall. The northern dark ice soul immortal zombie snorted as he suffered minor injuries. Heaven's will. The northern dark ice soul immortal zombie stared fiercely at the sky. The 4 southern border rank 8 goo immortals changed their direction, towards another area of the goo formation. You shall not pass. The black-robed goo immortal located here chuckled. Boom! Both sides attacked each other. They fought for a long time, but they were evenly matched. The 4 immortals were obstructed and their momentum was halted. But the black-robed goo immortal also did not have it easy. Carefree wisdom heart physique. This was another immortal zombie of the 10 extreme physiques. You are Shang Clan's Shang Gui Kai. Peng Shi Long frowned, recognizing the black-robed goo immortal's identity. Shang Clan's first supreme elder and I have a close friendship. As a member of Shang Clan, you actually joined a demonic organization, bringing disaster to the world. A prodigal son who returns is immeasurably precious. You still have time to repent. Otherwise, if this leads to catastrophe, you will implicate your clan as well. The black-robed goo immortal sneered with disdain. What do you understand? Shang Gui Kai is just an identity I used after soul replacement. What is mere Shang Clan? How can it compare to my great plan? Boom! A lightning bolt of the tribulation struck the 4 immortals, causing them to be on the verge of collapsing. Don't bother with him, let's change to another direction. Blazing glory lightning brilliance, northern dark ice soul, carefree wisdom heart, the 10 extreme physiques that one seldom sees in 100 years are actually appearing one after the other. I am afraid this is not a coincidence. This goo formation should be using the 10 extreme physiques to garner such huge power. That means he is the only flaw. After they were thwarted by the carefree wisdom heart immortal zombie, the 4 immortals quickly communicated and fixed their gazes at the young goo immortal Ing Wuxie. Among all the goo immortals present, he was the most peculiar. He was alive, and at the same time, his aura revealed he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The 4 immortals bore heavy injuries as they charged towards Ing Wuxie. Ing Wuxie's heart was thumping. He thought frantically, what to do? What to do? They are coming over. Don't be nervous, use your most proficient method. The black-robed goo immortal beside him immediately reminded. I am not nervous, I am not nervous. Ing Wuxie took a deep breath, his breathing, however, was rushed. But as the 4 immortals neared him, Ing Wuxie thought of the scene when he was born. He had been born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Yen Shi. Old Man Yen Shi had chuckled when sizing him up with his black eyes. his tone hardly concealing his happiness. Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique. You are the greatest accomplishment of my dream path research. Since Bo Ching is dead, you will replace him, becoming our greatest strength in suppressing the situation. Who are you? Who am I? Ing Wu Xie curiously asked. I am you, and you are me. I am Old Man Yen Shi, and you shall be called Ing Wu Xie. Old Man Yen Shi chuckled. He then lightly waved his arm. Countless thoughts were transferred into Ing Wu Xie's mind. Ing Wu Xie felt information flowing into the depths of his mind. Time is limited. I can only impart an immortal killer move to you. Although it doesn't have any killing power, it is the pinnacle of dream path achievement currently in the 5 regions, at the forefront of this era. Even those heavenly court Gu immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, when you have the skill, you can eat your fill. Learn it properly. When you become a Gu immortal, I will give you a complete set of Gu worms for you to speed up your practice at that time. The recollection stopped. The 4 immortals had already neared him. Among them, Berserk Wind Jia was at the lead. Ing Wu Xie's eyes suddenly let out a sharp light. He slowly spoke like he was reciting, Immortal Killer Move, Lead, Soul, Into, Dream. The 4 immortals slowed down sharply and were extremely vigilant as if they were facing a powerful foe. However, there was no movement even after several breaths of time. Kid, you actually dared to trick us? Pun Shilong was about to attack in fury. Right at this time, the rank 8 Gu Immortal Jia, however, began to fall down. What's going on? Just when Peng Shilong and the rest were bewildered, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation sent out an incomparably swift attack at Jia. Jia made no movement. The layers of heavy defense over his whole body began to slowly dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly moved to block the Gu Formation's attack. Jia was still falling. Zzz. He had actually fallen asleep. That kid's behind this. Ren Haiyang was grim and frantic. The enemy was only a rank 7 Gu immortal, but Jia was struck by his immortal killer move, putting up no resistance. What's more, the layers of defense over his whole body showed no effects. What killer move was this? Careful, Pun Shilong exclaimed. Another form of tribulation lightning descended. This time, countless bolts of falling star lightning struck at the speed of light, reaching the southern border Gu immortals in an instant. In this wave of tribulation, most of the southern border Gu immortals lost their lives. Even the rank 8 Gu immortal Jia, renowned as Berserk Wind for hundreds of years, was turned into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Pun Shilong and the others were not even able to take care of themselves. They simply had no time to save him. We are finished. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals started to despair. Ing Wu Xie was indeed the flaw in the formation, but his battle strength far surpassed the imaginations of the 3 immortals. This unprecedented dream path killer move directly sent Jia into deep sleep, unable to wake up. Jia died. The remaining 3 immortals' momentum immediately slowed and their hopes of breaking through became minuscule. Hold on. On Itian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield, also started to feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic dual stage, with just his strength, it would be hard to activate the enormous immortal Gu house. It would be like a lone person controlling a battleship. It would be extremely difficult for him to make use of it. So, he had to ally with the southern border Gu immortals. The more Gu immortals in the immortal Gu house, the more immortal essence would be consumed, the more power the immortal Gu house could unleash. Just with Fang Yuan alone, it would be impossible to increase the immortal Gu house's strength to the level where it could break through the formation. Time passed. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were extremely exhausted, let alone the few remaining rank 7 Gu immortals who were fleeing desperately from the tribulations. When Ren Haiyang perished under the tribulations, the remaining 2 rank 8s had lost all hope. It's over now. Fang Yuan exhaled painfully. Sigh. Now I can only continue with my disguise and hope I won't be discovered. But right when the rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals had all died, with only the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals remaining, Itian Mountain suddenly began to shake. Soon, the tremor increased rapidly. The earth was shaking. What's going on? The tremor attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Could it be that graceful chaotic duel stage has been obtained by you? The two rank 8 Gu immortals said to each other with strange tones. Both were stupefied, realizing it was not due to them. Fong Yuan's body shook. He had yet to refine the immortal Gu house. So who was it? Boom. Boulders cracked, the ground opened up, and from the huge rift jumped out a figure. The great strength true martial immortal zombie. He had actually gotten free of the immortal Gu house's suppression and flew to the sky. However, before Fong Yuan and the others could react, a cold snort resounded throughout the scene. You want to escape fate in front of us? Die! A beam of light shot down from the sky. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heavenly Court Immortals had arrived. The pure white beam of light was extremely terrifying, breaking apart the 10 extreme formation like snapping a rotten branch. The two southern border rank 8s were immediately exterminated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was not able to dodge and could only roar in extreme unwillingness as he was turned into fine powder by the beam of light. The beam of light continued its path as it shot down onto Etian Mountain. Am I going to die? Fong Yuan raised his head and clenched his teeth. All the muscles in his body tensed. A rank 9 Immortal Gu House's full power attack. He had no way to defend from it. He only had one remaining trump card, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fong Yuan self-detonated. Failed. Spring Autumn Cicada was carrying Fong Yuan's will and had just entered the river of time when it suddenly crumbled, exploding into countless tiny fragments. Fong Yuan was dead. Legend says there was a river in this world. It connected the beginning and the end. It had hidden causes and effects, flowing to every part in the world. It was everywhere. With its irrigation, the world could operate normally and all things were able to change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a place where time path flourished, and countless time path Gu worms lived and propagated. The endless river flowed wantonly without pause. The river was vast and boundless. Its tides rose and fell along with the surging waves. Each drop of the water of time was pale and colorless, but innumerable droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun all the time, giving off a brilliant show of lights. These brilliant lights were in all kinds of shapes and colors, and were hard to put into words. Fong Yuan felt this was one of the most beautiful sights in the world. When the rank 9 Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, sent out the attack which it had prepared for a long time, Fong Yuan was like a bystander that had been implicated, unable to avoid it. His only remaining option was to activate Spring Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was used. At Qing Mao Mountain, Fong Yuan successfully activated it once. At San Cha Mountain, Fong Yuan successfully activated it again. If his previous life of 500 years was counted, then Fong Yuan had already successfully activated Spring Autumn Cicada 3 times. Now he had finally failed. Spring Autumn Cicada's activation failed. Although his will entered the river of time at the moment of activation, Spring Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fong Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost the small boat it was in and was drowning. The surging river of time would engulf and destroy Fong Yuan's will in an instant. Not even a trace would remain. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fong Yuan's remaining will was strangely tranquil. There was no worry, no discontent, and no regret. When he had first chosen this path, he had already expected the situations that could occur. The situation right now had already been within Fong Yuan's consideration. He could do nothing now. He had already done everything he could. If a chance was given to me again, I would still choose to live this way. So be it, my story as a Gu immortal shall end here. Although I did not leave behind any biography or inheritance. But it doesn't matter. Fong Yuan's will was quickly dissipating. He was tranquil, even feeling happy in a way. If he still had a face, the corners of his lips would probably be curled up into a smile right now. Dying while pursuing one's goal, what regrets could he have? Fong Yuan's laughter abruptly stopped. A strange change was occurring at this moment. From the remote and grand river of time, a ghost face suddenly came out. The ghost face first looked at Fong Yuan's remaining will and made faces, seemingly in silent mockery. Then, the pitch-black ghost face's cheek swelled up. Its expression seemed like one of extreme suffering, like it was going to vomit. A giant flower bud, dripping wet, came out from the ghost face's mouth. The ghost face's mouth almost ripped apart. Its lips had stretched to an exaggerated degree, even reaching its ears. After vomiting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed before starting to make faces at Fong Yuan again. It was amusingly comical, but at the same time was a ghastly and terrifying smiling expression. And that flower bud started to slowly blossom in the river. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud opened, turning into an enchanting red lotus. From the center of the lotus shot out a slightly red light ray that landed at the area where spring-autumn cicada had shattered. The time in the red light began to turn back. At the same time, the ghost face that had carried the red lotus slowly sank down into the river. Like a movie being played backwards, everything began to go backwards, as if water spilled from a basin was returning. Fong Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated. The scant few bits remaining were negligible. But under the illumination of the red light, his will began to rapidly restore, and countless goo worm fragments also began to appear. And when these goo worm fragments joined together, they turned into an intact spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada carried Fong Yuan's restored will and began to set on its path again. The red light dissipated, the red lotus immediately scattered, and that ghost face also had been completely washed down into the endlessly surging river of time. It was as if everything had been an illusion. However, spring-autumn cicada was already forcibly restored. It carried Fong Yuan's will, carrying Fong Yuan's remaining hopes as it flowed in the river, flowing backwards. Returning to the past. Starform blessed land. Poisonous fog was spreading, poisonous blood was boiling, 3 layers of goo formations were already destroyed by corrosion, the surrounding land turned into a thin layer of poisonous swampland. Fong Yuan's face was stern. Next is the most troublesome and difficult to process immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hands. This goo refinement material was very peculiar. It was made up of soil and chi. They gathered into a lump. At the top was light azure-colored astral chi, below was black soil. Astral chi was the heaven chi found up in the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens was a thick wall of astral chi. If a goo immortal wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. Meanwhile, the black soil was made up of the essence of earth chi condensed from the 10 depths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist. But at this moment, this earthly limit astral chi was joined together in harmony. Not only were they existing peacefully, they were converting into one another constantly. Black soil turned into astral chi while astral chi turned into black soil. Fong Yuan shook it by moving his hands rapidly. As this lump of earthly limit astral chi melted, fusing with the black soil and becoming a lump of fog. But after shaking, after a dozen breaths, the black soil sank while the astral chi stayed on top. Black and white was separated again. The two were rotating. It was a mystical sight. Processing such an immortal material is most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, Slumbering Lightning Python, Reflect Snow, Muffled Thunderstone Drum, and Wind Grind, can complete the step instantly. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 immortal killer moves to process the earthly limit astral chi. I can only put in much time and effort. Fong Yuan's thoughts flashed as he moved his feet. His huge body shot into the air. He leaped and jumped into the turtle shell. Into the poisonous blood. Boom! Fong Yuan flashed his sharp nails, causing injuries on his 6 monstrous arms. He next slashed at his chest, back, and other areas, creating openings on his skin. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. From these injuries, traces of blood appeared. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. The poisonous blood in the turtle shell was drawn away. It moved into Fong Yuan's wounds. Intense pain assaulted him. Fong Yuan snorted. Immortal zombies did not have a sense of pain. Fong Yuan could feel pain because he used goo worm methods. He needed to feel pain so that he could know what step the immortal materials were at. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell acting as a pot continued to fuse and circulate. They were entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan took out the earthly limit astral chi and swallowed it. Gulp, the earthly limit astral chi entered his stomach. This was his own original method created in his previous life, an abnormal technique using blood path to refine goo. He called this the flesh-body blood refinement technique. The earthly limit astral chi entered his body. It was engulfed by the blood and slowly melted into the blood. Blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through the wounds into the turtle shell pot and sank to the bottom. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the pot flowed into Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, engulfing the earthly limit astral chi again. Time slowly passed. 3 days and 2 nights later. Fang Yuan was covered in wounds. The pain made his face distorted. His 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood. His fangs were exposed and his eyes were red. He was breathing heavily like an ox. Still a night remaining. I need to completely process all the earthly limit astral chi in my body. As long as I can get past this step, the most difficult part of refining change form immortal goo would be over. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's pained expression stiffened. Under his deep frowning expression, his bright eyes suddenly showed confusion, almost losing all their luster. When refining immortal goo, one had to maintain high degrees of concentration. How could he be allowed to be distracted? PFF. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of poisonous blood. Shortly afterwards, he fell down heavily in the poisonous blood in the giant turtle shell, raising a huge wave of blood. The bloody wave splashed out of the turtle shell into the grassland. Soon, a large patch of healthy green grass turned into dark red smoke due to the corrosion. "Master!" Star Form Land Spirit shouted worriedly, jumping into the turtle shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head emerged from the pool of blood. He splashed around twice before standing up. The confusion on his face quickly disappeared, his gaze brimming with energy as he mumbled, This place?" Hearing Fang Yuan's mumbling, Star Form Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master lose his mind because of the refinement failure? Fang Yuan gazed at his hands first, then swept through the turtle shell and the blood pool, before finally stopping on Star Form Land Spirit. "What time is it now?" Fang Yuan asked. Starform Land Spirit jolted inwardly but still replied, "Many days have already passed since Master began refining the immortal goo." Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. Starform Land Spirit felt bleak. Oh no, Master has lost his mind. After failing the immortal goo refinement, his body suffered heavy injuries. He has even forgotten the time and is still laughing so happily. There was no need for Fang Yuan to tell others about the reason for his happiness. "I have returned once again. Despite the activation of spring-autumn cicada failing, because of a strange change, I returned to life from death, from defeat to victory. My will has once again returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal goo. The time is over a year ago? This is actually so short. According to my foundation and with so many immortal goo on me, I should have at least traveled several hundred years back. Is it because spring-autumn cicada failed to activate that I only returned to a point over a year ago? Also, that ghost face and the red lotus, what was going on? What had happened? The strange phenomenon in the river of time only occurred for a very short moment. But it was deeply etched into Fang Yuan's mind and left a lasting memory. It was at the crucial moment between life and death. It was impossible to not have a clear memory of it. Now, as he recalled that moment, Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. The ghost face and the red lotus, what do they mean? Why did I not come across this situation when I used spring-autumn cicada before? Does it occur only when spring-autumn cicada's activation fails? Or, shaking his head, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious subject. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the turtle shell. The injuries on me are heavy and the soul success down mark is now destroyed because of the goo refinement failure. It is truly a pity. Fang Yuan examined himself and soon noticed the aftereffects of this goo refinement failure. His body was filled with cracks, almost on the verge of falling apart. Such injuries would require months of recuperation before they could be mended. Goo refinement in itself was a dangerous task. not unlike a heated battle. Let alone when refining immortal goo. This time, Fang Yuan had failed in goo refinement because of his rebirth. Suffering serious injuries was to be expected. What made Fang Yuan feel even more regret was that the success Dao mark, which he had obtained after painstaking efforts in the refinement path convention and a difficult journey to reach the top ranks, was destroyed. This gave Fang Yuan some insight. Previously, the reason I failed in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo was not because there was a problem in my method, but the subtle aspect of mutual fusion of the Dao marks of each immortal material, which is not something one can control. This is one of the crucial reasons for the low success rate in refining immortal goo. The greatest use of success Dao marks is to influence this aspect, to let the Dao marks of the immortal materials fuse together and reach the standard for the goo refinement. Thus, when I began refining immortal goo, the success Dao mark was consumed, turning into a special type of immortal material that assisted in refinement. Last time, there was no mishap and I was able to refine change form immortal goo. The aid of the success Dao mark was immeasurable. But this time, because of my rebirth, this highly likely refinement was messed up. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt some irony. It was not that with the success Dao mark, the goo refinement would succeed no matter how it was done. If the goo master was purposely trying to fail, intentionally using wrong refinement methods, then it would be certain failure. Success Dao marks were not all-powerful. Earlier, why did Fang Yuan intentionally choose Starform Blessed Land to refine the immortal goo? It was because he was afraid of being disturbed by outside forces, which could cause the goo refinement to fail. Once the refinement failed, the immortal materials would be lost. Injuries were a small matter. The main thing was that the success Dao mark would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan was reborn, and it just so happened to be during the process of refining change form immortal goo. This doomed him to failure. Nothing could be done about it now. Last time, change form immortal goo had been refined successfully, but now it had failed. I have been reborn, and although I have the advantage of future knowledge, accurately speaking, it doesn't mean a path to success. But this rebirth gave me huge advantages. Losing a success Dao mark is inconsequential. Fang Yuan soon sorted out his mood and stabilized his mindset. Fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan activated the immortal goo and returned to Immortal Blessed Land. In the past, he was anxious, but now he knew that there would still be a while before Central Continent made a breakthrough with the matter of 88 True Yang building. He could be more at ease. Although he had his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had always been the one to consider everything before taking action. An impetuous person would absolutely be unable to reach his current stage. How would he use the countless disorderly clues and his current resources to obtain the maximum benefits? This was the main question Fang Yuan needed to consider. An immortal zombie had slower thought processes. Fang Yuan stepped in the light of wisdom to ponder. Compared to his previous life, his wisdom path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. He had even thought of a small goo formation that could let him use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a large amount of time. In just half a day, Fang Yuan finished pondering over the question. An immortal zombie did not need to eat or drink. Although he was injured, Fang Yuan had to make use of every minute and second. Fixed immortal travel. He immediately activated this immortal goo to secretly return to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the aura of the immortal goo. Then he quietly approached Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Etion Mountain. In his previous life, an unprecedented gambling contest had been held on Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan had also participated in it. As time passed, the range of the forbidden zone for immortals had continued to expand, and Fang Yuan had to constantly move farther away, along with the southern border goo immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery near Etion Mountain. Etion Mountain. At this moment, it was still only a nameless mountain peak. Before Fang Yuan's arrival, there had just been rain over this mountain. The future Etion Mountain was tall and beautiful with lush trees and deep valleys. A rainbow appeared above and life seemed to brimming with vitality. Fang Yuan gazed from afar, moving in carefully and full of expectations. If Fang Yuan was asked what was it that enticed him the most after rebirth, it was no doubt Etion Mountain, under which was buried the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage, and the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. The significance of the latter to Fang Yuan did not need to be said. Although last time, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had actually leaped out, getting rid of graceful chaotic dual stages suppression. As long as I can successfully refine the immortal goo house and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan licked his lips as he thought of this. An immortal goo house was no small matter. Immortal goo houses and ancient battle formations, they were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations were gradually eliminated over the course of time and immortal goo houses had become mainstream. Whether it be southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert, or central continent, all powerful superforces had at least one immortal goo house as their trump card. Like He tribe, Dark Prison was their symbol as well as a powerful trump card. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison had been lost, to seize it back, even the 4 supreme elders of He tribe had risked going out and chasing He Chung. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal goo house and He tribe had been so anxious to take it back. The significance of immortal goo houses could be seen from this. And graceful chaotic dual stage, which was buried deep under Etion Mountain, was not only of higher rank than Dark Prison. A mysterious goo immortal had used its power to forcibly challenge someone of a higher rank and succeeded in suppressing a rank 8 expert, one who furthermore possessed the great strength true martial physique. The value of graceful chaotic dual stage was clearly many times higher than Dark Prison. Thinking back to my previous life, the profound ice house used by Shark Demon and Subai Man was only an incomplete immortal goo house, but it could repeatedly break through the hindrance of the battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this graceful chaotic dual stage, even if I can't reach the level of moving unhindered in the world, in the future when the truth is exposed and I am hunted down by Central Continent, Northern Plains and others, I can protect myself and intimidate other immortals. An immortal goo house was a fortress for battle. It did not have any shortcomings and covered all aspects of attack, defense, movement, healing and even assistance in cultivation. It was structurally stable and was easy to control. A rank 7 immortal goo house could be controlled by a rank 6 goo immortal as well. However, immortal goo houses had 2 major flaws, one was feeding and the second was immortal essence. An immortal goo house was constructed from many immortal goo and vast numbers of mortal goo. Feeding these goo worms was naturally extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fang Yuan knew that graceful chaotic dual stage seemed to involve food path in its construction and the feeding problem could be disregarded. Next was the immortal essence. To activate an immortal goo house, the amount of immortal essence consumed would be a gigantic number. Just with Fang Yuan's capability, he would not be able to bear it. In his previous life, when Shark Demon had no choice but to activate Profound Ice House, all the immortal zombies had to share the burden of immortal essence consumption, and the amount of consumption had greatly distressed everyone. The price to activate an immortal goo house was huge. Because the amount of immortal essence consumed was extremely high. Fang Yuan was now in a poor state. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely be able to gather one set of immortal materials for refining change form immortal goo. And now, he had failed the refinement, losing most of the immortal materials. He had little money in possession. Even though he had many rich income sources like the Guts Goo trade, earning 1,000 immortal essence stones every month, half of a year of accumulating this income would not be enough to activate the immortal goo house for even 30 seconds. But none of these mattered. Fang Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had large amounts of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was rank 9. The immortal essence he had left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables could form. The quality of this immortal essence was countless times greater than green grape immortal essence. The difference between the two was like the gap between heaven and earth. Giant Sun's immortal essence could not be used by Fang Yuan himself, but the immortal goo house could absorb it. Immortal goo houses could absorb immortal essence of others. Otherwise, Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies would not be able to combine their powers to activate Profound Ice House. This was the fundamental characteristic of Immortal Goo House, integrating the power of a group of immortals into one. Fang Yuan had thought of this in his previous life. As far as he was concerned, Giant Sun's immortal essence was like water with a source or a tree without roots. The more it was used, the more it would be consumed and it could not be replenished. Thus, the even more economical method was to gather many goo immortals to serve as a source of labor in activating the immortal goo house. Unfortunately, the southern border Gu immortals had died too quickly. Or one could say Fang Yuan was not able to make it in time. Graceful chaotic dual stage had yet to be refined by anyone when the great strength true martial immortal zombie had broken out. This was a huge pity. If I have graceful chaotic dual stage, I could resist even that beam of life that was about to kill me. Fang Yuan had confidence. Graceful chaotic dual stage naturally was not Heaven Overseeing Tower's match, but Heaven Overseeing Tower's condition was not optimum. That light pillars might have been reduced after being whittled down by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. With graceful chaotic dual stage, although he could not say with a house in hand, the world is mine, it was enough to say with a house in hand, advancing or retreating is up to me. With a house in hand, the world is mine. The rank 888 Truyang building could be said to be one such example. It was specialized in plundering goo worms, even immortal goo. The rank 8 refinement cauldron was another one. Compared to the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage, self-strength immortal goo, all-out effort immortal goo, star thought immortal goo, all of them seemed unimportant. As long as he had the immortal goo house with giant sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan could use his rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level and immortal zombie body to forcibly fight rank 8s, directly becoming one of the strongest experts. Just thinking about it gives me a bit of excitement. Fang Yuan carefully inspected his surroundings, and after confirming there was no one around, he immediately drilled into the ground, entering deep into the earth. What's going on? Where is graceful chaotic dual stage? Fang Yuan was filled with doubts and disappointment. After he was reborn, he had almost immediately hurried to Etian Mountain, thinking of getting this immortal goo house. But when he searched under the ground, he discovered that graceful chaotic dual stage was simply not present. Even that rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not be found. Could it be that there were other reasons behind the appearance of graceful chaotic dual stage? I came early, so the opportunity was not available. Fang Yuan frowned as he pondered. He had guessed correctly. Previously, the reason graceful chaotic dual stage appeared was due to Bai Ningbing. He had activated a mysterious immortal goo, and this immortal goo had been given to him by old man Yen Shi. Fang Yuan naturally did not know this detail. He also did not have this immortal goo, so he could not find any trace of graceful chaotic dual stage. If graceful chaotic dual stage was simply buried under the ground, then it would probably have already been discovered by others. How would it remain up until now? Without any other choice, Fang Yuan could only leave quietly. He was unable to obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. As such, Fang Yuan had to modify his plans and put it aside for the moment, carrying out his other ideas first. After moving a long distance from Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan carefully activated Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal Goo's aura leaked, jade green radiance flashed. The next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from southern border and appeared in that giant formation in Northern Plains Earth Trench. This giant formation was a space path formation. The space inside it was extremely large. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to enter here. In this life, he had once again used fixed immortal travel to enter here. There were no mishaps or setbacks. Moreover, this time he directly entered the central area of the Goo Formation. This was a large, desolate land of purple sand. In this desolate land, some rarely seen and extremely valuable immortal materials were spread. His memories were still very clear. Fang Yuan did not even need to put in the effort to search. He directly ran to each key area and collected the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank. They were basically all at rank 8, and there were even some top-quality rank 8 materials with such dense Dao marks that their light could be seen with naked eyes. Like the tiger-striped honeybee's wings, the fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix's body. Altogether, 18 immortal materials ended up in Fang Yuan's hands once again. He then moved to the middle of the desolate land of purple sand where he discovered those multi-layered goo formations once again. He carefully inspected the contents and saw it was just like his previous life. He left the goo formations as they were but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fang Yuan naturally did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture method for others. Before leaving, Fang Yuan gave the place a final glance, sighing inwardly. He knew that outside the desolate land of purple sand, there were large numbers of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses, But these immortal materials only looked impressive. Once they were picked up, they would all turn into purple sand. Thus, Fang Yuan did not even look at them. In his previous life, he had to painstakingly scheme, joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters first, then after being schemed by Blazing Heaven Demonis, he was thrown into Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City. He had to deceive several immortal zombies before he was able to enter Earth Trench. He kept on scheming the whole way, not hesitating to be swallowed by the mouth earthworm, then arriving at the nest of Yiksha octopuses, searching painstakingly, taking the risk to unravel a small portion of the goo formation, before he was finally able to enter this hidden space. But this life, because of rebirth, he went straight to his destination, getting the maximum benefits while spending the least amount of time and energy. The whole process was very simple. It was like a dream. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan left the place and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Change form immortal goo's refinement failed. Not only was the success Dalmark lost, most of the immortal materials were also destroyed. To prepare for this single refinement of change form immortal goo, he had taken out all his assets. After rebirth, he could be said to be dirt poor. But now, he had these precious immortal materials as very timely assistants. These immortal materials were extremely valuable. If their value was to be maximized, it would undoubtedly be by keeping them until a time when Fang Yuan refined rank 8 immortal goo. However, the time needed for this was too long. Fang Yuan's cultivation was still at the bottom tier of rank 6. Advancing to rank 8 was a distant prospect and not within the foreseeable future. Fang Yuan had already considered how to make full use of these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan put several of the immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, causing a huge commotion among the goo immortals. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, these immortal materials were extremely rare and were very sought after. Fang Yuan easily traded them for the things he wanted, and fed all the immortal goo he had except for self-strength immortal goo and wisdom goo. Taking a look over the immortal goo Fang Yuan had: Strength Path, Self-strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Iron Crown, Eagle Strength, Eat Strength. Star Path, Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight. Luck Path, Connect Luck, Time Luck, Calamity Beckoning. Besides these, there was also his first vital goo, Spring Autumn Cicada, the extremely practical Space Path Immortal Goo, Fixed Immortal Travel, the less frequently used Poison Path Immortal Goo, Woman's Heart, a Soul Path Immortal Goo, Cleanse Soul, and a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had change form immortal goo at this time. But after rebirth, the refinement had failed, and change form immortal goo did not exist. As for the rank 9 wisdom goo, Fang Yuan could not refine it, so it was temporarily placed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, whether it could be considered Fang Yuan's immortal goo was debatable. Normally, most rank 6 goo immortals only had mortal goo and not even one immortal goo. The number of immortal goo Fang Yuan had already numbered 16, without counting wisdom goo. As such, the burden of feeding the immortal goo was extremely heavy and had always been on Fang Yuan's mind. The feeding issue of the immortal goo was resolved for now. Fang Yuan could relax for the moment. Land Spirit. Fang Yuan softly spoke in the secret room. Master, I am here. The land spirit Little Hu Immortal swiftly appeared, beaming with a smile, and hugged Fang Yuan's leg. Master, I didn't disturb you because you were busy, but I really missed you, Little Hu Immortal said while shaking her furry tail, before saying some childlike words. Although Master has turned ugly. Fang Yuan laughed, stroking Little Hu Immortal's head as he instructed her. Go command all the hairy men in the stone nests to start refining only airsac goo. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately replied. You can leave now. Okay? Little Hu Immortal gazed at Fang Yuan with a reluctant look, before disappearing. Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted, as he activated fixed immortal travel, leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he appeared again, he was already at Langya Blessed Land. At this time, Langya Land Spirit had not changed his nature, and was still that long-robed, white hair, and seemingly sage-like land spirit. Why are you here? That immortal material I wanted. Did you get it? If you didn't, then there is no need for discussion. Langya Land Spirit waved his large sleeves and spoke with a cold and detached expression when he saw Fang Yuan. Because of his excessive demands, Fang Yuan's relationship with Lang Ye Land Spirit had already turned cold. Fang Yuan wanted to request for Lang Ye Land Spirit's help, but Lang Ye Land Spirit's condition was extremely harsh, asking Fang Yuan to get a type of immortal material, and this immortal material's origin was from the immemorial 9 heavens, and was extremely rare even in treasure yellow heaven. If not for this, Lang Ye Land Spirit would not have asked Fang Yuan to do this. Of course I have it, take a look. Fang Yuan laughed, not minding Lang Ye Land Spirit's cold attitude. You really got it? Lang Ye Land Spirit looked at the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand. His expression immediately relaxed and his tone revealed his incredulous feelings. Clearly, he had not been optimistic about Fang Yuan's chances. Rightfully so. The task of getting this immortal material had already surpassed Fang Yuan's capabilities. At least that was the case in his previous life. But in this life, after Fang Yuan was reborn, he made use of the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands. Why would he fear not being able to purchase goods of this level? Fang Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to Lang Ye Land Spirit. I need a certain amount of exert strength goo and disappointment goo along with large numbers of star thought goo. Fang Yuan already knew Lang Ye Blessed Land was extremely special. The space inside was so large that it had already surpassed most grotto heavens. This was because Lang Ye Land Spirit had merged the rank 8 immortal goo house, refinement cauldron, into the whole blessed land. Countless hairy men lived here, the number beyond imagination. The land of cloud soil in front of him was only a layer of clouds in Lang Ye Blessed Land. Under this layer were 3 continents, where large numbers of hairy men lived. Specializing in goo refinement, they selected talents, living and working in peace and happiness. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely simple for Lang Ye Land Spirit to refine exert strength goo, disappointment goo and star thought goo. On the basis of this immortal material, I will do you this favor. Lang Ye Land Spirit replied before adding, but next time I hope to get scales of the half-moon Qilin, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I won't agree to any of your requests. His tone was still rather frigid, but his expression was no longer cold. Fang Yuan nodded, and without speaking further, he activated fixed immortal travel and left. He possessed the life and death immortal aperture revival method as well as a strength path version of Nirvana Fire so he could get rid of the immortal zombie body and become a living person. But for the moment, Fang Yuan had no plans to do so. Becoming alive would only mean having the potential to advance. His cultivation would still be at the bottom tier of rank 6. He would also lose his immortal zombie body, and his battle strength would instead decrease. More importantly, Fang Yuan did not have much lifespan left, and thus would not be able to use the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan asked Lang Ye Land Spirit to refine exert strength goo and disappointment goo as early preparations for the future. What he had paid for this was an immortal material, while Lang Ye Land Spirit was only refining mortal goo. Although the numbers were somewhat huge, Fang Yuan had still incurred a loss. But Fang Yuan did not seriously concern himself with it. He had his own plans regarding Lang Ye Land Spirit, but it was not the time for them yet. Fang Yuan left Lang Ye Blessed Land, directly arriving at a certain village in Central Continent. There was an extraordinary tree here. It was a spring dream fruit tree. It indeed still exists. Fang Yuan hid his figure and inspected it, feeling some joy. In his previous life, he had obtained information about this tree from Mo Yao's will, but before he could collect the spring dream fruits, this tree was cut down by someone. But after rebirth, Fang Yuan had no need to join Zombie Alliance and search for the revival method. He was able to come here half a year early, making up for regret in his previous life. Spring dream fruit trees were a very special type of plant. They could be any kind of fruit tree, but only extremely few fruit trees could become spring dream fruit trees. One of these spring dream fruit trees was next to a farmer's home. The head of the family was an old man, known as Old Man Chin. Son, in half a year you will be married. I will build a house for you. The main girder of the house will be built using this fire date tree. Old Man Chun stood in front of the tree and patted its thick bark as he spoke to his son who was at the side. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, pleased, Father, this is a good idea. This date tree is older than the history of our village. I remember that it has already stopped producing dates. It will be useless even if it keeps on growing. Cutting it down to construct the main girder for my house will be putting it to good use. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. He was standing not far away but was invisible. Old Man Chen and his son, who were not even Gu masters, were unable to sense him. Finding out by chance the reason for the spring dream fruit tree being cut down, Fang Yuan inwardly frowned. This spring dream fruit tree's existence was supported by this date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams and did not have a material body. But it required a real tree to be the foundation for it to live long. This date tree was several thousand years old. Only old trees like this could be used by the spring dream fruit tree. Naturally, the specific requirements involved not just age. Humans needed to be living near the tree. The dreams of these humans from generation after generation would nourish the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this place was once the base of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted every several hundred years, the large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil in the surroundings. Attracted by the excellent natural farmland, there would be people migrating now and then. They would gradually form villages which would later be destroyed by the volcanic eruptions. Fire date trees were extremely resistant to heat. They could even resist lava, thus they were able to continue existing. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But to move the date tree, there needed to be corresponding dream path methods to move the spring dream fruit tree at the same time. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would only obtain an ordinary date tree and not the spring dream fruit tree. Fang Yuan did not have methods to move the spring dream fruit tree. Currently, it was not possible for him to even pick the spring dream fruits. He would need to refine some dream path mortal goo that were targeted at picking the fruits. In the past, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized the extraordinariness of this tree, but due to her limited knowledge, or perhaps she also sensed that casually picking the tree would not work, she chose to leave it behind. It seemed I still need to preserve the living environment of this spring dream fruit tree for some time. Fang Yuan flicked a finger. Two wills separately drilled into the minds of Old Man Chen and his son. The son suddenly let out tears. Father, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't produce dates anymore, I want to keep on seeing it. It has accompanied me as I have grown. When I was young, I urinated on the tree. When I got slightly older, I built a swing on it. Let's forget about cutting it down. Sigh. All right. Old Man Chen's eyes had also reddened, nodding emotionally. Then let it continue to grow here. We will choose another tree. Although there is not any that is as tall as this one, they will be enough for the main girder of the new house. After dealing with the mortal's thoughts, Fang Yuan arranged a goo formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. In the meantime, he would have to refine some corresponding dream path mortal goo to pick up the fruits. This required time. Almost all the refinement materials for dream path mortal goo were derived from dreamrealm.s. According to how my previous life went, after refining change form immortal goo, I helped Tai Bai Yunsheng pass his tribulation, then participated in the battle to defend Langya Blessed Land. After the battle, I took up the identity of Xingxiangzi to enter Eastern Sea and participate in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. In this process, because of the collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Immortal Crane Sect to invade a fragment world of the Grotto Heaven. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness appeared, defeating the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was forcefully recruited by Blazing Heaven Demoness, then returned to Northern Plains and obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I took part in killing He Chang, then was forced to set a new agreement with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others, then we went on to seize Luopa Valley. Finally, I took part in the Battle of Etian Mountain. This time, after my rebirth luckily succeeded, my main objective is still the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. As long as I can become the owner of this Immortal Goo House, I can smoothly suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. In that case, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan's plan of taking the Immortal Goo House early had failed, how could one failure shake his resolution? Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had not appeared now. Then he could only wait for the moment it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan had been to take the Immortal Goo House, then suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. He would wait until the alliance agreement expired, then he would use the Immortal Goo House to deal with He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis. Maybe he could even borrow the rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Refinement Cauldron from Langya Blessed Land, and seize their Immortal Goo, obtaining the greatest benefits. However, he could not do that now. Without the Immortal Goo House, Fong Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than He Lu Lan's side. Even if he had many plans and plots, without strength, they could not come to fruition. After all, He Lu Lan was also a formidable character. She was not someone who could be trifled with easily. This was clear from when she killed her own father, then disguised herself to enter He tribe. Fong Yuan's original plan was wonderful, but reality was cruel. Fong Yuan made calculations on the basis of the worst possible situation. If graceful chaotic dual stage appeared at the same time as in his previous life, then he would be unable to covertly take this Immortal Goo House. The likelihood of this was huge. When graceful chaotic dual stage appeared, it produced a grand sight. The battle scene of that day in history kept on being displayed. If that is the case, then I can only follow my previous life and participate in the gambling contest between the southern border Goo Immortals and personally entering the demonic path side on Etian Mountain. If he went in like this, the risks would be extremely huge. He would have to face the Goo Immortals of southern border, Shadow Sect, and also Heavenly Court. It would be entering great danger. But how can there be gains without any danger? Fong Yuan was cautious, but he did not lack the mindset to take risks. The huge benefits had already made him resolve to take the risk. He had been reborn and had plenty of experiences and knowledge of his previous life. If he did not dare to conspire, then Fong Yuan considered this to simply be cowardly. Since the protection of the spring dream fruit tree has been ensured, I can put it aside for the moment. I should change my plans. I need to ally with He Lu Lan again. Fong Yuan had self-strength Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demonis would definitely target him. If Fong Yuan obtained the Immortal Goo House early, then he would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demonis. But the situation happened to be different now. Fong Yuan needed to obtain the Immortal Goo House, and in the process, he might have to face the southern border Goo Immortals, Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court. Now, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yunshang, He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demonis and others, especially Blazing Heaven Demonis with her rank 8 cultivation, she could add much power to the Immortal Goo House. In his previous life, Fong Yuan had suffered from going in alone without help. When Shadow Sect mobilized, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both in Shao Hun Blessed Land using Luopa Valley to cultivate their soul. And Tai Bai Yinshin was still in Eastern Sea. Naturally, it was also because Fong Yuan had intentionally concealed it from He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan and the others, sneaking into Etian Mountain alone. Even if Fong Yuan revived, he would only have rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation. To advance to rank 7, he needed to go through many earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In the Blessed Land's time, it would take 300 years. There was clearly not enough time for Fong Yuan to do this. Of course, he could also devour Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, but his body had a Strength Path Immortal aperture which did not relate to these blessed lands. Right now, the utmost priority was to turn enemies into allies and strategize from there. Fong Yuan wanted to eliminate He Lu Lan and the others, but this kind of impatience could spoil his grand scheme. There were many times when one needed to compromise. To accomplish one's aims in the world, it was necessary for any person to compromise and to learn how to compromise. No matter how high someone's position was, they would need to follow this. Giving up small benefits for greater benefits, this was a display of a person's growth. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fong Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In his previous life, when Fong Yuan wanted to target He Lu Lan, she had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the outside world. Her tracks were concealed, and as such Fong Yuan was not able to make a move against her. But in this life, at this time, He Lu Lan still was staying in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her Strength Chi Immortal Goo to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine Airsac Goo. When Fong Yuan found He Lu Lan, she was within a stone nest. She was holding an information path mortal goo in her hand, frowning at the information brought by the goo worm. Seeing Fong Yuan, He Lu Lan raised the information path mortal goo and asked, "Did you hear about the matter of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent ambushing Song Zixing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I did. This matter can be kept secret from mortals, but it cannot be hidden from Gu immortals. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are hiding their traces, the other Gu immortals in Central Continent would not want to keep this a secret right now. They are looking forward to seeing some drama in the 10 great ancient sections. Oh! He Lu Lan sighed deeply. Such a prime opportunity, but we missed it. If we could kill Song Zixing during this period, we might be able to obtain star form blessed land. Fang Yuan glanced at He Lu Lan, sighing internally. This person really is formidable. She already had attitude Gu, but had restrained herself. Not only was he not informed, she did not even inform her closest friend and relative, her Aunt Fairy Li Shan. To deceive the enemy, one had to start from deceiving those they were closest to. But Fang Yuan was like her. He had obtained possession of star-form blessed land, but had deliberately concealed the information, keeping He Lu Lan in the dark. In his previous life, were it not for blazing heaven Demonis, this secret would not have been revealed. It was because Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were similar kinds of people that Fang Yuan appreciated He Lu Lan while also being apprehensive at the same time. If possible, he truly wanted to get rid of her and get rid of her quickly. But destiny worked in mysterious ways. Fang Yuan had to deepen his collaboration with He Lu Lan to obtain the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. Therefore, at the next moment, Fang Yuan took out self-strength immortal Gu, placing it in his hand and holding it out for He Lu Lan. Self-strength immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's action shook He Lu Lan's mind. This immortal Gu was originally hers, but because she failed her tribulation, she had been trapped in a dream realm and was later saved by Fang Yuan. The result was that this immortal Gu became the price for saving He Lu Lan, ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. This self-strength immortal Gu had huge significance to He Lu Lan. Not only was it very suitable for He Lu Lan as she possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path. This self-strength immortal Gu had been refined by He Lu Lan's mother, Su Xian Heir, and was a memento she left to He Lu Lan. Thus, self-strength immortal Gu had extremely great importance to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan had been extremely unwilling to give it, but she had no other choice. She thought about this immortal Gu day and night, and really wished she could seize it back from Fang Yuan. However, she had restrained this impulse. On one hand, it was because Gu worms were very difficult to take away and could be destroyed with a thought from their owner. On another hand, it was because He Lu Lan was astute. She deeply understood there was an art called compromise when interacting with people. He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan were natural allies. He Lu Lan still needed to rely on the Guts Gu business to support her cultivation. Working together created benefits, while being enemies formed losses, so He Lu Lan had continued to endure. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lu Lan had not raised any objection towards Fang Yuan having self-strength immortal Gu. It was as if she had already forgotten this. She had deep shrewdness. But now, Fang Yuan was suddenly handing over the self-strength immortal Gu, like he was returning it to its rightful owner. He Lu Lan was caught unprepared and was unable to conceal her desire. But at once, He Lu Lan calmed down. Her frown deepened as she fixed her sharp gaze on Fang Yuan. She had already snapped back to awareness, and she was filled with vigilance. She knew Fang Yuan's nature, and just like Fang Yuan, who had both appreciation and apprehension towards her, she also felt the same about Fang Yuan. Why would Fang Yuan hand over self-strength immortal Gu for no reason? This is impossible. Then what is he planning? As if seeing He Lu Lan's doubts, Fang Yuan chuckled. Don't be nervous. Self-strength immortal Gu is rather suitable for me as well, but I believe this immortal Gu is more important to you. Like they say, a gentleman doesn't take advantage of others. Isn't that the case? He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with dark light. She glanced at the self-strength immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's hand, before fixing her gaze on Fang Yuan, sneering, You are a gentleman? Just say what you want to say. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. If I speak directly, I am afraid it will scare you. He Lu Lan snorted. Just tell me. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered, speaking in a serious tone. Then I won't beat around the bush. I want to use this self-strength immortal Gu to trade for your attitude Gu. What? He Lu Lan's body shook. The ferocious glint in her eyes increased. and she almost took a step back involuntarily. I have kept the matter of acquiring attitude goo extremely secret. How did he know? I hid it from even little Ant. Besides heaven and earth only I know. The shock He Lu Lan felt was hard to express. This was her greatest secret, but it was suddenly exposed by Fang Yuan. She could not help being shocked. Killing intent surged inside her, subconsciously wanting to attack Fang Yuan, to eliminate the person who knows her secret. This was the nature of ferocious characters. However, at this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat a step. This movement was simple but had subtle effects on He Lu Lan's current mentality. He Lu Lan was like a frightened beast, but Fang Yuan moved away some distance and showed a harmless smile, emitting good intention, making He Lu Lan feel safer. He Lu Lan's eyes squinted into a slit, fixing her gaze at Fang Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice. Her killing intent had not dispelled yet. Instead, it was restrained for now. It seems you truly possess the legendary attitude goo. Fang Yuan pretended to be observing her expression and spoke with a surprised tone. He Lu Lan stared blankly before speaking in fury. You tricked me? Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. Do you still remember my master, Purple Mountain True Monarch? He Lu Lan took a deep breath. Hearing the name of Purple Mountain True Monarch again, she was filled with wariness. She knew this Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan was his disciple and so was Tai Bai Yunxing. That was the reason why Fang Yuan called Tai Bai Yunxing senior brother. Of course, all this was false information. In his previous life, even Blazing Heaven Demonis had been deceived. It was your master who informed you? He Lu Lan asked. Her killing intent went down to rock bottom. From her view, Fang Yuan had huge backing. It was very difficult to kill Fang Yuan, let alone Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was not someone she could handle. After all, at this time, Fairy Li Shan had yet to fully reconcile with Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fang Yuan chuckled. What do you think? He Lu Lan snorted, thoughts churning in her mind. Purple Mountain True Monarch actually knows my secret. He indeed has vast powers and is unfathomable. Fortunately, we have set an agreement with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan is really scheming. No matter how important self-strength immortal goo is, it is only a rank 6 immortal goo. How could it be traded for my attitude goo? Humph. He Lu Lan immediately refused Fang Yuan's suggestion. My attitude goo is a rank 8 immortal goo. As long as it is someone with a thinking mind, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary goo worm recorded in the Legends of Renzu. You are actually thinking of using the rank 6 self-strength immortal goo to trade for my attitude goo. Hee hee. Aren't you daydreaming? Fang Yuan pondered it before speaking. Then how will you trade for it? Not trading. He Lu Lan immediately replied firmly. Fang Yuan's expression sank, letting out a dangerous aura. He Lu Lan, think properly. I will remind you this is my territory, my Hu Immortal blessed land. He Lu Lan laughed loudly. Ha ha, so what? Don't forget the agreement between us, it has not ended yet. Allies cannot attack each other. Of course. He Lu Lan added, you have your master's backing, maybe you have already undone your restrictions. But do you think I, He Lu Lan, am afraid of death? You underestimate me too much. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my goo worms before I die. Also, I know all about the resources that are in your Hu Immortal blessed land. After the battle, how many of these resources will remain? Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before cannot restore these resources. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh. In his previous life, he had threatened Blazing Heaven Demonis by showing a fearless stance towards death. This life, after he was reborn, He Lu Lan was using the same method to pressure him, and he similarly had to accept and go along with it. Fang Yuan's expression changed, laughing and clapping. He Lu Lan, I wouldn't dare to underestimate you. It was only a joke. Using a rank 6 immortal goo in exchange for a rank 8. Your joke only reveals your greed and stupidity. He Lu Lan coldly berated, without giving any face to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with sharp light. Then I will add some more on the table. How about I give up in contesting for Star Form Blessed Land? He Lu Lan shook her head. Giving up in contesting for it? Even if you hand over both Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land to me, I won't trade it. Attitude goo is not only a rank 8 immortal goo. The requirements to use it are very minimal. It doesn't need immortal essence and only consumes mental energy. That means even I, a rank 6 goo immortal, can use this rank 8 immortal goo. This kind of immortal goo is a peerless treasure. I absolute won't give it up. Don't mention trading for it. Fong Yuan, you are a smart person. You won't make useless efforts, right? Fong Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I shall take a step back. I want to use self-strength immortal goo to exchange for your slavery immortal goo. He Lu Lan's eyebrows raised. She had a slavery immortal goo. She had obtained it during the final moments in Imperial Court Blessed Land after deceiving Giant Sun's will. He Lu Lan sank into silence. Fong Yuan's offer enticed her. As far as she was concerned, self-strength immortal goo's value was undoubtedly far above slavery immortal goo. He Lu Lan gazed at Fong Yuan's eyes. My slavery immortal goo is only rank 6. You are using rank 6 in exchange for rank 6. This is feasible. But slavery immortal goo cannot be used repeatedly. It can only be used once. Trading self-strength for slavery. Don't you think you are losing out? Yes, there is some loss. Fong Yuan laughed before raising a finger. So I still have a condition. I want to borrow attitude goo for some time. He Lu Lan did not reply, sinking into silence. Fong Yuan was trying all kinds of methods to borrow attitude goo. This made her acutely sense the importance of attitude goo to Fong Yuan. However, how much importance it had, He Lu Lan was not too sure. She needed to probe. Therefore, she refused. I will not lend attitude goo. Fong Yuan's expression sank. Then forget it. He then turned around, leaving. He Lu Lan stood at her spot, watching coldly without moving. Fong Yuan moved several steps before stopping, turning around with a bitter smile as he faced He Lu Lan again. I only want to borrow attitude goo for 3 years. 3 years? I wouldn't agree even if it was 3 days. He Lu Lan's expression was cold and ruthless. Internally, however, she was excited. She saw an opportunity to rip off Fong Yuan. He Lu Lan's concealment was good, but she was in the end still young, and Fong Yuan was an old monster who had lived hundreds of years. Fong Yuan gave a displeased snort. How could he not know He Lu Lan's current thoughts? He threw out his trump card. It seems you don't want revenge. You have such a good opportunity in front of you to kill He Cheng. But it feels like you don't want it. What? He Cheng? He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint, her expression fluctuating. Although He Cheng was her own father, the hatred between them was so great, she would not rest until he was dead. Killing He Cheng and taking revenge was already the greatest obsession of He Lu Lan. This obsession was so deep that it had affected her cultivation, becoming a permanent scar in her mind. In Fong Yuan's previous life, He Lu Lan had killed He Cheng, got back the self-strength immortal goo, dispelled the scar in her mind and found herself, so when she activated strength path phantoms, they turned into her appearance, and not the brawny burly man. The negotiation with He Lu Lan lasted for 6 hours. After it ended, even Fong Yuan with his immortal zombie body felt extremely exhausted. His pitiful immortal zombie mind could not think on its own easily. Who knew how many thoughts he wasted in the process? He Lu Lan also wasn't better off. She felt this negotiation was much more exhausting than an intense battle of life and death. A feeling of weakness emitted from deep within her, her tongue went dry and she was feeling dizzy. After the negotiation, Fong Yuan brought over Tai Bai Yun Shang and formed a new agreement with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Fong Yuan handed over self-strength immortal goo, trading for He Lu Lan's slavery immortal goo, as well as borrowing attitude goo for 1 year. Fong Yuan also had to provide an opportunity to kill He Cheng for He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. As for Star Form Blessed Land, everyone would continue to participate fairly. Besides these, Fong Yuan also obtained He Lu Lan's consent to connect their luck. The new agreement was tightly linked together in all aspects. Even Fairy Li Shan with her information path quasi-great grandmaster attainment would need to spend several years to break the agreement. More importantly, it also took account of Blazing Heaven Demonis. There was a condition inside that stated more allies could be added, but the new allies must follow the agreement. Moreover, both sides could not get the help of external forces to target each other. Both sides would also have a one-time opportunity to request for support, and once used, the other side must be assisted. The compensation after the matter would be calculated according to the specific situation. The agreement was extremely stringent. The division of profits was stipulated in detail. Fang Yuan used He Lu Lan's apprehension towards Purple Mountain True Monarch and his previous life's memories to reach his goal. One who could only fight was no more than a bore. Battles could not resolve all issues. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans possessed great wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down this gift from heaven. After the agreement was made, Fang Yuan's situation had changed greatly. First of all, He Lu Lan was Fairy Black Moon, with vigorous luck that would not decline for a long time. Fang Yuan connected his luck with hers, offsetting Spring-Autumn Cicada's flaw. Second, he was able to borrow the rank 8 Attitude Goo. This immortal goo was used in the past by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was the core goo of the legendary Immortal Killer move, Familiar Face. Back then, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had only been rank 6 goo immortal, but by using this killer move, he deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals in a row, obtaining large amounts of treasures as well as causing the 2 rank 8 goo immortals to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fang Yuan had lost change form immortal goo, but obtained attitude goo, which was countless times better. His improved vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would be sharply increased to an astonishing level. Fang Yuan was now confident of deceiving even rank 8 goo immortals. Lastly was Blazing Heaven Demoness. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness, this rank 8 goo immortal, had schemed against Fang Yuan. This life, Fang Yuan had reached a new agreement with Fairy Li Shan and others which could be taken as stopping Blazing Heaven Demoness' scheme early. Blazing Heaven Demoness' guilt and affection towards He Lu Lan was her biggest weakness. Fang Yuan was planning to inadvertently make use of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance, when He Lu Lan falls into a predicament while assisting Fang Yuan, could Blazing Heaven Demoness do nothing? Could be said that He Lu Lan was the best tool to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. He Lu Lan's side is no longer an obstacle to me. After turning enemies into allies, my plans should now go much more smoothly. But He Lu Lan and the others are extremely shrewd. They are not easy to fool. They are now very satisfied with this new alliance agreement, but they will slowly realize the enormous advantage I am holding. At that time, they will definitely be displeased and may even try to go against me. Because of his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan was able to gain the advantage. But he had not removed his vigilance against He Lu Lan's side. Wait until I possess graceful chaotic dual stage, then the course will be set, the contrast between the strength of our sides will be overturned. Even if He Lu Lan's side is unsatisfied, they won't be able to create any problems. Fang Yuan did not hesitate on giving up self-strength immortal goo. It was because he was planning for the immortal goo house, graceful chaotic dual stage, and the great strength true martial immortal zombie. With self-strength immortal goo, he would only have the first style of myriad self. At best, his strength would only be rank 7. But with the immortal goo house, Fang Yuan did not need to fear even rank 8s easily advancing or retreating. After obtaining attitude goo, Fang Yuan stored it in his own immortal aperture and moved to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit was extremely surprised, asking, "So quickly? You got what I wanted." No, Fang Yuan shook his head. Langya Land Spirit's expression immediately turned gloomy, shouting coldly, "Fang Yuan, you brat, are you disregarding my words? Before you left last time, I told you Langya Blessed Land is not a place for you to come whenever you want. If you don't have the immortal material I want, then don't come bothering me. I won't agree to any of your requests. Is that so?" Fang Yuan chuckled, his attitude calm. "What if I want to use my final opportunity to request you to refine goo for me?" Ah! Langya Land Spirit was staring blankly, lost for words. Fang Yuan had stolen Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter, arriving at Langya Blessed Land with the identity of an inheritor of Thieving Heaven. Because Longhair Ancestor had made an agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Langya Land Spirit had to refine goo 3 times for Fang Yuan without any costs. If refining mortal goo, Langya Land Spirit must guarantee the success of the goo refinement. If refining immortal goo, Langya Land Spirit could fail, but the materials for the goo refinement must come from his own pockets. Fang Yuan had used 2 opportunities. The first was to refine Stargate goo. Although this goo worm was only immortal goo, it had provided huge help to Fang Yuan at that time. The second was to refine second aperture goo. During the goo refinement process, Fong Yuan drank 4 types of fine wines, obtaining divine travel goo. Finally, he used divine travel goo to trade for gruel mud immortal goo from Langya land spirit. Thus, Fong Yuan only had one remaining opportunity to request goo refinement. Langya land spirit said sternly, "Kid, what goo do you want to refine?" Fong Yuan laughed heartily, patting Langya land spirit's shoulder. "I only said, if. I don't truly want to waste the 3rd opportunity now." Langya land spirit snorted, brushing away Fong Yuan's hand and dusting off his clothing with extremely dislike. But in the end, he did not speak anymore. As long as Fong Yuan did not use his final opportunity, he could casually enter Langya blessed land. Langya land spirit knew this was Fong Yuan's warning towards him, even a verbal attack. But he was unable to do anything about it, so he felt very displeased. "If you don't want to use the final chance, then leave quickly," Langya land spirit said, displeased. Fong Yuan unconcernedly shrugged his shoulders. "Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned, but I brought this. Take a look." The corners of Langya land spirit's lips curled up. "Brat, you want to deceive me? Humph, you think immortal materials can easily substitute for each other? I cannot." He suddenly stopped speaking. His eyes flew wide open. His gaze intensified sharply as it fixed upon the immortal material in Fong Yuan's hand. This immortal material naturally was not a simple one. It was a rank 8 immortal material Fong Yuan had picked up inside the goo formation in Earth Trench. Langya land spirit's eyes were captivated. This looks like fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix's body. Langya land spirit stuttered in an incredulous tone. Fong Yuan gave a thumbs up. "As expected of Langya land spirit, you are correct. After I obtained this immortal material, I had to spend some effort before I found out its origin." As he said this, Fong Yuan handed this immortal material to Langya land spirit. Langya land spirit did not restrain himself. He quickly stretched his hand, grabbing the immortal material and put it in front of his eyes, examining carefully. "Good stuff, good stuff. Sure enough, it is a fragment of a cloud phoenix. This is a rare object. What dog's hit luck do you have to actually get such a treasure?" Langya land spirit muttered non-stop. He was extremely enticed, and his gaze looked somewhat infatuated. No matter which Langya land spirit it was, they both originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor excelled in goo refinement and was also infatuated with it. Langya land spirit had also inherited this nature. Right now, as Langya land spirit looked at this rank 8 immortal material, his thoughts started to fluctuate. He had bitterly sought for such immortal materials, but had not found them. If he had this, the gaps in materials for a lot of immortal goo recipes could be filled up. The goo refinement materials for 1 or 2 immortal goo would even be collected entirely, and the goo refinement could begin immediately. Langya land spirit had already stopped paying attention to Fong Yuan. His gaze was tightly fixed at the Cloud Phoenix's fragment, inspecting it from all directions. He was almost salivating. Even in Langya blessed land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. Why? It was simple, they were hard to gather. Like this Cloud Phoenix's fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. This Cloud Phoenix was extremely powerful, able to match rank 8 goo immortals. To gather this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill the Cloud Phoenix. Goo immortals were few in numbers. Rank 8 goo immortals were even fewer, only a handful of them existed. They had to consider their tribulations and their own safety and would not easily start a battle. Unless they had some specific demands, there would be extremely few rank 8 immortal materials entering the market. This was also the reason why Fong Yuan had only put 2 immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Yet he was easily able to trade for all kinds of food for immortal goo. Even Langya land spirit's main body, Long-Hair Ancestor, did not have too much capability to personally gather rank 8 immortal materials. One of the reasons he agreed to refine goo for thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was to borrow the strength of the rank 9 Venerables to gather rank 8 immortal materials. Fong Yuan saw Langya land spirit's expression and smiled. He then took out another rank 8 immortal material and intentionally asked, "Langya land spirit, help me check the origins of this immortal material." "Ah!" Lang Yilan's spirit raised his head to take a glance, immediately letting out a loud and shocked scream. His eyes were wild with joy. Heavens, isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped honeybee? Look, such beautiful lights from Dow marks. The metal path Dow marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light from the Dow marks with our naked eyes. Brat, how could you obtain something of this level? It simply angers me to death. I searched so hard for so many years, but even I have barely over 20 of them. They are so precious that I am not willing to use them. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. What if I say I picked them up? Do you believe me? Saying this, he immediately took back the Cloud Phoenix's fragment from Lang Yilan's spirit's hand. Lang Yilan's spirit was caught unprepared, and after he reacted, he gave a miserable howl, feeling like a piece of his heart had been cut out. He stamped his foot and shouted, "What are you doing?" Doing what? Fang Yuan had a baffled expression. This belongs to me. Are you thinking of stealing it? Lang Yilan's spirit stiffened. He was not able to retort and could only glare at Fang Yuan. Lang Yilan's spirit looked straight into Fang Yuan's eyes, unsure of what to say. These immortal materials were Fang Yuan's. He was so anxious that he almost scratched his own head. Fang Yuan looked at Lang Yilan's spirit with a smile. Not matter how bad Lang Yilan's spirit's attitude towards him was. As long as these immortal materials were with him, he seemed to have taken hold of Lang Yilan's spirit's weakness. Suddenly, Lang Yilan's spirit's eyes turned, and he quickly reacted. He was no longer anxious, instead sneering. Humph! Brat, do I still not know you? You swindler, you don't do anything without benefits. Speak. What advantage you want to take from me? Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy. Your words are really wrong. I didn't come to take advantage of you, but to do a fair transaction with you. Hee hee. Lang Yilan's spirit was already somewhat prepared for Fang Yuan's shamelessness. Speak up. Don't talk in a roundabout way. Fang Yuan drooped his eyelids, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. Since you are so forthright, then I will speak directly. Can I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face? Lang Yilan's spirit was stunned before asking back. How did you know I have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Fang Yuan was inwardly joyous. Lang Yilan's spirit indeed had it. He had only made a guess about this. Thinking of the past, Lang Yilan's spirit lacked a desolate beast and wanted Fang Yuan to grab a living one, using the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fang Yuan. Back then, when they had been discussing, Fang Yuan had asked about Familiar Face, and Lang Yilan's spirit's original words were, Familiar Face? You are really daring. That is an immortal killer move. The core goo is the legendary attitude goo. Even if I give it to you, you will not be able to use it. But this killer move of mine has a huge relationship with Familiar Face. It can be said to be the former version of it. This is a mortal killer move and is suitable for you to use. Lan's spirits were simple and would not tell lies. Lang Yilan's spirit had not said that he did not have Familiar Face. He had only said that even if he gave it to Fang Yuan would not be able to use it. But Fang Yuan now already had attitude goo with him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals with his rank 6 cultivation in his time. Fang Yuan should also be able to do it. Looking back over that time, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable sought out my main body to refine space escape goo. My main body also had been interested and worked an entire 21 years with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This duration was according to the time of the 5 regions. When calculated with Lang Yi Grotto Heaven's time, it would be even longer. Lang Yilan's spirit recalled those eventful years with a nostalgic expression. He paused for a moment before continuing. In these 21 years, my main body and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable made many attempts, but they all failed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's accumulated savings were spent, and even my main body's treasury was used. My main body naturally would not accept making a loss. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had to bring out his resources to buy immortal materials from my main body. Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face, and Familiar Face. This set of killer moves was one of them. So it was like that. Fang Yuan nodded, engraving this information in his mind. Lang Yi blessed land indeed had deep foundations, actually having Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's possessions. A person's wealth is their own ruin. No wonder Shadow Sect targeted them, and even Heavenly Court also attacked. Fong Yuan had also been eyeing this land of treasures. But his strength was simply not enough, and rashly attacking would only cause trouble for himself. Brat, what do you want familiar face for? Hee. Did you experience the benefits of unfamiliar face? My things are all of top quality. But unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move. It indeed is not suitable for your current cultivation. Langya Land Spirit laughed. Fong Yuan spoke frankly. I want to exchange a rank 8 immortal material for familiar face. Langya Land Spirit had still been laughing, but the next moment his laughter turned into anger. Brat, you really think I am stupid? You want to use a rank 8 immortal material to buy Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Keep on dreaming. Fong Yuan did not mind it and asked with a warm attitude, then what's your price? 10 rank 8 immortal materials. This time it was Fong Yuan's turn to change his expression. Impossible. How could I have so many in my hands? Do you really think I picked them up? He cried out in seeming seriousness, lying brazenly. Langya Land Spirit was in the dark. He sheepishly smiled. Then 8. Fong Yuan's eyes were wide open as he shouted, 8. You were robbing me. Back then, you told me yourself that familiar face's core immortal goo is attitude goo. Without attitude goo, familiar face simply cannot be used. I am only trying to use it as reference, to make my own deductions and create an immortal killer move suitable for myself. You think I will use 8 whole immortal materials in exchange for merely familiar face? Fong Yuan's saliva flew out as he shouted, landing on Langya Land Spirit's face. Langya Land Spirit looked embarrassed, retreating a few steps. He had been tricked many times by Fong Yuan, and had learned to bargain. But clearly, his experience was still not enough, and he was stumped by a few words from Fong Yuan. In the end, Langya Land Spirit's existence was only an obsession formed by heavenly power. They were extremely simple. Langya Land Spirit being able to reach this stage was already extraordinary. Fong Yuan continued to lower the price loudly with ragged breathing. According to him, familiar face had already been degraded in value to being of no worth whatsoever, while the rank 8 immortal material's rarity and value were emphasized and enhanced countless times. Langya Land Spirit was unable to hold his own and kept taking steps back in defeat. In Fong Yuan's previous life of 500 years, he had worked as a merchant. He ran a merchant caravan and built stores, earning a huge fortune, but in the end it was destroyed in just one day, breaking his habitual thought processes from Earth, and he comprehended the logic that this world was different from Earth. It was a world where the fist was strongest. Fong Yuan finally reduced the price to 5 immortal materials. This was the limit. If he tried to reduce it any further, Langya Land Spirit would not sell familiar face. Land spirits were simple but stubborn. However, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature move was indeed worth this much at the minimum. Langya Land Spirit would not make a loss, he had calculated internally. At most he could say he had sold it at base price. Fong Yuan knew he could not change the outcome, immediately paying 5 immortal materials and getting possession of familiar face. Success. The joy Fong Yuan felt was hard to describe. Although he could use the light of wisdom, it would be extremely difficult to deduce familiar face. His wisdom path attainment was Grandmaster level, but his transformation path attainment was merely at Master level. And the familiar series were transformation path killer moves. Even if I could deduce it, it won't be the same. But now what I have is the original familiar face, which contains its full contents without any flaws. Fong Yuan had no mood to keep staying and left immediately. He returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and started to carefully study the immortal killer move. There was only one core of familiar face, that was the rank 8 attitude goo. This move fully utilized the might of attitude goo. One could say attitude goo was the essence of this move, and without it, no matter which other immortal goo was added, it would be hard to display the profound capability of familiar face. Besides attitude goo, familiar face had over 20 supplementary goo. Among them were 2 immortal goo, including change form immortal goo. Fong Yuan had failed in refining change form, while he did not even have the immortal goo recipe of the second immortal goo. This was the only blemish in this otherwise perfect matter. It seems that in the past, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was at rank 6, he possessed these 2 supplementary immortal goo. Shortly afterwards, Fong Yuan entered the underground cavern and used the light of wisdom continuously consuming large amounts of star thoughts as he began modifying the immortal killer move familiar face. Several days later, he succeeded. The 2 supplementary immortal goo were removed, about 1,000 mortal goo were added in, barely replacing the effect of the 2 immortal goo. With this, the activation of Fang Yuan's modified familiar face was over 10 times slower and more complicated. The original familiar face only had over 20 goo worms. Even including attitude goo, it did not reach 30. The fewer the goo worms, the simpler and faster the process of activation. After Fang Yuan's modification, the number of goo worms was over 1,000. Their activation naturally was not as fast and convenient as the original. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Fang Yuan tried activating the modified familiar face. The result of the test made him quite satisfied. The modified familiar face could show 60% of the original's capability. The 2 supplementary immortal goo had been replaced with 1,000 mortal goo. Being able to reach this point was already extremely exceptional. It was just that the activation was very slow and required about an hour. This was not of much importance, after all. Familiar face was not used for battle. In my previous life, I refined change form immortal goo and used it as the core to form the modified vaguely familiar face. Now, I have this modified familiar face where the effect is over 100 times better. I can completely deceive rank 7 goo immortals, while the specific situation needs to be assessed for rank 8 goo immortals. Fang Yuan inwardly calculated. The killer move familiar face was exquisite beyond compare, especially the attitude goo at its core, causing Fang Yuan's transformation to not be a transformation of surface appearance, but directly affecting others' minds. Even if Fang Yuan transformed into a stranger, if the enemy was affected by this move, they would feel Fang Yuan was a long-lost friend, or have a warm impression, or feel intense familiarity. After gaining familiar face, Fang Yuan spent some time to practice every day. Although attitude goo was at rank 8, its requirements for activation were very low, only using up mental energy, not using up any immortal essence. Thus, Fang Yuan's practice did not cost much. As he became more accustomed, the time taken to activate familiar face reduced to half of the original 1 hour. The preparations are done. Now I will have to wait for Tai by Yunshang's tribulation. Fang Yuan settled down, staying in Hu immortal blessed land and occasionally traveling back and forth from that small village which had the spring dream fruit tree. He continuously refined dream path mortal goo, and used these goo to pick up large numbers of spring dream fruits. As time passed, his injuries gradually turned better, and finally it was the day of Tai by Yunshang's tribulation. In a green heaven fragment world within western desert. The sky was green, the wind that would not stop in all 4 seasons was blowing gently. A pure white and vast city was stably floating in the air, letting out faint golden radiance. At present, humans were the rulers of the world. The variant human races, who once were dominant, were already hiding in corners of the world, surviving with difficulty. And this green heaven fragment world was the paradise for a group of one of the races of variant humans, the Feathermen. Immortal Goo House Sacred Feather City was the strongest headquarters of these Featherman descendants. Right now, rainbow flags were hanging in Sacred Feather City. Cheers and shouts could be heard everywhere. All the Feathermen were calling the same name. Yufei! 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 The Featherman King had passed away. According to their customs, it was time to select the new Featherman King through battles. And just a while ago, the battle had concluded. The most popular candidate, the Featherman Prince Danyu, had actually lost, while the ordinary citizen, the black-haired youngster Yufei, had obtained the final victory. I, Yufei, have finally realized my life's dream. I have become the Featherman King. Yufei was severely injured, but it did not bother him, as he raised his head and laughed heartily. He stretched his arms as well as his wings, enjoying everyone's cheers. He grinned from ear to ear, and his mouth was opened wide, revealing his gums. This new Featherman King is quite unique. He is quite different from the other kings. He is an interesting fellow. It seems that he has quite the ambition. He wants to expand the territory of us Feathermen. But after he becomes the Featherman King, he should become more mature. Behind the scenes, 3 Featherman Goo Immortals were communicating with each other, wearing smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, a powerful attack suddenly hit this peaceful city. Boom! The enormous explosion shook the entirety of Sacred Feather City. Painful, painful, painful. Yufei was caught off guard. He lost his balance and crashed onto the ground, rolling around in the process. Quickly look. This is? The feather men at the front saw something amiss. They pointed at the sky and stammered in fear. They could not speak. Immediately after, most of the feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find out that above them, in the green sky, there was a huge crack. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman Gu immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They were startled to awareness as they flew towards the sky. They appeared to face the invading enemies while shouting to their Featherman citizens. Be careful. There is a strong enemy attacking. Quick! Sound the alarms. Defend our homeland. Gu Masters assemble. Go to the formation cores and activate the defenses of Sacred Feather City. The entire city was in chaos. Fear was spreading. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for too long. They had no competition with the outside world. It was like life inside a utopia. This caused their defenses to be very lax, and with the crowning of a new king, the non-militarized feathermen could not respond properly. The enemy had come in with such momentum. The 3 Featherman Gu immortals were grim-faced, but they held a hope as they tried to negotiate peacefully. But the command from the enemy's leader, White Sea Shatua, destroyed the 3 Featherman Gu immortals' hopes. This old Gu immortal's eyes were extremely apathetic as he commanded, attack. The 3 Featherman Gu immortals were no match for them and could only retreat to the immortal Gu house Sacred Feather City and defend. Sacred Feather City was besieged from all directions by the Western Desert's immortals. Battlefield killer moves followed one after the other, as they covered the whole area. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves impacted the immortal Gu house, creating grand fireworks. White Sea Shatua had clearly come prepared as his methods immobilized Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City seemed like it had sunk into a mire. It would be difficult for it to get free in a short period of time. The Feathermen had lived in peace for a very long time, and now they were suddenly thrusted into a life and death battle. They were not able to cope in time. The 3 immortals were also the same, thus losing the best chance to escape. 2 days later, boom! A bolt of lightning shot out and struck a section of the wall of Sacred Feather City. The city wall immediately crumbled and shortly dispersed into countless Gu worm fragments. None of the Featherman Gu masters defending the city wall were able to escape. Their dead bodies covered the ground. Dust clouds rose. From within, a slight trace of green light suddenly flashed. Damn it! The battle had already lasted for 2 days and 2 days. The Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong's eyes were bloodshot. He saw the destroyed city wall. Their defense had a flaw now. Thus he immediately flew to guard it. Immortal Gu houses were essentially formed from countless Gu worms. This destroyed city wall meant all the Gu worms in it had died, and it was like a hole had been opened in the immortal Gu house. This was like a boat with holes. Its defense had reduced by a large extent. If the enemies pierced through it and took the chance to enlarge this hole, the whole immortal Gu house could be destroyed in the end. Right now, although the hole was small, it absolutely could not be ignored and allowed to be enlarged. Zhou Zhong quickly hurried to block the hole, buying crucial time for the immortal Gu house's self-recovery. However, just when Zhou Zhong had arrived, he heard a sinister laugh. You have fallen into the trap. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared at his sides, flanking him in the middle. The portion of the Sacred Feather City that had collapsed had already formed a gap which allowed the 2 Gu immortals to enter. Scoundrels! Zhou Zhong was extremely furious and panicked as he counterattacked. But he had lost the initiative, and after several rounds he was severely injured and on the verge of death. Bind! From outside the city, a Western Desert Gu immortal got close and suddenly activated his immortal killer move. Instantly, Zhou Zhong could not budge an inch, like he was bound all over. The 2 Gu immortals beside him laughed sinisterly as they struck Zhou Zhong's chest. Zhou Zhong spat out huge amounts of blood and was sent flying back like a cannon, crashing through countless constructions on the way before finally laying down motionless on a pile of rubble. His body shook slightly as he struggled with all his strength. However, the killer move's effect was still there, making him unable to move. Those 2 Gu immortals came rushing over. Zhou Zhong could not help but feel despair. Zhou Zhong, hold on. I am coming. At the crucial moment, a stalwart figure stood in front of Zhou Zhong, the strongest expert in the Featherman City First Supreme Elder. Even by collaborating, the two Western Desert Goo Immortals were unable to match the First Supreme Elder's strength. This Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now, as he attacked in anger, his might burst out. It was overwhelming. The two Western Desert's Goo Immortals were unable to attack back, and were soon injured heavily. They quickly retreated back to the hole. The final Featherman Goo Immortal, Zhang Ling, was controlling the Immortal Goo House to quickly repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% restored and was getting increasingly smaller. The two Western Desert Goo Immortals hurried to the hole in the Immortal Goo House, but were unable to escape. They would have to stay and enlarge the hole slightly. However, at this critical juncture, every second was extremely important. The Western Desert Goo Immortals simply did not have the time to attack the hole. Zhang Ling, great work. The Featherman First Supreme Elder was joyous. Right now, the Immortal Goo House was continuously being repaired, and the situation had already become such that the enemies were trapped inside, waiting to be attacked. Once they kill these two Western Desert Goo Immortals, the Featherman tribe's morale would surely be uplifted greatly. The enemies would be shaken and no one would dare to rashly charge into the Immortal Goo House anymore. But right as the Featherman First Supreme Elder was about to kill the two Western Desert Goo Immortals, a shocking change occurred. The two Western Desert Goo Immortals no longer had panicked expressions, instead replaced by a smile, as if they had a plot which succeeded. At the same time, four Western Desert Goo Immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. Our true target is you. You will die. The leading Goo Immortal was actually White Sea Shatua. At this moment, his aura erupted and surged, and overwhelming might burst out, revealing rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder paled in fear. The moment of carelessness had sent him into a dangerous situation. Damn it! The rank 7 Featherman Goo Immortal Zhang Ling, who was controlling the Immortal Goo House, was extremely anxious, activating the Immortal Goo House quickly. Both sides were focused in this peripheral area of the Immortal Goo House, this crucial battlefield. Old Ancestor, are you all right? Yu Fei shouted as he moved towards the Featherman Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong, who was lying on the ground motionlessly. Zhou Zhong was struck by the Immortal Killer move and its effect had yet to dissipate, thus he was still unable to move from the rubble. The newly crowned Featherman King, Zhou Zhong, sighed as he looked at Yu Fei. He transmitted his voice. Leave quickly. The battle here is not something you can participate in. But Yu Fei ignored it, flying towards Zhou Zhong's side and activating Mortal Goo. Old Ancestor, I will save you. Zhou Zhong appreciated Yu Fei's bravery, feeling moved, but also helplessness. There were countless injuries on his body, all inflicted by Immortal Killer moves. The injuries were filled with Dao marks. How could they be healed by ordinary Mortal Goo? Ha! But the next moment, Zhou Zhong's eyes protruded out as he stared at Yu Fei. You are not Yu Fei, you. Zhou Zhong tried to cry out furiously, wanting to resist, but he could not budge. Before he could even alarm others, Feng Yuan had sealed his voice. The moment when there was a gap in the Immortal Goo House, Feng Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to travel here from northern plains. The Immortal Goo House's control near the hole had fallen to almost nil. Feng Yuan was thus not detected by anyone. He then waited for a chance, and taking advantage of when the two sides were in an intense battle, with their attention focused on the key battlefield, he immediately made a move, disguising himself as Yu Fei, and was able to smoothly approach Zhou Zhong. Right now, he was silently activating Slavery Immortal Goo. Zhou Zhong resisted intensely. His resistance kept on increasing. But after a while, all his resistance suddenly disappeared, as he was turned into Feng Yuan's slave. In an instant, he turned to Feng Yuan's side. I finally succeeded. Feng Yuan was completely exhausted. Shortly after, he gave a command to Zhou Zhong. Go replace Zhang Ling to take control of the entirety of Sacred Feather City. Yes, master. Zhou Zhong moved his heavily injured body, flying towards the center of Sacred Feather City. Elder Zhang Ling, go reinforce First Supreme Elder. I will control the Immortal Goo House. Zhou Zhong called out. Zhang Ling was joyous. The Featherman First Supreme Elder situation was already extremely bad. Although he was controlling the Immortal Goo House, the entirety of Sacred Feather City was already immobilized by the enemy. As such, it was not able to display its true power. Instead of using Sacred Feather City's power, it was better for him to go in person to reinforce the first Supreme Elder. "Are your injuries okay?" Zhang Ling was about to move, but hesitated. "Quickly go. At this point, even if I die, I will guard the Immortal Goo House." Zhou Zheng shouted, his whole body bathed in blood. "All right, I am leaving. Hang in there." Zhang Ling nodded and turned into a bolt of lightning as he left. Bam bam bam. Continuous explosions resounded like thunder. Every explosion shook the whole of Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan was standing within ruins, hiding inside the rolling dust and dirt as the entirety of Sacred Feather City shook. Enslaving a Goo Immortal is indeed countless times more difficult than enslaving beast groups. Fang Yuan felt the pressure on his soul. Enslaving other life forms created a burden on the Goo Master. Back in Northern Plains, during the contest for the Imperial Court, Fang Yuan had commanded tens of thousands of beasts, but it was not that he had enslaved all of them. Rather, through enslaving myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and 100 beast kings, he had been indirectly controlling the whole beast army. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Beasts did not have much intelligence, so Fang Yuan was able to enslave a lot of them. However, Zhou Zhong was completely different. Zhou Zhong had deep wisdom and intelligence. Although enslaving him did not fail, it created an extremely huge burden on Fang Yuan's soul. After all, Zhou Zhong was a Goo Immortal. Rank 6 slavery Immortal Goo could only enslave a Rank 6 Goo Immortal. It is also because Zhou Zhong is a feather man and not a human. His intelligence is inferior just by a bit. If I were to enslave a human Goo Immortal, I might have failed. I had cultivated soul path previously and have some foundation in regards to my soul. But this is only at the limits of mortal levels, and my foundation in it as a Goo Immortal is quite shallow. By enslaving Zhou Zhong, my soul has become heavily burdened. If my soul was like an energetic youth before, now I have turned into an old man with a heavy load on my back. With such a sharp reduction in strength, it would be good if I can display 20% of my ability. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. All the paths of Goo were broad and profound. So too was enslavement path. At Goo Immortal level, there were extraordinary abilities that laymen could not grasp. Simply put, Fang Yuan was a layman in enslavement path. He did not know of any enslavement path immortal killer moves. If he had, then in combination with slavery immortal Goo, his current situation might have been much better. He was only able to use the slavery immortal Goo superficially. But with his previous lives' experiences, along with the help of the light of wisdom to deduce the plans, he was able to achieve a huge success. Master, I have received control over Sacred Feather City. Zhang Ling has already moved towards the battle to support the first Supreme Elder. Zhou Zhong's voice suddenly resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan excitedly licked his lips, clenching his fists subconsciously. He sent a command. First, kill the real Yufei. He now had Yufei's appearance. The real Yufei was his greatest flaw. Shortly afterwards, Zhou Zhong's voice arrived again. Yufei is dead, turned into ashes. At present, Zhou Zhong was the only one controlling Sacred Feather City alone. As such, this was accomplished easily. Good, do all you can to control the Immortal Goo House and get away from the battle. Fang Yuan sent another command. This time, it took a good while before Zhou Zhong's weak voice arrived. Forgive me, Master, I was not able to do it. The whole Immortal Goo House is already locked in place by the enemies. Fang Yuan snorted, a ferocious light flashing in his eyes. So it is still like this. He did not feel much disappointment. In his previous life, he had laid a trap which caused all the Feathermen to suicide, and he was only able to obtain Featherman Goo Immortal Zhang Ling's soul. Zhang Ling had personally participated in the battle to defend Sacred Feather City, and not much time had passed. Thus his memories were extremely clear. His soul was not like Xuesong Zi's, which had been tampered with by a soul path expert. Fang Yuan could easily search his soul and obtain all his memories. It was these memories that let Fang Yuan feel like he had personally experienced the battle to defend Sacred Feather City. Thus, his timing was so precise. He could infiltrate the Immortal Goo House and take the opportunity when the two sides were in an intense battle to successfully enslave Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong. There were a lot of opportunities like this, but the best one was this. Zhou Zhong just happened to be restricted by an immortal killer move and was not able to budge, providing huge convenience to Fang Yuan. From Zhang Ling's soul, Fang Yuan also knew this immortal goo house, Sacred Feather City, was locked down by the enemies and was unable to be moved. However, a person like Fang Yuan would absolutely not be reconciled to this. They would personally attempt it. The attempt indeed failed, and he was unable to steal this Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan could only choose the second best option, observing from the sidelines and letting the events continue to develop. Similarly to his previous life, Zhou Zhong carried his heavily injured body and controlled the immortal goo house with difficulty, freeing Zhang Ling from the duty. Zhang Ling hurried to reinforce the first Supreme Elder and had a huge fight with White Sea Chatua and the rest. This huge fight was the most crucial fight of the battle to defend Sacred Feather City. The outcome of the fight was the same as Fang Yuan's previous life. White Sea Chatua and the rest were beaten back and escaped through the gap in the wall. The first Supreme Elder was heavily injured and was on the verge of death after being targeted by the combined strength of the Western Desert Goo Immortals. As for Zhang Ling, his situation was slightly better. The battle ended. The immortal goo house was restored and there was no gaps anymore, its defense becoming perfect. However, the Featherman First Supreme Elder's injuries could not be healed and he died within the city. After losing their greatest battle strength, the two Featherman Goo Immortals held on for a night, and seeing that nothing could be done, they resolutely decided to give up on the immortal goo house and leave this place. All the Feathermen gathered together and activated the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish. I wish my clan's Feathermen survive. I wish my clan's Feathermen gain freedom. I wish my clan's Feathermen have a place to live in the world. The Western Desert Goo Immortals observed from the sidelines, letting the Feathermen leave. Once the Feathermen left, they could obtain the entire immortal goo house Sacred Feather City. It was the first time Fang Yuan experienced this heavenly wish. He felt a majestic and powerful white light engulfing him along with the rest of the Feathermen and transporting them through a white tunnel. He felt he was like a piece of wood dropped into a rapid whirlpool as he was sent revolving round and round. After about 5 minutes, the surrounding white light suddenly disappeared and Fang Yuan found his footing once again. He was feeling extremely dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The surrounding mortal Feathermen were already sprawled on the ground. Only the two Featherman Goo Immortals, Zhang Ling and Zhou Zhong, were vigilantly standing. Fang Yuan inwardly shook his head at this. It seems that after enslaving Zhou Zhong, my own battle strength is not worth any expectations. Where is this place? The Featherman Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong scanned his surroundings. Zhang Ling's expression changed rapidly. Not good. This is a human Goo Immortal's blessed land. We were treated as an earthly calamity and transported here. With Tai Bai Yun Shang at the lead, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan slowly flew towards the Feathermen. In his previous life, Fang Yuan helped Tai Bai Yun Shang to pass the tribulation and did not invite them. But this life, Fang Yuan wanted to use this earthly calamity to intimidate them, so he invited them to help. Tai Bai Yunxing was expressionless, feeling both shocked and joyous internally. Fang Yuan looked for me to tell me he could deduce this calamity and told me what to do. I did not dare to believe him then, but now it seems everything is just like what he said. I can definitely pass this earthly calamity. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were both inwardly shocked. Having a Featherman calamity was rare and peculiar. But Fang Yuan had actually accurately predicted it. What did this mean? One of the reasons it was difficult to pass heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was that they could not be predicted. Fang Yuan now had this ability, which was simply like a divine weapon to pass tribulations. As long as they made specific preparations before the tribulation, the probability of successfully passing the tribulation would be raised by a terrifying degree. The Featherman Goo Immortal Zhang Ling's heart sank to rock bottom. In his previous life, when he had seen Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Shang, he had a feeling of contempt. But now, the rank 7 Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan with the great strength true martial physique and Tai Bai Yun Shang arrived together. Especially the unconcealed aura of immortal goo on them, they involuntarily brought huge mental pressure on Zhang Ling. There was nothing much to say after that. With Tai Bai Yun Shang displaying the ability of landscape as before immortal goo, the Featherman Gu Immortal's threat towards Tai Bai Yunshang's immortal aperture had become non-existent. In his previous life, just with Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang, these Feathermen had been duped over and over. This time, not only was there He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei were also hidden traitors. After a duel, Zhang Ling was once again killed, but Tai Bai Yunshang and the others did not force the remaining Feathermen. This was a mistake Fang Yuan had made last time. This time, he would not make it again. These Feathermen were different from those Feathermen sold in the markets. They lived in the immemorial green heaven fragment world, living on for generations in isolation from the rest of the world. They had the nature of the ancient Feathermen. They would rather suicide than lose their freedom. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing did not restrict them, instead negotiating with them deceptively. Under the lead of Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei, the Feathermen moved to Starform-blessed land. With these Feathermen, Fang Yuan's development in Western Desert could reach a new stage, and his prospects were bright. This was not his only harvest. After the event, He Lulan indirectly asked him regarding the prediction of the calamity. Fang Yuan intentionally gave a bitter smile, asking back, "You think I have such an ability? Don't forget, Purple Mountain True Monarch is my master." At the same time, Tai Bai Yunxing is also his disciple. He Lulan thought, so it was indeed like this. This ability is too powerful. It is not something Fang Yuan can possess, so it was Purple Mountain True Monarch. Unconsciously, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's apprehension towards Purple Mountain True Monarch deepened further. Fang Yuan was able to deal a heavy blow to them. This would be greatly beneficial to him in restricting Blazing Heaven Demoness in the future. It was only that after he enslaved Zhou Zhong, his soul's burden had become very heavy, and there was much difficulty in even refining Dream Path Mortal Gu. This intensified Fang Yuan's desire towards Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley and Danghan Mountain, if he had both of them, then even if he was a layman in Soul Path, the foundation of his soul would increase rapidly. However, right now it was still not the time to go to Luopa Valley. In his previous life, He Cheng's soul had ended up in He Lulan's hands. Much of the information obtained through soul searching had been shared with Fang Yuan as well. Fang Yuan knew that currently, Luopa Valley had been remodeled into a secret stronghold by Shadow Sect with large numbers of Gu formations arranged everywhere. Even in his previous life, when Feng Jiugu and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals had attacked Luopa Valley when no one was around, these Gu formations were able to hold them off until Qin Baishang and the rest arrived. Right now, Luopa Valley was filled with Shadow Sect's members. It was much more terrifying than a dragon's den. Fang Yuan needed to wait for the appropriate time. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. After helping Tai Bai Yunshang pass the tribulation, Fang Yuan refined Dream Path Mortal Gu while collecting the Spring Dream Fruits, along with expanding his Guts Gu and Eerie Fire Dragon Python trades. Soon, his monthly profits greatly exceeded his previous life. It was over 2,000. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of time in investigating and gathering information before deciding on suitable trade partners in his previous life, especially in Western Desert. But now, with his experience, Fang Yuan could easily contact the buyer and save a lot of time and effort, causing his profits to come much earlier than before. Secondly, the hairy men in the Fang Yuan stone nests were now free to refine Guts Gu. This was different from last time, when they were still refining Star Thought Gu and other Gu worms that did not provide income. Thirdly, Fang Yuan did not have any plans to relocate Star Form Blessed Land. He had already made a new alliance agreement with He Lulan and the others. He might need to relocate it in the future, but it was not an urgent matter now. Fourthly, with the Feathermen forming caravans and dealing with transactions for him, Fang Yuan obtained much benefits in Western Desert quickly. The use of the Feathermen was starting to show. But Fang Yuan was still experimenting. For now, he did not send out all of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. In this aspect, he had a long-term plan. He wanted to use these current Feathermen to increase the population of Feathermen. He might be able to implement slave trade of Feathermen in the future. In terms of slave trade, even though Feathermen were inferior to hairy men, they were much better than rockmen. Especially in Western Desert forces, they sacrificed a large number of Feathermen yearly. The demand for Featherman slaves was always high and unceasing. Fang Yuan developed patiently. While he accumulated immortal essence stones, he did not forget to accumulate Gu refinement immortal materials. Time passed quickly. Langya Blessed Land was attacked by strong foes once again. Lang Yalan's spirit knew that the enemy was powerful. He had to seek help, sending emergency support letters to Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Sheng. In this life, Fang Yuan had planned meticulously. Tai Baiyun Sheng's immortal aperture did not suffer much losses. After receiving the letters, the two of them went to Langya Blessed Land. In Langya Blessed Land, there was a thick fog of clouds that shrouded everyone's vision. They could not see anything, not the sky, the ground, or even their own fingers. This is the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Lang Yalan's spirit explained in a deep and low tone. And these are the invaders. The land spirit waved his sleeves, as several images appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Sheng. Xin Baishang, Zhangyu, He Qing, Shuesongzi, He Langzi, and Hui Fengzi, as well as the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, they were all present. It's them. Fang Yuan pretended to be surprised. You recognize these people? Lang Yalan's spirit quickly asked. Fang Yuan nodded with a serious expression. These people are extremely strong. The leader, Qin Baishang, might only have rank 7 cultivation level, but he can fight with a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Lang Yalan's spirit was shocked. So powerful? Fang Yuan pointed at the others. This is Fairy Jiangyu. She has Dark Limit Immortal Gu. This is the Supreme Elder handling public affairs of a super force in Northern Plains, He Tribe's He Cheng. He has an Immortal Gu house in his possession. There is also Shuesongzi. He might be only rank 6, but he is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He is backed by the rank 8 Old Ancestor Shuehu. And this He Langzi, he is a transformation path Gu Immortal with high battle strength. In the past, he rejected a recruitment offer by Old Ancestor Shuehu. This is Hui Fengzi, a wind path expert. His wind path attainment level is very deep. He is the publicly recognized fastest person in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He had once escaped from many rank 8 Gu Immortals. As Fang Yuan spoke, Lang Yalan's spirit's expression turned grimmer and grimmer. When Fang Yuan finished his words, Lang Yalan's spirit's expression was extremely grave. He pointed at the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. To think that the enemies are so powerful. Then who in the world is this Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan knew who he was, of course. But at this moment, he pretended to show a confused and suspicious expression. He hesitated before saying, "This person is covering his face and has an immortal killer move protecting him. He is very mysterious. Let me make a deduction." Saying so, he pinched his fingers and deduced his body was covered in starlight as immortal Gu aura surged around him as if he was working hard. Seeing this, Lang Yalan's spirit was deceived. He thought, even though I had approached Fang Yuan many times in the past and asked him to deduce immortal Gu recipes for me, this is the first time I am seeing him make a deduction. I do not know what immortal Gu he is using, but looking at this, his wisdom path attainment level is not low. The starlight on Fang Yuan's body faded gradually. His expression was grim as his eyes shined brightly. My goodness! This mysterious Gu Immortal is extremely special. He is an immortal zombie, and one of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. You deduced it so quickly? Lang Yalan's spirit was surprised. Beside him, Tai Baiyun Sheng chuckled. That is only natural. Fang Yuan is a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Wisdom Path Grandmaster? Lang Yalan's spirit was shocked. He assessed Fang Yuan again, looking at him in a different light. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His voice was heavy as he spoke to Lang Yalan's spirit. The enemy is so powerful. We are in danger now. Lang Yalan's spirit chuckled. No need to worry, as long as we persevere for a period of time. I can capture any Gu Immortal no matter how strong they are. Oh! Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. He probed Lang Yalan's spirit while pretending to be curious. It seems you still have additional assistance? Lang Yalan's spirit smiled with a smug expression. He did not want to say much, but he changed his mind suddenly and probed Fang Yuan instead. You are a Wisdom Path Grandmaster at such a young age? Honestly speaking, I am quite surprised. Why don't you deduce where my confidence lies in dealing with the enemies? Fang Yuan naturally knew that Lang Yalan's spirit's confidence was in the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. But afterwards, he pretended to deduce and acted like he was met with difficulty. Eventually, he admitted his failure. I cannot deduce it, honestly speaking. In the past, I have tried to deduce Langya Blessed Land, but I had no gains. Now is no exception. Ha ha ha. Lang Yilan's spirit laughed loudly. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder proudly, but did not say much. An immortal goo house could attack and defend, so could the rank 8 refinement cauldron. Defensive methods were not just against attacks, they could also defend against the deductions of others. Fang Yuan pretended to fail. This was within Lang Yilan's spirit's expectations. From his point of view, this was natural. No matter how outstanding Fang Yuan was, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. No matter how mystical his immortal goo were, they could not match the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron. It is normal for me to fail in deducing it. If I succeed, it would cause Lang Yilan's spirit to become very wary. Fang Yuan smiled coldly internally. Lan's spirit were obsessed and pure, but that did not mean they were stupid. Especially when Lang Yilan's spirit's original form was Long-Hair Ancestor. This legendary person had a good friend when he was alive, Immortal Yen, a wisdom path goo immortal that created the prophecy of 3 venerables. He was also a famous person throughout history. Thus, Lang Yilan's spirit was clear about the capabilities of a wisdom path goo immortal to a great extent. If Fang Yuan deduced something, it was evidently out of the scope of ability that a rank 6 goo immortal had. This would cause Lang Yilan's spirit to become very wary and suspicious. He would think, how could Fang Yuan alone deduce anything? Evidently he has someone behind him, and this great expert is very powerful. He can breach the defense of my refinement cauldron and deduce my arrangements in the blessed land. Once he thought of that, Lang Yilan's spirit would be very vigilant. He would be on guard against Fang Yuan. After all, Lang Yilan's spirit was the obsession of Long-Hair Ancestor. And Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man. Towards humans and other variant humans, he had deep wariness. This could be shown from the transformation in personality and manner of speech in Lang Yilan's spirit in Fang Yuan's previous life. The reason why Fang Yuan could get close to Lang Yilan's spirit was mainly because he had obtained a certain inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Because of his agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Lang Yilan's spirit had to help Fang Yuan refine goo 3 times. If not for that, how could Fang Yuan, as a human, get so close to Lang Yilan's spirit? Even though Fang Yuan had to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo and All-Out Effort Immortal Goo all along, he did not want to waste this final opportunity to refine goo. That was because he wanted to remain close to Lang Yilan's spirit. Lang Yilan's spirit had lived countless years in this blessed land. His interactions with the outside world, other than the transactions inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, were limited to only Mo Tansang. He understood that great wealth would attract the greed of others. Thus he had been keeping a low profile. At the same time, he had a natural form of distrust towards other individuals. Fang Yuan was not strong back then, thus Lang Yilan's spirit was not too wary or suspicious of him, but now that he was starting to show extraordinary abilities, Lang Yilan's spirit would naturally be alert and uneasy. How can an outsider be allowed to sleep beside his bed? In the past, Fang Yuan was a white rabbit, but the Fang Yuan who displayed Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment was considered a poisonous snake. Matters developed just like in his previous life. Fang Yuan was arranged to guard a cloud building by Lang Yilan's spirit. But before that, Fang Yuan suggested that they should allow He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to join the battle. Tai Bai Yun Sheng gave his assurance as well, but Lang Yilan's spirit rejected them. Fang Yuan used a different method to deal with Xue Songzi this time. He did not sneak attack Xue Songzi. Instead, he fought him openly. Even though it was a more impressive fight, the result was less of a victory. Fang Yuan only fought with Xue Songzi for a while before Shadow Sect's reinforcements came, and Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat. There was no benefit in killing Xue Songzi. He had Immortal Goo and Lifespan Goo, but they could not be taken. He might as well let him go so that he could deal with the Central Continent Goo Immortals next. Fang Yuan had thought of reminding Lang Yilan's spirit and making arrangements earlier so that Refinement Cauldron could take down the group from Shadow Sect in advance, but after considering it thoroughly, Fang Yuan rejected this idea. First, there was a great risk in dealing with Shadow Sect. Qin Baixing was very powerful. Fang Yuan had no confidence against him. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance also had some kind of secret connection. There was more than met the eye. Second, even if Shadow Sect was dealt with, Fang Yuan's gains would not be ideal. Refinement Cauldron would hold the biggest use. If they won, Lang Yilan's spirit would gain most of the loot. Shadow Sect's base, Luopa Valley, would end up in the hands of the Central Continent Goo Immortals. Fang Yuan would get nothing. Third, Fong Yuan needed the Northern Plains Shadow Sect members to resist the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Even though he did not know how the Central Continent Gu Immortals found Shadow Sect while investigating Fong Yuan, this was something he wanted to see. If Shadow Sect was eliminated, Central Continent would have no obstacles. If they found Fong Yuan, what would he do? Finally, Fong Yuan could guess that the mastermind behind the Battle of Etion Mountain was Shadow Sect because of the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance zombie. If they were killed, the influence would be huge. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, unexpected mishaps would occur. With many mishaps, Fong Yuan's plans would be disrupted. His preparations would be in vain. Thus, Fong Yuan decided to go with the flow for the battle to defend Langya Blessed Land. Altering the result of this battle not only carried big risks, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. A wise person would not do this. Damn it, it had to be at this time. Qin Baisheng clenched his fists, looking at the battlefield in front of him. He was filled with discontent and reluctance. Retreat. A moment later, he sighed as he ordered. Why are we retreating? Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. Luopa Valley is being attacked. It's the Central Continent Gu Immortals who are investigating the collapse of 88 True Yang Building. Qin Baisheng transmitted. How could their investigation lead to us? Unless Heaven's will? Fairy Jiangyu's body shuddered. Heaven's will is vast and grand. That is likely the case. But our action earlier caused too much of a commotion. While making preparations for our ultimate plan, Heaven's will obstructed us. Later, on Etion Mountain, I wonder how terrifying Heaven's will's obstruction will be. Qin Baisheng sighed. The two conversed at lightning speed. They transmitted their words to each other. No one else heard them. Soon, Qin Baisheng ordered the Shadow Sect members to retreat from Langya Blessed Land. They have retreated. Tai Baiyunsheng let out a breath. Damn it! He escaped again. He Lulan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Fairy Li Shan was silent. She was deeply frowning, her expression of worry. The hairy man Gu Immortals first cheered before feeling great sorrow. In this battle, they had made a bloody sacrifice and even found traitors. Life was hard to predict, with the sad state of life and death in front of them. These hairy man Gu Immortals who normally only thought of refining Gu were greatly incited. Langya Land Spirit dismantled the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. His eyes were bright red. He looked at the direction where Qin Baisheng and the others were leaving harshly. These people really think us hairy men are easy to bully. I will return today's humiliation with bloodshed one day in the future. In this battle, because Fong Yuan did not do much, it was quite similar to his previous life. First, Fong Yuan and the others defended the mortal Gu House cloud buildings, but they were destroyed by Shadow Sect easily, breaking the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Once again, the Inkman Gu Immortal was killed by Qin Baisheng rapidly, losing his life. Langya Land Spirit's plan to stall for time was severely disrupted. He had no way out and was pacing around anxiously. In his previous life, during this crucial moment, the Land Spirit transformed. But now, during this period, Fong Yuan gave a suggestion and advised Langya Land Spirit to use an ancient battle formation. When Langya Land Spirit was desperate and at his wit's end, he heard this suggestion and quickly used it. Ancient battle formations were quite different from the currently mainstream battlefield killer moves. The Dao marks in an ancient battle formation were much less harmful to the Blessed Land than battlefield killer moves. Langya Land Spirit was desperate, he could only use Heavenly Giant Solar. At this moment, Fong Yuan suggested again, just the few of us, how can we resist them? We need more people. But Langya Land Spirit was hesitant. He had more than 10 hairy man Gu Immortals, but they were hidden and manipulating the rank 8 Immortal Gu House refinement cauldron, especially when he somewhat sensed that there were traitors among them. Fong Yuan had anticipated Langya Land Spirit's response. He suggested that he had reliable aid. Langya Land Spirit frowned immediately. He was very wary of outsiders. The less people who knew about the Blessed Land, the better. Fong Yuan smiled and said, Land Spirit, rest assured. How good is our relationship? I can definitely keep a secret for you. We will not expose any information regarding the Blessed Land. You just need to summon them directly into Heavenly Giant Solar and let them fight. Afterwards, give them appropriate remuneration. Langya Land Spirit did not want to agree, but Qin Baisheng and the others were attacking more fiercely. Even though they used Heavenly Giant Solar, they were still losing slowly. Langya Land Spirit had no choice. He could only accept Fang Yuan's suggestion. This way, Fang Yuan brought He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan into Heavenly Giant Solar and caused this ancient battle formation's power to rise. However, Heiqing controlled the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. He could resist Heavenly Giant Solar. Qin Baisheng's five-finger fist heart sword was extraordinarily sharp. It caused great harm to Heavenly Giant Solar. The situation was only suppressed for a moment before it turned bad again. Langya Land Spirit was forced to move the Hairy Man Gu Immortals in Refinement Cauldron into Heavenly Giant Solar in batches. In the intense battle, Langya Land Spirit's other self was finally summoned. After sending 3 batches, Qin Baisheng finally got a chance and had the traitors take action, starting to take away Refinement Cauldron. Eventually, he obtained many core Immortal Gu from Refinement Cauldron and hurriedly retreated, bringing Xuesong Zi as well as the 2 exposed Hairy Man Gu Immortal traitors. After the battle, Fang Yuan handed fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunsheng, asking him to bring He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan away without staying. This way, he completed a part of the new alliance agreement that they had made earlier. He had provided a chance for He Lu Lan to kill Heiqing, but she did not grasp the opportunity. This did not mean that Fang Yuan failed on his side of the agreement. After the battle, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were very curious and suspicious towards this Langya blessed land. But Fang Yuan did not answer them. The alliance agreement did not state that all information had to be shared openly. Since Fang Yuan knew everything now, why would he create problems for himself? He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan felt that Fang Yuan was shrouded in mystery and had a deep background. He could actually be related to such an incredible existence. They could not help but think, was this related to Fang Yuan's Master Purple Mountain True Monarch? First, he borrowed Attitude Gu, then now, using Langya Blessed Land, he dealt several blows towards the confidence of He Lu Land's side. This made Fang Yuan very confident in dealing with Blazing Heaven Demonis. At the same time, he was slightly setting up for the future where he might cooperate with He Lu Lan and the others to capture Langya Blessed Land. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to have sole possession over Langya Blessed Land. But many times ideas were beautiful while reality was cruel. This was minor preparation for the future in case Fang Yuan needed it. Langya Land Spirit turned into his second personality. Like in the previous life, he immediately decided to relocate Langya Blessed Land after the battle. At the same time, he changed the social system in the Blessed Land and created Langya Sect, inviting Fang Yuan to be an external supreme elder. Fang Yuan agreed. Speaking about the remuneration of joining this battle, Fang Yuan did not ask for the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu. Instead, he sought a request for reinforcements from Langya Land Spirit. In the future, if Fang Yuan got into a dangerous situation, Langya Sect would need to dispatch Gu Immortals to save him. This way, Fang Yuan roped all of the Langya Blessed Land Hairy Man Gu Immortals onto his side. Langya Land Spirit handed Fang Yuan a sect mission, asking him to go deep into the icy plain and contact the super tribes that the Rockmen and Snowmen who were deep underground had created. As long as you complete this mission, I will release some Immortal Gu recipes to you. As long as you have enough sect contributions, you can use the points to exchange for the Immortal Gu recipes that you want. Langya Land Spirit tempted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted. Can I take a look at these Immortal Gu recipes first? Of course. After seeing them, even with Fang Yuan's broad knowledge and experiences, he was tempted. Langya Blessed Land had dozens of Immortal Gu. But the quantity of Immortal Gu recipes was something even Fang Yuan couldn't expect. At the very least, Langya Land Spirit gave Fang Yuan more than 200 recipes to view. Fang Yuan quickly saw some Immortal Gu recipes that suited him. He asked, "Can I choose other missions?" But Langya Land Spirit rejected him. "My Langya sect has just been established. There are many things waiting to be done. Of course, many missions are available. But this mission is the most dangerous, thus it is given to you. If you die, so be it, I will not feel any heartache. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals cannot die so easily. They are one of our true members." Langya Land Spirit only spoke the truth. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he feel at ease internally. "But don't you worry. I aim to create an era of hairy men. The assistance of you and other species are needed. I have a transformation path method to turn your human body into a hairy man. When you become a true hairy man, I will open up the Immortal Goo storage and allow you to exchange for Immortal Goo or borrow Immortal Goo using contribution points. Ha ha ha. Langya Land Spirit patted Fong Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him. This encouragement was extremely straightforward. But Fong Yuan did not care. The first question he had considered was whether he could use familiar face to turn into a hairy man and deceive Langya Land Spirit. But soon he gave up on that idea. Not only was the familiar face that he had now an incomplete copy, the original familiar face came from Langya Land Spirit himself. Even though he was straightforward, he was not stupid. As for turning into a real hairy man, I will not consider it. Humans are the true masters of this world. It has been like this since the remote antiquity era. This is the direction the world is going. How can it be easily turned around? Back then, even long-hair ancestor had to hide and conceal his own identity. Right now, he is only a land spirit. What can he accomplish? Simply wishful thinking. Fong Yuan did not think well of Langya Sect's prospects. In the 500 years of his previous life, Langya Sect was taken down by Heavenly Court. This was the eventual outcome of Langya Blessed Land. Even if the future changes and it is not Heavenly Court, it could also be other Gu immortal forces. Humans were the rulers. The status of variant humans would not change. Fong Yuan's plan, from start to finish, was to extract benefits from Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit turning into his second personality carried greater benefits for Fong Yuan than losses. At least right now, for Fong Yuan, there were greater gains. The original Langya Land Spirit was conservative. He would not create Langya Sect, or invite Fong Yuan to be an external Supreme Elder. He would also not agree to assist Fong Yuan when he was in danger. After the battle to defend Langya Blessed Land ended, the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley commenced gradually. Fong Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, resting as he created a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo. At the same time, he amassed a huge amount of Goo refinement immortal materials to make preparations for refining Immortal Goo. A month later, he collected all of the spring dream fruits, refining a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo. The number was higher than in his previous life. 2 months later, Tai Bai Yunshang had settled the relationships on the other side as Fong Yuan used the Earth Tide as an opportunity to enter Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. Just as in his previous life, Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were led by the scenic blue travel immortal zombie Shanan Jiang, passing Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha ha! Shark Demon saw Tai Bai Yunsheng and showed a warm expression. He took the initiative to approach and pat Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder affectionately. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng had not been in Eastern Sea for a long time, he had man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal Goo that gave him fame. Earlier, when Tai Bai Yunsheng assisted Shark Demon and the others in attacking Yulu Blessed Land, his man as before was a huge help to everyone. After Shark Demon said his greetings, he directed his gaze towards Fong Yuan. Sir, you must be Brother Tai Bai's best friend, Wisdom Star Chen Dao? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's friend, you are also my friend. I am but a wandering lone cultivator, I would not dare. Fong Yuan smiled humbly. His body was straight, he looked like a scholar with a handsome face, he had the appearance of a good-looking young man. His skin was fair, the bridge of his nose was high. His thick brows hung over his deep eyes. Right now, Fong Yuan was smiling with his handsome appearance. He looked like a perfect gentleman. It was very appealing. In his previous life, Fong Yuan was Xing Xiangzi, but now he was Wisdom Star. The power of familiar face was much greater than vaguely familiar face. If Shark Demon and the others could not expose his identity then, it was even more impossible now. Shark Demon's wife, Subai Man, looked at Fong Yuan for a while, speaking, I heard that Sir cultivates Wisdom Path primarily and Star Path secondarily. You were highly recommended by Sir Tai Bai. Can we have a demonstration? In his previous life, Fong Yuan was disguised as Xing Xiangzi and declared he cultivated Star Path primarily and Wisdom Path secondarily. But now, Fong Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster level. Even without any Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, he had sufficient foundation. Thus, he swapped the primary and secondary path this time. Fong Yuan nodded, saying to Shark Demon and the others, all of you must be curious about my cultivation level. That is normal. Then I shall give it a go, and let everyone critique. In his previous life, Fong Yuan was very humble. But now, even though he spoke in a polite manner, his expression was full of arrogance. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man looked at each other, feeling great anticipation. Tai Baiyun Shang felt deep worry internally, but he did not show it on his face. Bo Dan, who was among them, had a grim expression. Fong Yuan's appearance threatened his status immensely. His benefits were being infringed. At once, everyone's gazes were on Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other was holding a feather fan, waving it in front of his chest. He looked around, observing the surroundings. At this moment, it was still the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth. Thus, when he looked around, it was a vast area of snow and ice. Once in a while, there would be icy rain forming countless snow monsters, bringing huge problems to everyone. Fong Yuan only took a while to look around before he said, "I have completed my deduction." Shark Demon and the others were shocked. They thought that Fong Yuan was creating some immortal killer move, but to think that he was done so quickly. Su Bai Man spoke in an even more polite manner. "Sir truly has incredible cultivation level. To think that you could unravel the flaws of this battlefield killer move in such a manner without creating any commotion, it is truly amazing." No. Fong Yuan waved his hands. "Madam is too kind. It would take some effort to deduce the flaws of this battlefield killer move. What I deduced was not that." An immortal zombie asked immediately, "Then what did Sir deduce?" Fong Yuan spoke calmly, "I deduced some details about the battlefield killer move. For example, the battlefield killer move that we are in is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth." Hearing this, the immortals were stunned. Immediately, Shark Demon frowned as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a ruthless nature. He was about to blow up when Su Bai Man stopped him secretly. Bowden chuckled, saying, "Chen Dao, are you toying with us? Everyone knows that this battlefield killer move is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. To think that you have such weak abilities but such great guts. You dare to toy with Lord Shark Demon and Lady Su Bai Man." Su Bai Man laughed, relaxing the tense atmosphere. "Hold your tongue, Bo Dan. I am sure Brother Chun is only joking. He has yet to use his true abilities." Fong Yuan shook his head. "Madam, this is what I deduced." Su Bai Man's expression froze. Her gaze also became dark. "What?" Shark Demon snorted. He could not stand it anymore. He stared with furious eyes as he walked up angrily. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng walked forward, standing in front Fong Yuan, obstructing Shark Demon. He cupped his fists to Shark Demon as he said with a bitter smile, "Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not tell you all that my brother Chin is like this." He liked to explain the deduction in bits and pieces. "It has troubled me for a long time too." "Oh." Shark Demon's expression eased. He stared at Fong Yuan. "Sigh. Oh, Brother Chun. Tell us your full deduction." Tai Baiyun Shang pretended to be anxious. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. "Everyone, I indeed did deduce the origins of this battlefield killer move. But there is not only freezing rain frozen earth. Underneath it, there is Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops." Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, Unmoving Troops, is this for real? Shark Demon was drawn in by Fong Yuan's words. His eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan waved his fan slowly. "I made the deduction. How can it be wrong?" Shark Demon and Su Bai Man transmitted to each other secretly. Shark Demon was joyful. "My wife, if this wisdom star is accurate, then his wisdom path attainment is incredible." Su Bai Man agreed. "That's right. The few wisdom path Gu immortals that we invited earlier faced great difficulty in deducing the battlefield killer move. To think that this person found the answer so easily." Shark Demon pondered. "We will see. What if he is just spouting nonsense and pretending to be mysterious? If he is wrong, what good would it do?" Su Bai Man thought about it as she rejected that possibility. "I think it is unlikely. Firstly, Tai Bai Yunshang is an honest man. He approves of this person. If he really is a wisdom path grandmaster, then it is understandable that he could find the battlefield killer moves. Secondly, we can confirm his claims. As we attack the blessed land, we can confirm if he is right. If he wants to deceive us, He would not be so stupid as to give us information that can be exposed so easily. Yes, you are right. While Shark Demon and Subai Man were conversing, Bo Dan could no longer wait. He sneered at Fong Yuan. Chun Dao, you are very smart. What an amazing deduction you made. As long as we do not go past freezing rain-frozen earth, who would know if you are right or wrong? Fong Yuan sighed internally. He had trampled on and framed this Bo Dan in his previous life. It seemed that it was unavoidable this time round as well. Fong Yuan did not want unnecessary trouble. But this Bo Dan was prancing in front of him. He had no choice. At this time, Shark Demon smiled. Sir Chun, Bo Dan is rude. Please don't take it personally. Even though he is rude, he is speaking the truth. The things that I deduced need some time to confirm. Fong Yuan nodded in admission. Subai Man smiled lightly. I don't know why, but even though this is the first time I am meeting Sir, it is as if we are long-lost acquaintances. I feel a sense of cordiality and trust. Thus, even though we cannot confirm it now, I will believe Sir. Ha ha ha. Many people say that as well. Fong Yuan talked big. He was not humble at all. But he did not need to be humble anyway. The effect of familiar face was like this. Shark Demon said, Sir Chun, we are stuck at freezing rain-frozen earth. I hope Sir will help. The faster we unravel this battlefield, the faster we can get to the next layer and confirm Sir's deductions, proving your capabilities. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Lord Shark Demon, that is not true. I am confident in my earlier deduction. I do not need to confirm anything to myself. It is just that all of you do not trust me and need some affirmation. After a while, Fong Yuan continued, since you want my help, should we talk about the remuneration first? Shark Demon frowned. Fong Yuan's attitude made him very unhappy. After all, Fong Yuan was only rank 6 while he was rank 7. This attitude of a rank 6 towards a rank 7 could already be considered a form of offense. Fong Yuan sucked up to Shark Demon in his previous life. That was because he wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Thus he was very polite. But now, Fong Yuan had already obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. Why would he need to join Zombie Alliance? Shark Demon was attacking Ulu-blessed land. He needed Fong Yuan's help. Fong Yuan had to make use of the status to gain more benefits. After some negotiation, Shark Demon offered a huge price. Fong Yuan accepted it gladly and started to work. Even though he did not have Starthought Immortal Goo, now was different from his previous life. He had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. Even if he only used Mortal Goo, he could do many things. Most importantly, he had unraveled this battlefield killer move in his previous life. Thus, when he worked, results came quickly. It caused everyone to cheer and gasp loudly. In his previous life, Fong Yuan could only focus solely on unraveling the battlefield killer move. But now, Fong Yuan had a lot of leeway in doing it. He placed his focus on learning instead. Be it in his previous life or now, Fong Yuan did not have a single battlefield killer move. He was extremely curious in regards to any battlefield killer move. As time passed, Fong Yuan gained more understanding about freezing rain-frozen earth and obtained deeper insight. The core immortal goo of freezing rain-frozen earth, how many there were, how many supplementary mortal goo there were, Fong Yuan gradually understood them. Except that he could not investigate for the time being how these goo worms cooperated, and how many ways they could be used in a certain manner. Once in a while, there would be icy rain and snow monsters attacking, but Shark Demon and the others attacked and ensured Fong Yuan's safety. Fong Yuan did not make the same mistake as previously. He did not increase the power of freezing rain-frozen earth. Instead, he deduced and unraveled it step by step, weakening the battlefield killer move gradually. As for Bo Dan, he had already shrunken into a corner dejectedly. He did not dare to contest with Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's wisdom path attainment was far deeper than in his previous life. Back then, Bo Dan felt indignant, but now he saw their immense gap and lost all fighting spirit. He felt great dejection. Eventually, when Fong Yuan almost expended all of the mortal star thought goo that he accumulated, he stopped. 60% of freezing rain-frozen earth had been unraveled. Only 40% was left. Why did Brother Chun stop? Shark Demon asked anxiously. Fong Yuan smiled. Haste means waste. I am feeling tired. We will stop here for today. Sharksy was furious, but he needed Fong Yuan's help. He had no other choice. He could only smile. Sir, you are right. You need to rest. How about this? You are a guest from afar. Do you want to visit my Sharksy? My personal shark fishing banquet is unique in Eastern Sea. The other immortals gasped upon hearing this. They looked at Feng Yuan with much envy. Feng Yuan nodded. His expression was plain. Then I will trouble Lord Shark Demon. In the shark fishing banquet, delicious delicacies filled the table as the aroma of wine pervaded the air. After seeing Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment, Shark Demon and Subai Man were very inviting and warm towards Feng Yuan. While drinking, Shark Demon summoned many female Gu masters. How can we not have dances to entertain us while in a banquet? These are the servants that I nurture. They have Gu master cultivation level and are skilled in transformation path. They can perform the sea demon dance. Many Gu immortals have praised it. Today, I will let both of you watch and critique it. These female Gu masters were all beautiful like flowers. Their bodies were slim and attractive. Right now, music could be heard as the girls danced. Their sleeves fluttered in the air. They were extremely dazzling and alluring. Suddenly, the music changed as the calming atmosphere became faster. The female Gu masters transformed and gained fishtails, becoming mermaids dancing in the air. The music changed again, becoming lively. The female Gu masters transformed again, growing shells on their backs, becoming clam girls, dancing around. The music changed again with a metallic feel. The hands of the female Gu masters turned into crab pincers. They danced around, causing wind to blow. They were bold and grand. The music changed time and again, as the female Gu masters transformed every time, showing an array of dancing styles. Feng Yuan had a truly eye-opening experience. Eastern Sea has various unique and wondrous cultures. It is truly different from Northern Plains' brutish and bold beauty. Tai Baiyunsheng praised deeply. Shark Demon saw that Feng Yuan did not speak and asked, how would Sir Chen critique it? It is indeed beautiful beyond imagination. Feng Yuan said, finding it a bit funny internally. In his previous life, his wisdom path attainment was not high. Even though he suppressed Bo Dan, it was through schemes and framing. But now, after displaying great capabilities, Feng Yuan obtained the enthusiastic hosting of Shark Demon and Subai Man. In his previous life, even though Feng Yuan joined the shark fishing banquet, there were no dances or songs provided for him. But now, its appearance showed that Shark Demon was placing great emphasis on Feng Yuan. As the dance ended, the female Gu masters left. Subai Man smiled. I wonder which servants Sir Chan and Sir Tai Bai like? Just tell us. I can make the decision and give them to you. I am too old, too old. Thank you, madam, for the thought. Tai Baiyunsheng rejected it politely. Feng Yuan said, I have heard some things about the shark fishing banquet. I am more interested in the shark groups outside of the underwater palace. Subai Man felt some disappointment, but she smiled. Sirs did not choose the servants, it is their misfortune. But I cannot make decisions about the sharks in this sea. They are my husband's prized possession. Ha ha ha, if you want to take part, how can I not agree to it? In every shark fishing banquet I will gift some sharks. But there is a rule in this, I wonder if you have any understanding towards it. Shark Demon asked. Of course I understand. Feng Yuan nodded, waving the fan in front of him, but I need to confirm with the owner, the sharks in this sea, no matter what we catch or how many we catch, they will belong to us? That is true, but you have to do it personally. Shark Demon nodded without hesitation. Feng Yuan smiled. Then let me deduce which is the most valuable shark in this shark sea? If I can really obtain it, I hope you can bear with the pain and give it to me. Sir Chan. Go ahead and use your methods. Shark Demon smiled. He wanted to probe Feng Yuan's true foundation. Feng Yuan pretended to pinch his fingers and deduce. At once, his body was covered in starlight, shining brilliantly. A moment later, starlight shone and shot out everywhere, filling the entire palace. A moment later, bells rung. The scene was beyond words. Starlight shone with a grand appearance. Aura of Immortal Gu surged as Shark Demon and Subai Man were moved. They transmitted to each other secretly. This wisdom star Chen Dao is truly incredible. Did you notice he has already used 3 different Immortal Gu? I wonder which wisdom path Immortal Gu they are? What they did not know was Feng Yuan was just pretending it was a facade. The starlight faded. Feng Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat. After resting for a short moment, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes burst out with starlight, shooting out several meters past. The light was extremely dazzling. One could not stare directly at it. To think that Lord Shark Demon and Lady Sue by Man have such incredible methods. You actually used enslavement path methods to restrain a rank 8 level 1-finger flow shark. I am truly impressed. Even though I deduced it, my methods are too weak. I cannot capture this beast, what a shame. Earlier, I spoke arrogant words, but now my abilities are insufficient. I hope the two of you do not laugh at me. The bodies of Shark Demon and Sue by Man shuddered. Wisdom Star Chun Dao could deduce even this secret? This. At once, this rank 7 Gu immortal couple stared with wide eyes. They looked at Fong Yuan with an expression of disbelief. A few breaths later, Shark Demon and Sue by Man calmed down slowly as they finally reacted. Sue by Man sighed. I finally know how skilled Sir Chun is. 1-finger flow shark is our greatest secret. Sir Chen might not know this, but to prevent others from deducing this matter, we had put in a lot of effort to ask Song Jiadan to conceal this information for us. Sharksy continued. Jiadan sits in Twin Polar, Huan hides in Nangong. There is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. Song Jiadan is one of the 3 most outstanding Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Brother Chen's methods could breach Song Jiadan's defenses. That means that Brother Chen's Wisdom Path attainment can match Song Jiadan already. Fong Yuan's heart jumped. He had overdone it. He quickly waved his hand, salvaging the situation. Oh, I cannot match Song Jiadan yet. I had been lucky earlier and did better than usual. If I faced off against Song Jiadan personally, I would not be able to win. Shark Demon's upper body moved forward. He looked at Fong Yuan, saying, I finally have seen Sir's abilities. But earlier in Yu Lu Blessed Land, why did Sir not use Immortal Goo? Fong Yuan chuckled. Wouldn't using Immortal Goo expend Immortal Essence? This would raise my cost in unraveling it. I am not as rich as Lord Shark Demon. If using Mortal Goo can also unravel the battlefield killer move, except that the time needed would be longer, why wouldn't I do it? Shark Demon's heart was jumping. Fong Yuan did not mind the time, but he did mind it a lot. He had accepted Zombie Alliance's mission to attack Yu Lu Blessed Land. As time passed, Zombie Alliance's higher-ups would urge him more. If he did not show progress, others would take over. Thus, Shark Demon and Sue by Man's pressure had always been high. Sir knows I am a hasty person. Dragging on would lead to mishaps. We should take down Yu Lu Blessed Land as soon as possible. Shark Demon laughed, continuing, It seems that my earlier remuneration did not satisfy Sir. Sir Chun can quote a price. I will try to satisfy you. Fong Yuan shook his head as he smiled. It is better to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land slowly. Lord Shark Demon, do you not know the value of a battlefield killer move? Of course I do. I know that the true value of Yu Lu Blessed Land is not just these battlefield killer moves. It is the method to use the Dao marks in the Blessed Land to create a battlefield killer move. But these methods can be obtained from the land spirit after capturing the Blessed Land. Shark Demon said, What if there is no land spirit? Fong Yuan asked immediately. It is only a small possibility. Shark Demon hesitated. There is a possibility no matter how small. Has Lord Shark Demon seen the land spirit after attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land for so long? I doubt that is the case. Thus, the safest way is to slow down the attack and comprehend all of the battlefield killer moves. Fong Yuan sighed deeply. Shark Demon was starting to get angry. He continued to urge him, but Fong Yuan was insistent on his idea. Shark Demon could not ruin their relationship. He needed Fong Yuan's help. He could only endure it. Fong Yuan had no fear. He raised the price, finally stopping after reaching Shark Demon's limit. After resting for a few days, Fong Yuan followed Shark Demon into Yu Lu Blessed Land again. This time, he used Star Thought Immortal Goo, expending many days and finally unraveling the freezing rain-frozen earth killer move for Shark Demon. As for this Star Thought Immortal Goo, it was quite a peculiar thing. After rebirth, Fong Yuan succeeded in his first attempt at refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. But in fact, refining Immortal Goo was not so easy. He could refine Star Thought Immortal Goo because Fong Yuan had a lot of practice in his previous life. Or perhaps his luck had become better after connecting luck to He Lu Lan. His elevated luck could be one of the reasons why the Goo refinement succeeded. Fong Yuan was accumulating materials now. He waited for the time to be ripe before he refined the rank 6 all-out effort Goo. Time passed, several months went by quickly. Under Feng Yuan's help, Shark Demon had a much easier time attacking Yu-Lu-Blessed Land than in his previous life. Freezing Rain, Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, they were all unraveled by Feng Yuan one after another. After refining Star Thought Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan no longer lacked Star Thoughts. He grasped 80 to 90% of Freezing Rain, Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. Even though Feng Yuan did not have the corresponding Immortal Goo to create any of the battlefield killer moves, this was already an immense gain. Feng Yuan's understanding towards battlefield killer moves had become very deep. Using the light of wisdom, one day, Feng Yuan was confident of creating his own unique battlefield killer move using the Immortal Goo that he possessed. Finally, Feng Yuan faced the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops once again. He finally met with difficulty. Unmoving Troops was the final trial in Yu-Lu-Blessed Land. It involved Wisdom Path and was very tough to breach. Since Feng Yuan did not have any experience of unraveling it in his previous life, progress was slow. Feng Yuan simply abandoned it. He did not join Zombie Alliance so Shark Demon could not command him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos now. With the shattering of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, countless fragment worlds had scattered over Central Continent. In his previous life, Feng Yuan obtained dual Grandmaster attainment level from the fragment world's Dream Realm. But he did not explore the Dream Realm fully. In this life, Feng Yuan was deeply in anticipation. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment level rise again? Or maybe his other path's attainment levels? Several days later, Feng Yuan appeared in a nameless valley in Central Continent. A certain fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, and it was temporarily stable. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent their Gu Immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that He Fengyang had led Feng Yuan in, the other Gu Immortals did not have good expressions. Currently, it was thanks to Feng Yuan's rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain such a benefit. This fragment world could barely allow a rank 6 bottom-tier Gu Immortal to enter. But in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where would they find a Gu Immortal who had cultivation level as low as Feng Yuan? Thus, Feng Yuan became the sole and unique person in this category. Immortal Crane Sect made full use of the rules of this contest and allowed him to enter the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy Bai Qing asked Feng Yuan to take care of Feng Jin Huang. Feng Yuan agreed, but he was thinking internally, should he kill Feng Jin Huang here? Due to Spirit Affinity House keeping it a secret and concealing Feng Jiuji's death, according to Feng Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Jiugu had gone missing in Northern Plains. But thinking about it, Feng Yuan gave up on this idea. Even though Feng Jiugu died in my previous life at this point, the 100 Days battle has not concluded yet. Anything is possible. Furthermore, Feng Jiuji's death was not confirmed in my previous life. Most importantly, I harmed Feng Jin Huang back then because I wanted her Dream Wings Immortal Goo. But even though she is immortal, she can destroy the Immortal Goo with a thought. Even though I am a Goo Immortal, I do not have special methods to steal it. Dealing with her now is courting death. With Feng Jiugu still at the height of power, I will definitely face the attack of Spirit Affinity House and the other forces. Go in. The others have already entered. Your cultivation is the highest, so you are the last one. He Fengyang said heavily. There was no other choice. If Feng Yuan entered first, the Mortal Gu masters from the other 9 sects could not compete with Feng Yuan. Of course, this showed Immortal Crane Sect's weakness as well. If Immortal Crane Sect was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult to arrange Feng Yuan as the first person to go in. The fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was right in front of Feng Yuan. An ocean blue lake appeared like a half-torn drawing, suddenly inserted into this mountain valley that was full of trees. This was not a complete Grotto Heaven or blessed land. Feng Yuan stepped in directly. At the next moment, he was inside the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world. Looking back, the Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were still in the valley. They were no longer in the same world as Feng Yuan. The gazes of these Gu Immortals were either solemn, envious, or jealous. They could not help it. Their cultivation level was too high. They had too many Dao marks. If they entered outright, they would directly cause this weak fragment world to break apart. This lake is huge. I remember that in my previous life, a desolate beast dragonfish was hidden near the small island at the center of the lake. It was influenced by someone's immortal goo and became berserk and frenzied. I have lost self-strength immortal goo and cannot use strength path giant hand. It will be harder for me to capture it now. Feng Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similarly to his previous life, elite goo masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were trapped on the small central island. Around the island, the lake water was treacherous. That desolate beast dragonfish was wreaking havoc, creating huge waves. Feng Yuan descended from the sky, using immortal methods and expending some effort to capture the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. Leaving behind the shocked and paralyzed Heaven's Envy Manor goo masters, Feng Yuan flew towards the direction of the Dream Realm. Arriving at the Dream Realm's area, Feng Jin Huang had already led the 4 goo masters from Spirit Affinity House and occupied this Dream Realm. Feng Yuan, I have been waiting for quite a while. Feng Jin Huang smiled, her facial features were picturesque, her skin was fair and she radiated deep confidence. Feng Yuan smiled too. Before this trip, your mother asked me to take care of you. I will not find trouble with you. I will try to let you have an easy time, but there is a price for it. What can you give me? Feng Jin Huang was prepared and was about to speak. Feng Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use a method to restore an immortal zombie back to human as the price, forget it. I have already found a suitable method, of course. It is not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Jin Huang stared blankly, being caught off guard. She did not expect Feng Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie revival method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research in Dream Realms far surpasses the other 9 ancient sections. I only need the goo recipe of a Dream Realm mortal goo. I will let you stay at this Dream Realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have Dream Wings immortal goo. Don't tell me you do not know the recipe of some Dream Realm mortal goo. Feng Yuan suggested. According to the 10 sects agreement, for the representative of Spirit Affinity House, Feng Jin Huang, to occupy this place, she needed to face the challenge of any sect. Only with 2 out of 3 victories could she take away the opponent's rights to claim this territory. Even though Feng Jin Huang had Fairy Bai Qing's immortal goo, will, and immortal essence, she was still immortal. She could not beat the immortal zombie Feng Yuan. Feng Jin Huang's expression was bitter. Feng Yuan, your request is too hard to meet. I have Dream Wings immortal goo, everyone knows that. But the value of a Dream Path mortal goo recipe is immense. You may be severely underestimating it. I have used some Dream Path mortal goo before, but they were only extremely secret practice. I planned to combine them with Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move, but I failed. Those mortal goo were given to me by the sect. I do not know a single Dream Path mortal goo recipe. Change your request, for example, a Strength Path mortal goo recipe. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale. Dream Path was still being explored. It had not been created yet. Even though Dream Path goo worms were appearing, they were limited in quantity. To make Dream Path a mature path, it was not enough with just Dream Wings or Dream Travel. Only a widely cultivated path can be known as a path. Dream Path was still developing in its infancy period. In the 5 regions, only super forces could research on it. Thus, the value of Dream Path mortal goo recipes was immense. Feng Yuan did not pester about this matter. He knew, even if Feng Jin Huang knew any Dream Path mortal goo recipes, she would not hand them to him. Thus, this request was only to set up for his true motive. Feng Yuan said, then in that case, I want information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You may not know, but this person is a legendary character from Spirit Affinity House. Hand his information to me. Don't try and deceive me with those details already in the market. Feng Jin Huang thought, this Feng Yuan underestimates me. Even though I am a mortal goo master, I have been in the goo immortal world since a young age. How would I not know Bo Qing? But why is Feng Yuan seeking Bo Qing's information? She thought again, Bo Qing is already dead. What's wrong with agreeing to it? It is easy for Mother to get the information, even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets. I know my limits. I will not hand all of the confidential information to Feng Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Jin Huang agreed. But Feng Yuan continued, this Dream Realm is something Immortal Crane sect must have. The duration of your exploration will depend on what information you give me. You can transmit to your mother to start preparing already. 2 hours later, in Central Continent's time, I want to see it. Then, according to the value of the information, I will decide your time in the dream realm. Feng Jinhuang's heart sank. She knew that Feng Yuan could not be fooled so easily. She was the treasure of both her parents. She naturally had immortal goo with her, and large numbers of information path mortal goo. Fairy Bai Qing could learn about Feng Jinhuang's status at any time. After spending some effort, both sides finally came to an agreement. Feng Yuan was very straightforward. He left the area near the dream realm immediately. This time, even though he had already subdued the desolate beast dragonfish, he still needed to take the desolate beast hidden essence turtle and the desolate plant nether grass. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, a few days had gone by in the starry sky grotto heaven fragment world. Feng Yuan captured the hidden essence turtle and nether grass, and just like his previous life, he let out some rock men to explore for him, searching for valuable goo worms or materials. He returned to the Dream Realm's location as Feng Jinhuang handed him the first batch of information, while unable to conceal her dejected and irritated emotions. Feng Yuan looked at the information as he nodded. It was very in-depth, as expected of Spirit Affinity House's internal information. In my previous life, the Heavenly River in Central Continent had a huge disturbance and many goo immortals gained a lot of benefits, but I could not interfere. This time, with my experience, I will not need to make many deductions. I can save much time and effort. I might be able to explore Falling Heavenly River in time. Feng Yuan thought as he evaluated openly. This information, although in-depth, does not talk much about secrets. According to our agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, that is in terms of the fragment world's time. Feng Jinhuang nodded, sighing internally. She had overestimated herself, while underestimating the dream realm's difficulty. Until now, even though she had Dream Wings immortal goo, she could not pass the first layer of the dream realm. She had thought that 6 to 7 days was enough to explore this dream realm completely and obtain great gains. But the cruel reality was like a loud slap on her face. If I knew this, I would lower the price during our agreement. Now, this information can only provide me 3 days. This is not enough to even heal my injuries. Sigh. Feng Jinhuang sighed deeply again. Feng Yuan knew about her status clearly, but he pretended to not know and left. But secretly, he turned towards the other side of the dream realm and entered it stealthily. With his previous life's experience, he was very proficient, and with enough preparation, he had a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo. He could use the killer move Unravel Dream much more frequently. The first layer's Beastmen Wind Knotgrass Dream Realm, the second layer's Mountain Peak Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm, they were all unraveled. He finally came to the third layer of the Dream Realm. He did not manage to come here in his previous life. There was a shore with willows on it. The lake's surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was playing the zither. You are finally here. She looked at Feng Yuan, starlight shining brilliantly in her eyes, as her mouth was showing a mysterious smile. Feng Yuan's body shuddered. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was the third layer of the dream realm. The night was calm, as stars filled the sky. The water of the lake was peaceful. Feng Yuan had just entered the dream realm when he stood in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was staring fixedly at the female immortal, feeling extremely surprised. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Throughout history, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable, with his appearance publicly unknown. As for the others, their appearances were widely known. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history, a disciple of primordial origin Immortal Venerable, as well as the second-generation Immortal King of Heavenly Court. She had incredible accomplishments and fame. Her appearance was known by all. Feng Yuan recognized her instantly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had a tall body. She wore a long blue dress as it was dragged along the ground. She had a long black waterfall-like hair, extending to her waist. Her brows were thick and long. Her eyes were like the moon in the well, peaceful but oozing with wisdom and mystery. Her skin was white like snow. She looked at Feng Yuan deeply as her slender hands played the zither. You are finally here. She spoke slowly, Her voice was soothing like this beautiful night sky. Interesting. In this dream realm, who is my character? Fong Yuan looked at his clothing. He realized that he was in his true appearance. This was shocking to Fong Yuan. Logically speaking, this should not be happening. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Fong Yuan was in the form of a child. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking the path of immortals. Why was he in his original appearance now in the third layer of the dream realm? Before entering this dream realm, I have been activating the immortal killer move familiar face. Right now, even this immortal killer move has lost its effect. Maybe this dream realm is so deep that my soul has already submerged deeply into it. Fong Yuan thought about this and became increasingly alert. When he was exploring the first two layers of the dream realm, he was clear that it was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul sank into it completely, he would lose that perception. He would think that everything was real. Like back then, when He Lu Lan was undergoing tribulation and had fallen into a dream realm. As it continued to loop, she lost herself in that world. In this dream realm, I am in my original appearance. This is a sign of my soul sinking into the dream realm. It seems that this third layer is extraordinary. Fong Yuan thought of this and focused, not daring to be careless. But star constellation Immortal Venerable in front of him seemed to understand Fong Yuan's worry. She smiled lightly. Don't be afraid. Listen to my song. Saying so, her tender fingers moved. The zither produced an alluring and beautiful sound under her manipulation. It was like the soothing sound of flowing water. Next, she opened her mouth and sang with an ancient tune and method. Fong Yuan only heard her sing. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas, spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the night. Her voice was clear like a mountain spring, flowing into the deepest part of Fong Yuan's mind. Fong Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that the song was some kind of prophecy. It contained deep meaning. It was trying to say something, but he could not comprehend it in the short time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable finished her song. Her figure gradually faded, but the mysterious smile was still hanging on her face. Fong Yuan focused intensely, concentrating his mind, but at the next moment, the dream realm vanished. What happened? This dream realm suddenly vanished. Outside the dream realm, Feng Jin Huang, who was recuperating, opened her eyes with shock and suspicion. Fong Yuan concealed his figure in time. He was not exposed. He stealthily left this place, feeling great shock. Why did this happen? The third layer of the dream realm vanished before I explored it. What sort of dream was it? Why was it so mystical? Even with the 500 years of experience in my previous life, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fong Yuan frowned tightly. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It had a sort of great meaning and purpose regarding him. In the dream, what was star constellation Immortal Venerable trying to sing? What was she trying to tell me? Fong Yuan tried to recall, but he could not remember anything. It was like a person waking up after a dream. Even though he knew there was a dream, he could not remember any details about it. Fong Yuan thought hard, even using wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the contents of what star constellation Immortal Venerable sang. Only the sound of the zither remained in his mind. At the same time, in southern border, Shadow Sex Base, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land contained the door of life and death, and in front of this door, there was a dream realm. Old Man Yen Shur held 9 rank 8 immortal goo, stepping into the dream realm slowly. The moment he went in, Old Man Yen Shur felt a cold and surging killing intent. Die, die, die. A man dressed in a black robe pounced at him with bloodshot eyes and messy hair. At once, Old Man Yen Shur could not move at all. If outsiders were here and saw this black-robed man, they would scream, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable." At the next moment, Old Man Yen Shur was forced out with a heavily injured soul. Returning to his body, he spit out a mouthful of blood, his expression pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than the star constellation Immortal Venerable Dream Realm that Fang Yuan had explored. Old Man Yen Shi only entered the first layer of the dream realm and was forced to act as a character in the dream. This character was an enemy killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Old Man Yen Shi tried countless times, but the moment he entered the dream, he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, unable to react. But I have already left the immortal goo in the dream. It is time to use the killer move. Old Man Yen Shi disregarded his injuries. His old and wrinkled right hand opened and revealed an immortal goo in his palm. This immortal goo was refined by Yumu Chun in Central Continent. It was of rule path named Become Real. Become Real immortal goo was activated by Old Man Yen Shi using immortal essence, turning into a flash of silver light, flying into the sky. It flew around the dream realm in the air, creating a long silvery trail that stopped in the air and did not disappear. Rise! Old Man Yen Shi chanted internally. Countless goo worms flew out of his immortal aperture, circling around Spectral Soul's dream realm, forming a formation in the air. The hundreds of thousands of mortal goo, all rank 5, with Become Real immortal goo and the 9 immortal goo left in the dream realm as the cores, formed into a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, Old Man Yen Shi's face was purple and gold. The immortal essence that he accumulated in his life, along with all his goo worms, were all expended or dead. Only a silver light cocoon was left. It was huge and wrapped around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm completely and tightly. Old Man Yen Shi let out a breath of air. His body shook as he almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired, but he was joyful and looked at the silver light cocoon, muttering to himself, "Next, we will have to wait for it to mature." Several days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan laughed loudly, coming out of the underground cave. He had succeeded. After spending a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield, using Cleanse Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight, and Star Thought as the cores. It did not have explosive strength, but it could endlessly drain the enemy's battle strength over time. The Light of Wisdom is truly formidable. If I had to deduce this alone, I would not have any results even after 3 years. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Even though the Star Soul Battlefield only had 600 or so goo including immortal goo. In fact, the coordination of the goo worms and the methods to use them were extremely complex. Thus, to set up this Star Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan needed at least a few minutes. This time was not too long compared to other battlefield killer moves. It was average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves took a long time to set up. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan faced off against the 4 elders of He Tribe and their Green City Rampage, the immortal battlefield killer move Orchard Garden in Mountain was prepared in advance a while before. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul Battlefield cannot rival Orchard Garden in Mountain. But the ability to drain the enemy's strength inside the battlefield is almost endless. It is superior to Orchard Garden in Mountain in this aspect. After all, my Star Soul Battlefield used Fighting Soul Battlefield as the main reference. With Star Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan wanted to test it on a suitable target. He quickly thought of the One-Finger Flow Shark. One-Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength. It also has 3 time path immortal goo. My Star Soul Battlefield cannot trap it. Furthermore, to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, I will also have to fight Shark Demon and Subai Man. Fang Yuan discarded this unrealistic idea very quickly. He could cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness, of course. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had already sent many letters to Blazing Heaven Demoness, establishing some common grounds and understanding. If Fang Yuan used his identity as He Lulan's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, it was highly possible. But Fang Yuan did not want this. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One-Finger Flow Shark in terms of loot, Fang Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness. He would only gain a small portion of the benefits. And it was impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Subai Man. Even though Fang Yuan was not a Zombie Alliance member, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. According to the Alliance Agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could only suppress Shark Demon and Subai Man. She could not take their lives. However, I need to look for Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I do not find her, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might conceal her existence to try and deal with me using her. If I take the initiative to find her, He Lulan will lose all hope in this aspect, and it will also be a form of deterrence towards blazing heaven demoness. Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man in Eastern Sea were already in great anticipation regarding Fang Yuan. In this life, their progress in attacking Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced due to Fang Yuan. But the final step, unmoving troops, was extremely difficult. Shark Demon and the others had no way to break it. They could only look at the immortal goo fluttering in the air while sighing. Shark Demon's desire towards Fang Yuan's help was apparent. But Fang Yuan ignored him completely. Rather than helping him, he might as well help blazing heaven demoness in devouring Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's relationship with blazing heaven demoness was closer than Shark Demon. Fang Yuan could get much more benefits by working with her. The sky was blue, several clouds were floating. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking far away into the horizon. He only saw that the sky was vast. His vision was filled with blue, both from the sky and sea. Waves were moving about, the atmosphere was grand. These were the special characteristics of Eastern Sea. It was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was peaceful, the scenery was flat and still, like the grand and brutish northern plains. Yet when fierce waves appear on the surface of the seas, turning it into a dangerous place, the resemblance to northern plains vanishes. Along with the changes of the seas and waves, Eastern Sea constantly shifted in various ways. Precisely because of these changes, such grand scenery could be created, and there were cultures that had various unique features. Fang Yuan waited patiently. The sea area below him was rather small. It was within Zombie Alliance's territory, the private sea area of Bodan. But Bodan had been chased out long ago. The person who was occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, a rank 8 Fire Path Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. A moment ago, the letter goo that Fang Yuan had prepared for blazing heaven demoness had been tossed into the sea. But there was no disturbance in the sea. Who are you? Such guts. You interrupted me when I was at the most crucial moment of refining goo. Suddenly, Fang Yuan heard a voice. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had used his investigative methods long ago. But blazing heaven demoness could not be traced at all. Fang Yuan did not sense her. She actually got close to him, and before she spoke, Fang Yuan had no idea. On the surface, Fang Yuan was unmoved. He spoke calmly and slowly turned around, bowing. I am Fang Yuan. My respects to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes shined with brilliance. These last days, her mood had been good, because she and Fairy Li Shan had started to communicate using letters ago, and in the letter, Fairy Li Shan mentioned that she was trying to mend their relationship for the sake of He Lulan. Earlier, she was not refining goo. But when she received the information Path Mortal Goo, stating that it was He Lulan's friend, Blazing Heaven Demoness was curious and wary. She sneaked out and got close to Fang Yuan, probing him. Fang Yuan did not sense her. Because of his rank 6 cultivation level, Blazing Heaven Demoness' wariness fell drastically. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a tough personality. The moment she spoke, she claimed that Fang Yuan had interrupted her refinement. She wanted to gain the initiative in the conversation, so that she could pressure him later. But the initiative that she took did not faze Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness was impressed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. That is me. Saying this, he deactivated familiar face, turning from the appearance of Wisdom Star back to his immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness' pupils expanded slightly. She sighed. This rank 8 attitude goo is really amazing. I could not find any flaws in it. However, what is your relationship with Wisdom Star Chandao? Fang Yuan laughed. Wisdom Star Chandao is me, but I am not just Wisdom Star alone. Blazing Heaven Demoness' impression of Fang Yuan rose. In Fairy Li Shan's letters, she did not mention that you had Wisdom Path attainment. She had been eyeing you Lu Blessed Land for a long time. Thus, she had been collecting information about Shark Demon secretly. The information of Wisdom Star Chandao that Fang Yuan had been disguised as was known by Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I did not have Wisdom Path attainment, how could I venture into Imperial Court Blessed Land alone? Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, I wonder if you are interested in Lu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan spoke about his intention. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. What do you think? Fang Yuan was calm and collected. If you are not interested, I would not have come here. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. Is this also the intention of your master, Purple Mountain True Monarch? Fang Yuan did not deny it. Madam, with my capabilities, as long as I am given some time, I will be able to unravel the final battlefield killer move in Yulu Blessed Land. But how to get rid of Shark Demon and Su Bai Man will be your matter. Without Star Thought Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan would not be so confident. But with the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo in his hands, and with the fact that the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops was unmanned, Fang Yuan would not face much difficulty in dealing with it. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression sank. Fang Yuan had control of the flow of the conversation. She could no longer control her patience. Baseless talk. She snorted. You say you have the ability. Is that necessarily true? How can I believe it? The anger of a rank 8 Gu Immortal was not to be underestimated. The atmosphere became heavy at once. Fang Yuan smiled calmly. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would react like this. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not familiar with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had his previous life's experiences. He knew about Blazing Heaven Demoness temper. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had control of the conversation. It is simple to get Madam to believe in my abilities. Please bear with me. Saying so, Fang Yuan started deducing. At once, starlight shone on his body as a mortal Gu aura surged. After a dozen breaths, Fang Yuan stopped pretending. He said to Blazing Heaven Demoness, sighing, a rank 8 great expert is truly difficult to deduce. Is this your excuse for failing? Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. Of course not. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. I have already deduced that Madam has already contacted the Zombie Alliance headquarters and is prepared to push aside Su Bai Man and Shark Demon. Bodan has already been captured, right? Subduing him first, then letting him go and making him bribe Su Bai Man with an immortal material. By then, you can find an excuse of stealing immortal material to righteously seek trouble with them. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was very shocked internally. She did not expect Fang Yuan to deduce her plan so quickly in such a short time. She was a rank 8 Gu Immortal even though she was Fire Path. She had methods to defend against the deduction of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Why did her methods fail against Fang Yuan? No wonder this person could make little sister feel wary and cause a loss to little Lan. No, maybe this is what his master Purple Mountain True Monarch deduced. He is only using that information to act in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down quickly. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie. Anyone who could reach rank 8 was not easy to fool. All right, since you have the ability, I have a difficult problem for you to solve. Saying this, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed him and fire burst out, surrounding Fang Yuan's entire body. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He saw Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering personality once again, but he was not afraid that she would cause him harm. Because He Lu Lan's attitude Gu was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness tried to kill Fang Yuan, would she not be afraid that Fang Yuan would destroy Attitude Gu along with him? Fang Yuan did not resist. He was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned into a rainbow of fire and tore through the sky. Fang Yuan's eyes could only see fire. He could not move. He did not know how long it took, but suddenly, the flames vanished and Fang Yuan found himself in a plain. This plain was filled with greenery. Young and tender grass grew over the entire plain. The plain had few trees. One could see very far. What was most eye-catching was a palace not far away. This palace had a green-gold floating sculpted design. The surface was carved with the sea, sky, and mountains. This was the design style of the remote antiquity era. The radiating immortal Gu aura showed that this palace was extraordinary. This was an immortal Gu house. At this moment, many Gu immortals were standing on the plain, surrounding this immortal Gu house from all directions. There were some Gu immortals who floated in the air, far from the immortal Gu house. Whichever Gu immortal it was, their gazes were all focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan. Earlier, a fiery rainbow had descended. It was a huge disturbance. Nobody could miss it. Blazing Heaven Demoness released her rank 8 Gu Immortal aura, causing them to focus on her. With such a high-profile entrance, Fang Yuan, who came along with her, was also heavily locked on by many gazes. I am Song Kuan, greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kaixing pays respects. I, Ruo Lai Guei, am truly honored to be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness in person. Soon, 3 Gu Immortals acted as the representatives and spoke. Even though their cultivation level was not as high as Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were the representatives of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan. These 3 clans were superforces in Eastern Sea. They were also the main forces competing for the ownership of Ascending Heaven Plane. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant with them. She nodded lightly at the 3 of them, speaking, I have heard about old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I am here to try and obtain it. You can feel free to handle your own matters. The 3 clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness said that casually. But the 3 clans did not dare to be careless. Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level was at rank 8, and she even had a huge force Zombie Alliance behind her. If Zombie Alliance wanted to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, there would be a huge disturbance in the current situation within Ascending Heaven Plane. Lady Blazing Heaven is from Northern Plains. You are a guest here. How can we be so rude? I am unworthy, but allow me to accompany you. Song Kuan took the initiative and flew over. Brother Song Kuan is right. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived here. I am willing to explain the situation to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Xiong had just spoken when Ruolai Guei also flew towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave the 3 immortals a look. She did not chase them away. She allowed them to stand beside her. The geographical location of Ascending Heaven Plane meant that Zombie Alliance could not intervene in it. There were many superforces in Eastern Sea, but the ones who could influence this place only numbered to 3. These 3 clans contested both upfront and in secret, but when a strong external force like Blazing Heaven Demoness came, they collaborated and resisted her together. There was no need to guess. Blazing Heaven Demoness knew that these 3 had already informed their clans. Soon, rank 8 experts were going to show up and hold the fort for them. But Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew that even though what was in Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not obtain it. Even though she was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, if she tried to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not help her, she would offend the 3 superforces. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering and firm attitude. But she was not stupid. In fact, she was very wise. She understood the value of giving in. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, she would not have established that alliance agreement with him. Blazing Heaven Demoness' motive in this trip was not to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. She wanted to test if Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, or whether he was only a fraud, merely relying on Purple Mountain True Monarch. Wisdom Star, this is Ascending Heaven Plane, a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded inside the Legends of Renzu. This place is filled with space path downmarks. Not only does it have no regular pattern, it is extremely complex and rearranges constantly. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, obtain the Tian Nan inheritance here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. He understood Blazing Heaven Demoness' intention. His wisdom path methods were only exposed recently. Even He Lulan and the others were not very clear on them. Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land. She needed to test the might of Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods. If Fang Yuan had decent capabilities, she would believe him and entrust the duty of attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land to him. If he was a fraud, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to find someone else. As for Fang Yuan, if he was useless, he would have to scram. Wisdom Star, why is this name so familiar? Since this person is thought highly of by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he must have some proficiency. Not only are the space path downmarks in Ascending Heaven Plane complex, they change at every moment. Our 3 clans are restricted by this and have little progress. How is it possible for him, who is working alone? Song Kuan, Kai Xiong, and Ruolai Guei transmitted to each other. As Fang Yuan landed on the ground, walking towards the immortal Gu house that old eccentric Tian Nan left behind. Not just the 3 of them, the other Gu Immortals' gazes were also on Fang Yuan. In the Song clan camp, a young woman was dressed in white, seemingly glowing with snow-white light, pure as jade. She was the prize jewel of Song clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Isher. Wisdom Star Qingdao. At this moment, Song Isher's eyes stared at Fang Yuan unblinkingly, filled with curiosity. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon has been attacking Lu Blessed Land. He is doing all that he can to ask this person to help. Earlier, it was Chun Dao who helped Shark Demon unravel the first few battlefield killer moves at a rapid pace. But for some reason, Chun Dao started ignoring Shark Demon recently. Strange. Little sure. Why are you so knowledgeable about Chun Dao? Come to speak of it, this lad has quite the gentlemanly appearance. He is also quite handsome. One glance at him produces good feelings towards him. A female Immortal senior from Song clan teased Song Isher. Song Isher's face turned bright red. She explained, Chen Dao had once exposed one of Shark Demon's secrets, but Shark Demon had asked Uncle Song Jiadan to protect this secret. This is why I am paying attention to him. Now is different from his previous life. Back then, Fang Yuan had been disguised as Xing Xiangzi, an elderly man. But now, with attitude gu and familiar face, Fang Yuan naturally would make full use of this killer move. He transformed into a handsome appearance which could make people put down their guard, to make it easier for him to execute his current plans. Song clan's Immortals heard these words and their expressions changed. Song Jiadan was the pride of Song clan. He was also one of the 3 publicly recognized Wisdom Path Immortals in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could actually break Song Jiadan's methods. Just in this aspect, one could see his capabilities. At once, the Immortals from Song clan looked at Fang Yuan with changed gazes. Fang Yuan walked 5 to 6 steps under everyone's eyes before stopping. His expression was calm, but he was secretly on alert. Ascending heaven plane was not simple. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were usually very mysterious. For example, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, while ascending heaven plane had an uncountable number of space path Dao marks. Precisely because of these space path Dao marks, ascending heaven plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even a mortal could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through ascending heaven plane. However, after the havoc caused by Renzu's children, many of the immemorial heavens were destroyed. Even ascending heaven plane was implicated. Ascending heaven plane was no longer as safe as during the immemorial antiquity era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like interlinked spider webs, and they were changing all the time. Even though ascending heaven plane looked peaceful and safe currently, danger was lurking everywhere. It was full of life-threatening traps. Even Immortals would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Dao marks here if they were careless. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test the capabilities of my wisdom path methods and also to suppress me through a show of force. She is probably still suspicious that I am relying on Purple Mountain True Monarch, not using my personal wisdom path methods, instead acting as a middleman. After all, the things I deduced were all predetermined matters. The deductions could be prepared earlier. Only in this environment which is ever-changing can my wisdom path ability truly be tested. It was not surprising that Blazing Heaven Demoness would be suspicious. After all, Fang Yuan's display of wisdom path methods was too sudden. Furthermore, he was an immortal zombie. There were wisdom path immortal zombies, but after becoming an immortal zombie, it was rare for them to still have such formidable wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with star thoughts, colliding continuously. With star thought immortal goo, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fang Yuan a great amount of confidence. After a while, he continued moving forward, progressing towards old eccentric Tian Nan's immortal goo house. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps? After 11 steps, Fang Yuan stopped again. At this time and place, he was about 300 steps away from old eccentric Tian Nan's immortal goo house, but he had already caught up to the farthest goo immortal. This goo immortal was from Ruolai clan. Seeing that Fang Yuan had reached the same progress as him, he smiled without feeling ashamed. Fang Yuan deduced again. The space path Dao marks here were invisible and did not show traces. He had to make deductions to progress. He had already reached the end of the path that he deduced earlier. Fang Yuan needed to walk and stop, while deducing on the way. Deducing a long path was not worth it. Because the space path Dao marks kept changing at varying speed, even if he deduced a long path, by the time he walked on half of it, the latter half would change. The result would be that half of his deduction was wasted. I need to demonstrate my value so that I can participate in Yulu blessed land. I need to show my wisdom path ability. It seems that after this trip, my reputation as Wisdom Star is going to become renowned in Eastern Sea. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had an understanding while deducing. Several minutes later, he had surpassed many of the Gu immortals on the ground. He was one of the closest people. Wisdom Star Chen Dao Kai Xiong stared at Fong Yuan's back as he muttered, "How old is he?" "This attainment level is at least Wisdom Path Grandmaster." Ruolai Guei gritted his teeth. Song Jiadan sighed internally. "It is a pity that my clan's Song Jiadan cannot come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been ours long ago." Blazing Heaven Demoness was very pleased. With such an achievement, it was enough to be qualified to attack Yulu blessed land even in the vast Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but feel shock. How many years has it been since Fong Yuan became an immortal? Not only did he cultivate Strength Path, he also has such an attainment in Wisdom Path. And from Sister's letter, he even displayed exemplary enslavement path methods in the Imperial Court contest. This shows how incredible his master Purple Mountain True Monarch is. This should be enough. I am 108 steps away from the Immortal Goo House now. Even though I can progress more, I am already one of the closest people. If I move any closer, I would attract trouble. Fong Yuan assessed this situation. Relying on Blazing Heaven Demoness, Shark Demon, and Su Bai Man could be bullied. But against Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruolai Clan, Blazing Heaven Demoness was too weak. The space path Dao marks here became more numerous and changed faster as one got closer to the inheritance. Thus, the difficulty of deduction rose rapidly. With just Fong Yuan's capabilities, he could not get to the Immortal Goo House. Especially after he got to within the range of 80 steps, he would need a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move. The Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move here did not mean defensive methods like Star Fog Concealment or attacking methods like Myriad Star Fireflies. It needed to be specialized for deductions. Fong Yuan did not have this foundation. But he had Wisdom Goo. Even though he did not subdue Wisdom Goo, he could use the Light of Wisdom. Relying on it, he could obtain a result that far surpassed any deduction Wisdom Path Killer move. If he had the Light of Wisdom, Fong Yuan would have broken through already. He would be 50 steps away, not 100. The Light of Wisdom naturally could not be known to others, and in any case, if Fong Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave. The three super forces were wolves waiting to pounce. How could Fong Yuan leave after taking their food? Thus, Fong Yuan stopped, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed internally. Fong Yuan truly was very aware of the situation. Not to mention this rank 6 immortal zombie, even with her rank 8 cultivation level, she did not dare to attempt to take the treasure here. She wanted to leave already, but leaving without fighting would cause trouble. Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruolai Clan were three super forces that treated Ascending Heaven Plane as theirs. Blazing Heaven Demoness coming here would cause others to place their attention here if they did not show a firm stance now. And for Blazing Heaven Demoness, if she left now, the three super forces would pursue the matter for sure. She might as well stay and settle it now. It was impossible unless she fought with a rank 8 Gu Immortal. As expected, not long later, rank 8 Gu Immortals from the three clans appeared, getting into a vague alliance as they spoke with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness, although alone, was not weak in stance. She suggested for them to fight. The four immortals flew to White Heaven. The scene of their fight was unknown to everyone. After fighting, Blazing Heaven Demoness descended, laughing loudly as she left with Fong Yuan. The three rank 8s from Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruolai Clan showed deep wariness and solemnness in their eyes. They secretly conversed. I have heard that Northern Plains Gu Immortals have incredible battle strength above the other four regions. After this battle with Blazing Heaven today, it appears true. Although she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We can only resist her when two of us collaborate. She has great Grandmaster Fire Path attainment level. This woman cannot be underestimated. Earlier in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial Nine Heavens, giving her the title of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She is extremely thuggish and unscrupulous, Even though she left, in my opinion, we need to guard against her. Your words make sense. Eastern Sea. Twin polar sea strait. The sounds of waves penetrated the thick fog as it entered the sea strait. Song Jiadan sat beside the cliff. His eyes were shut as he rested. His lower body was encased in gray stone. His upper body had the appearance of an old man. It was extremely wrinkled and he looked very aged. Suddenly, his eyelids moved. He sensed that Song clan's first supreme elder, the rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Chi-Yuan, had used his token. At Song Jiadan's will, the fog dispersed, revealing a path to walk on. A moment later, from the path, 2 figures walked in. 1 male and 1 female, both Gu Immortals. The female immortal was dressed in white. She was like a lotus flower, pure and moving. Her clear eyes were oozing with liveliness and anticipation. The male immortal was middle-aged. He was experienced and mature, walking behind the female immortal. Uncle Jiadan, Song Yishe called out from afar. Song Jiadan wanted to smile, but his face was firm like a statue. His muscles were stiff and could show no expression. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could fuse with the world and make deductions. They were often very accurate. But the advantages came with disadvantages. Song Jiadan lost his freedom. His lower body turned into stone and had fused with twin polar sea strait. When his lifespan runs out, he would turn into stone completely, losing all life. Eventually, Song Jiadan could only speak expressionlessly in a low and drawn-out tone. Little Shi, cousin Xia Qi, it has been a long time. The people who came to Twin Polar Sea Strait to visit Song Jiadan were Song Clan's Song Yishe and Song Xia Qi. Uncle Jiadan, this is grandfather's token. Please take a look. Song Yishe first handed the token to Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan inspected it thoroughly and nodded, asking, "This time, what do you want to deduce?" Song Xia Qi spoke. "This time, we are here for the Tian Nan inheritance in Ascending Heaven Plane." Song Jiadan pondered. Ascending Heaven Plane's space path Dao marks are complex and ever-changing. I cannot go personally, thus I cannot deduce the path spontaneously. But Ruolai clan and Kai clan have no powerful wisdom path Gu Immortals. I believe that all of you can succeed using the wisdom path Immortal Gu that I have. Song Yishe smiled lightly. Uncle Jiadan, there has been a change in Ascending Heaven Plane. Oh! Immediately, Song Yishe talked about Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan, about how they entered Ascending Heaven Plane. Song Jiadan immediately understood Song Yishe and Song Xia Qi's intentions. He spoke, "So you want to employ this Wisdom Star to help Song Clan obtain the inheritance?" "That's right. Wisdom Star is not a member of Zombie Alliance. He is only Tai by Yun Shang's good friend. He is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, coming here because of the Earth Tide. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, he can also be employed by Song Clan. He had quite an amazing wisdom path attainment. If we are slow and the other 2 clans take action first, we would get into a passive situation." Song Xia Qi said, "So you are here to ask me to deduce matters regarding Wisdom Star?" Song Jiadan continued. Song Yishe nodded. "Uncle, we really cannot hide anything from you." "That's right. Since we want to employ Wisdom Star, we need to know about his background. After all, he is not a clansman. Most importantly, the other party is also a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. If he tries to scheme, we will not only suffer a loss, we will also lose our face. Thus this time, we need you to use your methods and see if you can defeat this Northern Plains Wisdom Path Gu Immortal." Song Jiadan's eyes were lowered. He had a hint of hesitation, but this Wisdom Star Chen Dao can crack the method that I used for Shark Demon. And he was able to achieve that much in Ascending Heaven Plane. That means he not only has Wisdom Path attainment, he even has Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. It goes against the usual customs and manners of us Wisdom Path Gu Immortals if I make deductions on such a Wisdom Path expert abruptly. If I am careless, we may attract the animosity of the other party and create a strong Wisdom Path enemy for our clan. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was disguised as Xing Xiangzi. Because he peeked at Song Yishe when bathing, Song Jiadan made deductions on him. In this life, Fang Yuan was disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any flaws, and most importantly, he had incredible Wisdom Path methods. This made Song Jiadan very apprehensive. Song Yishe and Song Xia Qi looked at each other. The former did not speak while the latter said, "There are advantages and disadvantages in everything. It depends on our judgment. Before coming here, we have already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, Cousin Jiadan, please do it." Song Jiadan nodded. Even though he was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, he was not in charge of making decisions in the clan. In that case, he no longer hesitated. After preparing for a while, he took action. A long while later, Song Jiadan opened his eyes, showing signs of fatigue in his eyes. "I could not deduce anything." "What? Uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you fail the deduction? Is this Chun Dao really that formidable in terms of wisdom path? He can already match cousin." Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi were both very shocked. Song Jiadan shook his head. "A person's effort is limited, while heaven's will is unpredictable. Maybe this Chun Dao is very skilled, able to block all my deduction methods, or maybe he isn't in Eastern Sea." "Not in Eastern Sea? Where can he be?" "The Earth Tide is gone. There is still a long time until the next Earth Tide." Song Yishur was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world. It is isolated from the outside world. I am only rank 7. It is not strange that I could not deduce it. "Is that so?" Song Yishur muttered, feeling dejected and disappointed. Song Jiadan's words shifted, saying, "I am more concerned about ascending heaven plane. This place can connect to white heaven and black heaven. It is of strategic importance and is wanted by many. Just now, even though blazing heaven demoness left, we did not defeat her. This would lead to increase in the greed of others. We have to be careful of Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators. And although the other righteous path superforces cannot interfere directly, they can use their influence to meddle with the situation in ascending heaven plane. These are our biggest lurking dangers. Cousin is truly wise. This makes perfect sense." Song Xiaqi's expression changed. He nodded repeatedly. Song Yishur also showed an expression of worry. "Rather than deducing wisdom star Chen Dao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry. As long as you use my arrangement, you will defeat the lone immortals and demonic cultivators. We can even use their strength to weaken Rualai clan and Kai clan." Song Jiadan was very confident. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Star Fog Concealment. Fong Yuan willed, using his immortal killer move. Immediately, fog made of starlight came out of his second immortal aperture. Soon, the star fog shrouded Fong Yuan's entire body, blurring his facial features. Others could only see a vague figure of Fong Yuan inside the fog. "I finally succeeded in deducing the modified star fog concealment." Fong Yuan inspected it and felt joyous. This star fog concealment could defend against the deductions of others against himself. After leaving ascending heaven plane and negotiating with blazing heaven demoness, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and used the light of wisdom to modify the original star fog concealment. The original star fog concealment had 2 core immortal goo, one of them was star thought immortal goo. The modified star fog concealment also had 2 core immortal goo. Star thought immortal goo was one of them, while the other was replaced with unravel mystery immortal goo. Right now, Fong Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment level. The Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery that he could not utilize well previously was starting to display its capabilities. The trip to ascending heaven plane earlier will soon make the name of Wisdom Star spread throughout Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world. By then, there will be many who will try to make deductions on me to find information on Wisdom Star. Familiar Face is a transformation path killer move. It can disguise me, but it cannot block deductions. With Star Fog Concealment, I am much safer in Eastern Sea. Fong Yuan thought. Of course, the defense of Star Fog Concealment had its limits. Firstly, it could only defend against deductions from others. It could not block fire, wind, water, or physical punches and kicks. Secondly, it only used 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo as the core. If a rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal makes a deduction, it would only be able to defend for a while before collapsing. But Star Fog Concealment did not need constant activation. The star fog produced after activation was a layer of defense. As long as the fog remained, it could defend him. This star fog is filled with tiny fragments of Star Path and Wisdom Path Dao Mark. Because of this jumbled mix of fragments, I can block outside deductions. Even if Song Jiadan makes a deduction, the star fog can block him for a while. It would alert me and I would be able to use fixed immortal travel to hide in a blessed land. Once he entered a blessed land, he would be in another world. Even a rank 8 wisdom path great expert would be unable to make any deductions on him. First, he created Star Soul Battlefield. Next, he made Star Fog Concealment. 2 of Fang Yuan's weaknesses had been eliminated. Next, he should focus on refining the rank 6 all-out effort Immortal Goo. At the same time, he had to patiently wait for Blazing Heaven Demoness to act. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had succeeded in pushing aside Shark Demon and Subai Man. But because the timing was bad, she had to go to Northern Plains. Right now, with my influence, progress in Yulu Blessed Land was much faster. Thus she can take action early. We should have enough time. I hope that the rewards in this Yulu Blessed Land will not be as disappointing as the dream realm inside the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Earlier, Fang Yuan got through the second layer of the dream realm and came to the third, reaching a new layer that he did not enter in his previous life. Both his wisdom path and star path attainment levels had risen, but they were still at Grandmaster level. But the most important thing was, the third layer of the dream realm was very strange. Fang Yuan could not understand. The third layer of the dream realm collapsed on its own, not giving Fang Yuan any boost to his attainment levels. And in the dream, the song that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recited could not be recalled by Fang Yuan no matter what he tried. Days passed by. Blazing Heaven Demoness finally settled the relationships within Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Similarly to Fang Yuan's previous life, she used Bodan as an excuse to oust Shark Demon and Subai Man. Fang Yuan did not participate in this. He would only take action when Blazing Heaven Demoness was attacking Yulu Blessed Land. As he expected, even though the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops was mystical, it did not have anyone controlling it. It was like an empty formation. Fang Yuan expended a huge amount of mental energy and immortal essence, unraveling this final level and completely capturing Yulu Blessed Land. There is only one strength path Immortal Goo. Don't think about it. This is a present I am giving to Little Lon. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo. But this star path Immortal Goo, even though it is only rank 6, it is on the list of top 10 mystical goo. It has immense value. If you choose it, you will not be able to take another Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Central Continent, Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan concentrated, without any distraction, on refining all-out effort goo. Large amounts of immortal materials had fused into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid was floating in the air. At Fang Yuan's will, his second vital goo, all-out effort goo, shot into the liquid. Rise. Saying this, Fang Yuan grunted as he stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers opened and grabbed at the ground. Crack, crack. With bursts of sound, the rocks on the ground rumbled and completely surrounded the liquid, forming a big muddy ball. This was an Earth Path Refinement Pathkiller move. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had traded for it with Langya Land Spirit. This was a small benefit of joining Langya sect. Of course, he had to pay a price. Fang Yuan deduced an Immortal Goo recipe for Langya Land Spirit, completing 30% of it. This refinement path killer move, even though it was not immortal level, was very useful. The all-out effort goo recipe that Fang Yuan had modified used this refinement path killer move many times during the process of refinement. Blood refinement killer move. Blood refinement snake. Fang Yuan's body shook, his eyes, nose, and ears, all his 7 orifices started to bleed. The blood flowed continuously, forming 7 snakes that slithered around and hissed, producing scary sounds. The 7 snakes climbed onto the muddy ball. The muddy ball was coiled around, becoming a ball of snakes. Fang Yuan threw mortal goo in continuously, as the blood snakes opened their mouths and ate. With every goo worm that they ate, their bodies would sink into the muddy ball. 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the muddy ball. On the muddy ball's surface, there were countless red snake scales. The entire muddy ball almost seemed to be alive. The red snake scales flickered with faint light. It seemed like this muddy ball was breathing with life. Fang Yuan roasted it with fire. These were 3 different types of fire, roasting the muddy ball of snake scales in turns. The blue fire made the flickering of the muddy ball's scales less frequent, as a layer of frost appeared on the red scales. Fong Yuan used a green fire next. After roasting it, the muddy ball became more lively. From the frost, a layer of moss grew. Finally, Fong Yuan used a yellow fire. From within the fire, the moss on the muddy ball hardened, turning into a brown cocoon of blood. The cocoon of blood was flickering with golden light, as if golden sand was mixed in it. The yellow fire roasted the muddy ball for the longest time. After roasting it for a day and a night, the brown muddy ball turned into a pure golden color. By this point, he had finally finished a crucial step. Fong Yuan let out a sigh. He obtained some precious time to rest. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering completely, he took out the golden muddy ball. The original brown muddy ball was as large as a basin, but the golden one was only slightly larger than a baby's head. Next was another crucial step. Fong Yuan breathed in deeply, activating a special goo worm attacking the golden ball. With a bang, the golden muddy ball exploded. Endless gold powder scattered around the surrounding 3 li failed. Fong Yuan's expression was grim. His expectant gaze had dimmed. The gold powder was all over the place, but nothing else was left. If he had succeeded, a half-completed immortal goo would have been formed. But unfortunately, it did not. The immortal materials and immortal essence stones that he had invested earlier were all wasted. His only gain was the experience of refining the goo. During his next attempt, he would be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fong Yuan quickly settled his mood, becoming calm once again. Refining immortal goo was not easy. The success rate was too low. This failure was very normal. He could only continue to accumulate immortal materials and try again next time. Fong Yuan had refined spring-autumn cicada in his previous life, and succeeded in refining star-thought immortal goo now. After these experiences, he had a very strong mental fortitude in terms of this. After resting for a bit, he used fixed immortal travel and left the blessed land, arriving in southern border. It was night time. Fong Yuan flew up into the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars in the sky could be seen shining brightly. Star eyes. This immortal goo was recently obtained by Fong Yuan. It was his reward in Yulu blessed land. Fong Yuan activated this immortal goo. Immediately the pupils in his eyes turned into whirlpools, spiraling and spinning nonstop. A formless attractive force sucked the starlight in the night sky into Fong Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 immortal goo star eyes. 10th on the list of top 10 mystical goo. This was an investigative immortal goo. Fong Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after careful consideration, he still chose this immortal goo. That was because this goo's investigative ability far exceeded most investigative immortal killer moves. Using star eyes, Fong Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes temporarily, using them for observation. The light of stars in black heaven shined over all 5 regions. Any place with the light of stars shining on them could be seen and investigated by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan could stay in central continent and use the stars in the night sky to observe southern border and northern plains. Thus, this goo is a 10th. It is a pity. If it did not have this weakness, its position would rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eye's immortal goo's weakness was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a need to connect with the stars. Fong Yuan was doing this now. The spiraling in his eyes slowed in speed, as the light of the stars were drawn in and filtered, until the remaining starlight intertwined together, forming a trace of starlight that was the thickness of a finger. 1 in his left eye, 1 in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight traces. These 2 traces were formed from starlight. One was connected to Fong Yuan's pupils, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended. Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated, as a mystical force was transmitted through the traces of starlight towards the end point. Fong Yuan's eyes had been wide open, but now his vision was filled with darkness. But with the continued activation of Star Eye's immortal goo, he could gradually see a faint blue speck in the darkness. Time continued to pass. Soon, the night was over. Fong Yuan's vision was still covered by darkness. But at the center, the blue light had already expanded by quite a bit. In time, this blue light will grow larger and larger, regaining its appearance as a star. Hopefully, the light of the star that I chose is small. Otherwise, to completely make use of it, I would need a lot of time and effort. If the starlight was small, Fang Yuan could turn it into his tool much quicker. Even though a smaller starlight was dimmer, and a larger starlight had greater penetrative force. But Fang Yuan still preferred the former. He wanted to quickly be able to use Star Eye's immortal goo. The sky turned bright. Fang Yuan finally stopped. He counted. After one night he had consumed 8 beads of immortal essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is at 10th. A flaw is that its expenditure is too high. To refine a star, the consumption is around 10 attempts at refining rank 6 immortal goo. Thankfully, I can bear it. In fact, my star path attainment level is Grandmaster. And with the light of wisdom, Star Eyes can combine into other immortal killer moves and show great use. Most importantly, if I can combine the use of Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. Thinking of this combination, he smiled. Blazing Heaven Demoness must have known this point beforehand, placing so much emphasis on Star Eyes' immortal goo. It was true, Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel had very complementary effects. In the following days, Fang Yuan attempted to refine all-out effort immortal goo while deciphering the battlefield killer moves left behind by Fairy Yulu, among which the most important information was the method to create a battlefield killer move in an immortal aperture without harming it. All the while, Fang Yuan found some time to use Star Eye's immortal goo and refine the star in Black Heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the information of the outside world. Time passed quickly while Fang Yuan was hard at work. The situation in Northern Plains and Central Continent was not much different from in his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, Ascending Heaven Plains situation changed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals charged into Ascending Heaven Plain, messing up the arrangements created by Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan. In this process, Seven Seas Snake Woman even laughed at Song Yishur, causing her to destroy a village by the sea, killing Li Xiaoyao's ancestor. But now, these lone cultivators and demonic immortals were attacked by the combined forces of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan. They broke apart before they even did anything. The reason was because Blazing Heaven Demoness brought Fang Yuan and caused trouble first, resulting in them becoming more alert. The internal conflicts between the clans also became more limited and controlled. With the appearance of outsiders, the 3 clans collaborated immediately. Fang Yuan was most concerned about Luopa Valley. He knew that Luopa Valley was undergoing the 100 Days battle. Led by Feng Jiugu, Central Continent side were battling against the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals led by Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan wanted to know about the situation of the battle, but he could not find out. He could only set up some investigative Gu about 100 li away from Luopa Valley. This was a very dangerous range. If he got closer, the Gu Immortals from both sides would likely discover him. Be it Central Continent or Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting to the death in the valley. They were definitely afraid of third parties trying to benefit from this. They would inevitably set up many investigative and counter-investigative methods, setting up battlefield killer moves and Gu formations in advance. Now is different from my previous life. I purposely kept Shuesong Zi alive to increase Shadow Sect's strength. The overall situation in the 100 Days battle will likely change. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but people managed to escape. Even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Jiugu. It was only a Pyrrhic victory. This time, Fang Yuan was very curious about the result of the new 100 Days battle. But before the winner was decided, he did not want to interfere. Having lost self-strength and failing to refine all-out effort Gu, he did not have enough confidence now. Time continued to pass. 3 days had already gone by since the end of the 100 Days battle during his previous life. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers as he deduced. He was already in Northern Plains, waiting patiently. There was finally a reaction from Luopa Valley. 2 figures emerged from Luopa Valley, one in front and one behind. They were the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Cheng. Fang Yuan went on alert. His gaze followed the 2. He did not chase them immediately. After a while, there were no Central Continent Gu Immortals who came out of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan guessed in his mind. It seems that even though I kept Shuesong Zi alive, the result was only stalled by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost. Now it seems only the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie and Hei Chung escaped. Actually, this result was not strange. The decisive factor of this battle was the fighting between Feng Jiugu and Qin Baisheng. Feng Yuan kept Shuesongzi alive, but just merely him alone did not have much of an impact towards the two experts. I wonder if there are any other changes in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley this time? Feng Yuan thought as he chased. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie flew quickly, his speed was very fast, he turned into a black line in the air, shooting forward rapidly. Who is it? Suddenly, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie stopped, his eyes burning with fire. Tai Bai Yun Sheng appeared, smiling coldly. You are finally here, you will die today. Merely a rank 6 humph. Blazing glory lightning brilliance burst out with killing intent, pouncing at lightning speed. Boom! He hit Tai Bai Yunxing harshly, the latter turned into a clump of bubbles and dissipated. Illusion. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's heart jumped. The other party is only rank 6, he dares to obstruct a rank 7. Most importantly, how did he know my location? Is he a Northern Plains pawn of Central Continent? Earlier, he did not join the 100 Days battle because his battle strength was too low and could not do much? Or perhaps he just arrived? Or do the Central Continent Gu immortals not trust him? This blazing glory lightning brilliance, even though he was an immortal zombie, had high wisdom path attainment. In an instant, countless thoughts turned in his mind. He understood Tai Bai Yun Shang's objective. He is only rank 6, while I have rank 7 cultivation level, and I have 40% of my battle strength left. He is not my match, and has a Northern Plains Gu immortal aura. The most likely reason is that he is just here to slow me down and delay my escape. Hee. Slow down, no rush. Tai Bai Yun Shang's illusion appeared again. This illusion was very vivid. Earlier, the blazing glory lightning brilliance was not paying attention and thought it was his true body. But now, after using investigative methods, the blazing glory lightning brilliance took a look and found something amiss. Humph! He snickered, flying far away. Tai Bai Yunxing's battle strength was not high, and he did not have fast movement abilities, he could only cause a disturbance. But the blazing glory lightning brilliance did not care. After realizing Tai Bai Yunxing's intentions, he only thought of escaping. Where do you think you're going? Stay here. Feng Yuan finally caught up. He had fixed immortal travel and arranged for Tai Bai Yun Shang to slow him down with their information path methods. He could keep an eye on the blazing glory lightning brilliance, he could catch up easily. If not for the fact that Feng Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Feng Yuan's arrival, Tai Bai Yun Shang's heart was uplifted. Next was the crucial moment. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw Feng Yuan and his heart jumped. He was so scared he shuddered. Feng Jiuge? He screamed. In fact, Feng Yuan had used familiar face to turn into Feng Jiuji's appearance. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. Because he enslaved the Featherman Gu immortal, his battle strength fell by a lot. If they properly fought, he would not be able to do much. But Feng Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was Star Soul Battlefield. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was only rank 7. After the 100 Days battle and breaking out with difficulty, his remaining battle strength would be less than half of usual. In this situation, as long as they forced the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie into Star Soul Battlefield and used it to drain his strength, Feng Yuan could likely win. Forget about Hei Chung for now, he is like a stray dog, probably in a worse state than in my previous life. His immortal Gu house has already been lost in Luopa Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Gu immortals not chase him? He has heavy injuries and only has Dark Arrow immortal Gu, he is not a concern. But this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a crucial member. Qin Baisheng and Jiang Yu went through all means possible to keep him alive. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, he was one of the members inside the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, acting as a formation core. He is assigned an important mission, he will not die easily. In my previous life, after old ancestor Shui who captured him, he awaited the rescue of Zombie Alliance. Thus, there is a high chance of me capturing him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him and Shadow Sect's secrets will be exposed to me. Of course, if his soul was tampered with, it would be like Shuesong Zi in my previous life. But even then, when I kill him, it would be a huge loss to Shadow Sect in the execution of their plans. Fang Yuan had many considerations. Shadow Sect had huge power. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic dual stage, he would need to face this mysterious and powerful Gu Immortal force. According to Fang Yuan's experience and ruthlessness, as well as his forceful personality, why would he not find trouble with Shadow Sect personally? Fang Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time, he was going to strike at their weakness and deal a huge blow to them. Is it really Feng Zhougu? The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw that Fang Yuan was approaching while having a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Baixing's plan was not hidden from him. Before the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie broke out, he had seen Qin Baixing using the location to drag Feng Zhougu, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of the thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Afterwards, Qin Baixing would suicide, using the winds of assimilation to eliminate Feng Zhougu and the rest. How could Feng Zhougu appear here? The likelihood was very small. Because Shadow Sect had already learned, Zhao Lianyun had been secretly sent to Central Continent. From Spirit Affinity House's perspective, they had control of a thieving Heaven True Inheritance. They would naturally send Zhao Lianyun there. Unless, among Feng Zhougu, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei, one of them is an otherworldly demon. But we had investigated this beforehand too. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie thought quickly, as he recalled Tai by Yun Shang's previous illusion, feeling deeper suspicion towards the Feng Zhougu who was chasing him. Thus, he decided to use his investigative immortal killer move. After investigating, he broke out in cold sweat. This is the real Feng Zhougu. At once, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie wanted to grow 100 pairs of wings to help him fly away faster. My familiar face can fool even rank 8 Gu immortals. How can you overcome it? I have star fog concealment protecting me, which means even if you use wisdom path methods, it will take a long time for you to find out my identity. With star fog concealment, a large part of familiar face's flaws were alleviated. Furthermore, if the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie makes deductions on Fang Yuan would sense that the star fog was thinning. He would naturally activate the immortal killer move star fog concealment again and resist the deduction, concealing the truth. Unless the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had very strong wisdom path methods that could defeat star fog concealment quickly. But this was very unlikely. At least, in Fang Yuan's previous life, in the information he got from He Lulan, there was nothing that stated the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had shown any wisdom path methods during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was fully displayed at this moment. Even though it did not have attacking power, the great blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, having one of the 10 extreme physiques with rank 7 battle strength, was sent into shock by Fang Yuan and escaped in a panic. He had powerful movement ability. At least 2 immortal killer moves were meant for movement. Fang Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. But Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan had used wisdom path methods to scout the surrounding area completely already. As long as he knew the direction that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was going, Fang Yuan would teleport there and block his path. This way, Fang Yuan chased and obstructed him at times. Doing this repeatedly, he gradually chased the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie towards the area he had made his arrangements. There, Fang Yuan had placed many Gu worms and set up most of the Star Soul battlefield. Once he gets there, he would use his immortal Gu and in a few breaths' time, Star Soul battlefield would be formed. Once the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie falls into Star Soul battlefield, he would be a trapped beast. But just as the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal killer move was forced towards Fang Yuan's specially created trap, he suddenly turned around, using an immortal killer move to attack Fang Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blazing red flames shot towards Fang Yuan. The temperature in the air rose. Fang Yuan felt incomparable heat before the flames even reached him. His eyebrows and hair were turning charred. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed sharply. He had to retreat. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie laughed heartily. Lowly rat, you actually dared to deceive me. Fang Yuan sighed secretly. No plans were perfect. His biggest flaw was that his flying speed was too slow. In the 100 Days battle, Feng Jiugu displayed incredible speed. Fang Yuan could not replicate it. This flaw made the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie increasingly suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie started to guess Fang Yuan's motives. Not only did he have great battle strength, he had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not held back by its weakness. He was very astute. Fang Yuan almost succeeded in his plan, but at the crucial moment it failed. Now the situation had turned around. Fang Yuan was the one in grave danger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan had enslaved the Featherman Gu Immortal. His situation was very bad. After dodging the flames with much difficulty, Fang Yuan was in a pathetic state. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was angry that Fang Yuan deceived him. He was greatly enraged. He charged towards this fake Feng Jiugu. Fang Yuan suddenly looked inspired, laughing. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. You fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was shocked. He subconsciously turned around and escaped for his life. Seeing that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was flying away, Fang Yuan relaxed. He immediately left in the opposite direction. Although he had fixed immortal travel, it was best that he did not expose this goo. Fixed immortal travel was too obvious. If it was exposed, even if one was not a wisdom path goo immortal, they could deduce the true identity of Fang Yuan. I have fixed immortal travel. Many goo immortals know that. If not for that, it would be much more convenient for me to do things. Fang Yuan flew towards the direction he had set up the battlefield killer move. A moment later, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Bai Yunshang had been waiting already. The strategy to force the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie here failed. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Tai Bai Yunshang sighed in relief. In my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us to deal with a rank 7 Gu immortal, it is very dangerous. Actually, Fang Yuan, you do not need to be so anxious. Central Continent still hasn't found us, right? Even if they found us, Master would not leave us in the lurch. Don't forget we have fixed immortal travel. Where can we not go in this world? We can develop peacefully now and accumulate our strength. Why is there a need to put ourselves in danger all the time? Fang Yuan sighed. He shook his head and did not speak. Fang Yuan did not tell Tai Bai Yunshang about the immortal Gu house. It was not that he did not want to develop peacefully, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Bai Yunshang was not a person from the future like Fang Yuan. Only with his 500 years of experience did Fang Yuan know how deep the Gu immortal world's secrets could be. Once the truth of 88 Truyang building was exposed, the suppression of Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would come faster and with greater severity than Tai Bai Yunshang could imagine. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to develop peacefully, he would not be able to. His businesses would definitely suffer greatly. As long as Heavenly Court hands out false information that Fang Yuan had obtained an immense amount of wealth inside 88 Truyang building and has countless immortal Gu with him, as well as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path true inheritance, then no matter where he went, he would be suppressed and chased after. After all, the current era was not the one where Dream Realm flourished. It was no exaggeration that Fang Yuan, with Giant Sun's true inheritance, would become the focus of the entire Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan with only rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level would become the target of countless greedy people. By then, Fang Yuan, with insufficient battle strength, would have to roam everywhere like a stray dog. Even if he wanted to develop, he would not be able to. Don't forget, he had to undergo calamities and tribulations. Once in a while, he would be faced with them. But if he had the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage, everything would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was at the peak of the Gu immortal world. A Fang Yuan who had nothing but cultivation level at the bottom of rank 6 could be hunted down by the entire world. But a Fang Yuan with rank 8 battle strength would only be targeted by rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces that owned immortal Gu houses. Even if they had strength, they needed time, effort, and most importantly, confidence in taking down Fang Yuan. Thus, these two situations were vastly different. Tai Bai Yunxing saw that Fang Yuan was silent and spoke to console him. Fang Yuan, are you forcing yourself too much? No need to be like this. Actually, you can change your lifestyle. We are immortals, we should enjoy life occasionally, shouldn't we? I am enjoying life now. Fang Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunxing a glance before looking into the horizon. It has been a while, but we have not seen that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie approaching. He is truly cool-headed. With his intelligence, he should have been able to know that I was lying very quickly. But that person was not overcome by rage. He used the chance to leave instead. Oh you! Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, sighing. But this goo formation that you set up is quite something. It is very interesting. It surrounds an area of tens of thousands of li. It is the largest goo formation I have seen, and within it, I can actually control goo worms and create illusions. Most importantly, the goo worms used to create this formation are all mortal goo. Where did you get it? Was it obtained from Yu Lu blessed land as well? Fang Yuan nodded, but did not explain it. He had not only obtained Star Eye's immortal goo from Yu Lu blessed land, he had also gotten Fairy Yu Lu's cultivation knowledge. From it he had an inspiration, and using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan created this huge goo formation that was designed for this situation. Fang Yuan said, just an area of 10 of thousands of li, so what? Look at 88 Truyang building, it covers the entirety of northern plains. And this goo formation is actually very weak. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie merely did not break it because he was busy escaping and did not have the time for it. Alright, let's go. We are going to chase He Chung. Fang Yuan's plan against the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not work. The other party was simply too astute. But Fang Yuan was not going to let He Chung go. Fang Yuan had planned for the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong to tail He Chung. He instructed him to follow secretly and avoid battling. The process of chasing He Chung was very successful. Even though He Chung had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow immortal Gu. He had also experienced the 100 Days battle. Fang Yuan did the same thing again and set up the trap. This time, he did not turn into Feng Zhougu, but pretended to be Old Lord Kenyang. He Chung was escaping and fell into the trap easily. Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He activated his immortal goo and opened the Star Soul battlefield. The pitiful He Chung was continuously weakened by Star Soul battlefield. He had no choice but to scream surrender. Fang Yuan did not take his life, instead, capturing him alive. This way, He Chung became the first gain that Fang Yuan had after creating Star Soul Battlefield. He Chung had great value, at the very least, if he were to be sold to He Lulan. She would be willing to be extorted by a huge sum. But before this, Fang Yuan had to conduct a thorough soul search on He Chung. He had obtained information from He Lulan in his previous life. But how could that compare to Fang Yuan's personal search? Bringing along the captive He Chung, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He rested while observing Northern Plains situation. My next target is Luopa Valley. Once I have it, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation will grow at a rapid pace. The backlash of using slavery immortal goo will be quickly eliminated, and my battle strength will recover. Fang Yuan had a strong desire towards Luopa Valley. Back then, he had chosen to trade for slavery immortal goo because of Luopa Valley's existence. Fang Yuan wanted to take Luopa Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching He Chung, Fang Yuan knew that during the initial period of the 100 Days battle, Xue Songzi died. The rest of the battle was similar to his previous life, and towards the end, it was nearly identical. Feng Zhougu was trapped by Qin Baishang using some unknown method. By now, Luopa Valley has been taken over by the Central Continent Gu Immortals. It is not time to go yet. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He would never lack patience. Soon, the situation in Northern Plains changed. Fang Yuan's attention was drawn over. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found out that old ancestor Xue who was stealing immortal zombie corpses. A battle ensued. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was captured while old ancestor Xue who was exposed, attracting the rage of zombie alliance. Even though the 100 Days battle was dragged on by a few days, the incident regarding old ancestor Shui who still occurred. Fang Yuan felt a bit of pity regarding this. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains so quickly. Blazing Heaven Demoness, along with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. These three immortals together gave Fang Yuan a lot of pressure. He still wanted to sell He Cheng for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demoness helped He Lulan, Fang Yuan would be very passive. Later developments were almost the same as in his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains and defend Darkflow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She could not refuse it. Even though she knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, to play it safe, she chose 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and some others to accompany her in passing the regional walls. Fang Yuan told Blazing Heaven Demoness a plan, saying that he had deduced it using wisdom path methods. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard it and praised him. This plan is brilliant. I like it. Old ancestor Shui who is hard to deal with, but he has a weakness, that is, he lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Tell me, knowing your personality, what do you want in return for giving me this plan? Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know that this was a plan that she had come up with after returning to Dark Flow City and thinking deeply for a long time. Fang Yuan told her that he wanted strength path immortal zombie bodies. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated, but thinking about Fang Yuan's deep background, she agreed to it. Fang Yuan was doing this for assurance. In case he fails in obtaining the immortal goo house and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, he still had a way out. Time passed rapidly. Fang Yuan was investigating Central Continent and knew that the Central Continent goo immortals had started to leave Northern Plains. It is time to take Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan mobilized Tai by Yunshang and Zhouzhong, using fixed immortal travel to get to the deepest part of Luopa Valley. He had come here in his previous life, and after soul-searching He Cheng, he knew the scenery of Luopa Valley. Thus, it was easy to get here. At this time, Hui Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was guarding this place, preventing anyone from entering Luopa Valley. He did not know that Fang Yuan was already inside. Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. Fang Yuan had just activated this immortal goo and was about to take Luopa Valley into his immortal aperture when a change occurred. In his ears, a voice could be heard. It was when he was in the dream realm. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had once sang fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times. The rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas, spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts. Only heavens will remain vast and boundless. This time, Fang Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information entered his mind. Fang Yuan's shock was beyond description. Luopa Valley actually has a thieving heaven true inheritance? Even the person involved, Fang Yuan, did not know the reason. When star constellation Immortal Venerable's song echoed in his ears again, he received some mysterious information in his mind. The information told him that at a certain area in Luopa Valley, a thieving heaven true inheritance was hidden. Fang Yuan was greatly enticed, and also very suspicious. This isn't a trap left by the Central Continent goo immortals, right? In which there is actually no thieving heaven true inheritance. But it is a wisdom path method specially used to influence the rationality of enemies who enter the valley. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down and began to inspect all over his body as well as the surrounding environment. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's song had appeared abruptly and disappeared just as quickly. Fang Yuan inspected himself and found nothing wrong. He then checked his surroundings, the many goo formations arranged in Luopa Valley as well as large numbers of damaged goo formations. However, Fang Yuan did not discover any wisdom path goo formations. He lowered his head and pondered, feeling this matter might be strange, but its credibility was high. The reasons? One was star constellation Immortal Venerable's song, and the second was the contents inside the information, indicating to Fang Yuan that he had to use open door goo to enter the thieving heaven true inheritance. I am already a wisdom path grandmaster. Normal wisdom path methods probably won't be able to influence me. let alone when the only wisdom path Gu Immortal among the group of Central Continent Gu Immortals, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, it is easy to verify this, I just have to test it out myself. Fang Yuan made a decision and cautiously neared the location. He detoured around 4 Gu formations and unraveled 3 Gu formations. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had arranged large numbers of Gu formations in the periphery of Luopa Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect for a long time from the periphery. When they invaded the valley, they destroyed Shadow Sect's Gu formations. After the battle, Central Continent's Gu Immortals officially occupied this valley. The intense battle was already concluded by then, and they had no more need to arrange any Gu formations. Adding in Fang Yuan's deepening wisdom path attainment, these Gu formations were simply no obstacle to him. After a while, he arrived at the location which the information during star constellation Immortal Venerable Song had indicated. Fang Yuan observed for a long while, having no hurry in using Open Door Gu. But in the end, he could not find any clues. This place was extremely safe, at least. Fang Yuan could not detect anything even after using all his methods. After confirming again and again, his eyes flashed before he resolutely decided to use Open Door Gu. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also used Open Door Gu in Luopa Valley, but he had not obtained any results. Fang Yuan had thought Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangement was already dismantled by Shadow Sect. But this life, soon after Fang Yuan used the Open Door Gu, a change occurred. An entrance of light suddenly appeared in the air. Shortly, a beam of light shined on the prepared Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was shocked. He thought for a moment before letting the beam of light engulf him. At the next moment, Fang Yuan entered the space of the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. This space was vast, extremely vast. Behind him was that entrance of light which had not disappeared and was still there. It was only that the size of the entrance was gradually becoming smaller. If it continued shrinking, it would likely disappear. Sounds of wind appeared from nearby. Fang Yuan moved his gaze towards the source and was immediately shaken. Winds of assimilation. He cried out inwardly, his gaze revealing extreme wariness. He was extremely clear of the power of winds of assimilation. This wind could assimilate everything into itself and expand continuously. Back then, Imperial Court-blessed land had been destroyed by winds of assimilation. This time, dozens of huge tornadoes of winds of assimilation had formed, slowly moving in the true inheritance space. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, creating some distance from the winds of assimilation. He only felt slightly at ease after retreating hundreds of steps away. He then carefully sized up this true inheritance space. I had not expected there was truly a space here. That mysterious information was true. Fang Yuan was cautious, and still held doubts towards the information during star constellation Immortal Venerable Song. He did not hurriedly wander around this true inheritance space to look for the true inheritance. Instead, his mind was focused on Closed Door Gu. If Open Door Gu can let me enter, then Closed Door Gu can close the entrance? Fang Yuan activated Closed Door Gu. Sure enough, the next moment, that shrinking entrance of light in his vision suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with sharp light as he activated Open Door Gu again. Under the use of this rank 5 Mortal Gu, a new entrance of light formed in front of him again. Fang Yuan stepped into this entrance of light and immediately left the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space, returning to Luopa Valley. This means that information should be true. No, more precisely, the part about Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu is true. Fang Yuan unavoidably had some expectations. He entered the true inheritance space again. According to the contents in the information, these winds of assimilation are genuine, but they are harmless to me. And I can only inherit the true inheritance after dispelling these winds of assimilation. Fang Yuan carefully approached one of the tornadoes of winds of assimilation. He revealed his true form and stretched out his 8 large arms. He slowly moved one of his hands towards the tornado. Suddenly, the roaring winds of assimilation completely dissipated. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He mumbled to himself, incredible. Winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but they are so restrained in this true inheritance space. Even if the Gu Immortal who arranged this space is not Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, just this method shows they are absolutely a peerless expert. Although he removed one of the tornadoes of winds of assimilation, Feng Yuan was not careless, and was very cautious in touching the winds each time. If anything was wrong, he could instantly retreat. Every time, after moving a certain distance, he would use open-door goo and closed-door goo, letting the entrance of light open up as close to him as possible. Like this, even if something happened and he did not have time to activate fixed immortal travel, Feng Yuan could still retreat rapidly to the entrance of light and move to the outside world. One after another, the tornadoes of winds of assimilation started to disappear under Feng Yuan's efforts. After a while, there was only one tornado left in the center. Feng Yuan observed briefly and discovered. This tornado not only had the largest size, it was also moving the fastest. The sound of the wind roared in Feng Yuan's ears. This tornado seemed to be hiding something in the center. Could it be that the thieving heaven true inheritance is within this tornado? Feng Yuan could not help but guess this. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green tornado. The winds of assimilation suddenly disappeared, revealing a person. This person was sitting cross-legged in midair, wearing a red and white robe, and was revealing a faint rank 7 aura. Feng Jiuge? Feng Yuan cried out softly and subconsciously retreated. But Feng Jiuge was even faster than him. He suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a sharp gaze. The piercing, sharp gaze scanned Feng Yuan before Feng Jiuge turned into a rainbow light, and with lightning speed, he flew past Feng Yuan, moving into the entrance of light. The whole process was over before one could even blink. Feng Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed-door goo. The entrance of light closed and Feng Yuan finally relaxed. Why is Feng Jiuge here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he was here, then what about the others? Where are Qin Baishang, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei? Feng Yuan quickly inspected, but the true inheritance space was empty, with just an information path mortal goo hovering in front of Feng Yuan. This information path goo worm was left behind by Feng Jiuge. When Feng Yuan did not discover anything wrong with it, only then did he send his consciousness inside to check. Feng Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this a secret for you. You want to know why I recognize you? Because I am Feng Jin Huang's father. Today you saved my life, in the future I will save yours. After I leave, there will only be you left in the true inheritance space. The thieving heaven true inheritance will be inherited by you. We shall meet again someday. Feng Jiuge. Feng Yuan grasped this letter goo with a complex expression. He heaved a sigh before storing the goo in his immortal aperture. At this moment, the entire true inheritance space began to dim. The bright light rays that had been present earlier disappeared in an instant, turning the space into darkness. In this darkness, there was only one spot where there was some light. It was precisely the spot where Feng Yuan stood. A charming masculine voice came from the darkness. Traveler from far away. You and I are the same. We are both pitiful people who cannot return to our homes. My real name is Ben Jiesun. People in this world call me thieving heaven demon venerable. In truth, I am just a vagrant who wants to return home. This world feels like a cage of despair. If you also want to return home, then accept my present. I believe it can definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you still need to rely on your own effort. This gift's name is Ghostly Concealment. At the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared in Luopa Valley. A layer of gray light was shining over his whole body. Feng Yuan ignored this gray light and instead used investigative and defensive methods, being vigilant of his surroundings. Feng Jiuge did not appear. It seems his injuries are extremely serious, not even having half of his strength. If not for this, he might have made a move against me in the true inheritance space. But this person clearly distinguishes kindness and hatred. Kindness is repaid and revenge is taken for hatred. His biography after he died explained this point. His words of repaying me for saving his life are perhaps true. Feng Yuan contemplated. Feng Jiuge did not take action against Feng Yuan. Perhaps it was not because his battle strength had fallen, but because Feng Yuan had saved him. No matter what, Feng Yuan had profited hugely this time. Having Feng Jiuge owe him a favor, such a huge connection would probably be of great use in the future. He also obtained Ghostly Concealment. Although Feng Yuan did not know what its use was, it was after all a thieving heaven true inheritance. Besides these two, there was also this Luopa Valley. Feng Zhougu has probably already left Luopa Valley, now it is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan decisively took action. What's going on? Hui Fengzi, who was guarding the valley, was shocked by the scene of Luopa Valley. His eyes widened as he shouted incredulously, "Someone is taking away Luopa Valley?" Hui Fengzi was startled and furious. Even though he did not surrender willingly because of the situation after he had surrendered to them, he could only work for them even if he did not want to. Central Continent ordered him to stay here and guard Luopa Valley. They had naturally made many arrangements on his body. Hui Fengzi was restricted by them, and for the sake of his safety, he had to stand up and stop Feng Yuan from taking Luopa Valley. But when he saw Feng Yuan, Hui Fengzi, who was startled and furious, shook intensely. He called out in fear, "Feng Zhougu." Feng Yuan looked at him lightly with a calm expression. The Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Then, they would naturally leave some arrangements back in Northern Plains. How could the astute Feng Yuan not guess this? Thus, while taking Luopa Valley, he turned into Feng Zhougu. So the Central Continent Gu Immortals arranged Hui Fengzi to guard this place. It seems that Central Continent has good methods, making this fastest person in Northern Plains defend their interests against his will. Furthermore, seeing his expression, did he not see Feng Zhougu leave earlier? Is Feng Zhougu still in the valley? No, that is unlikely. After the 100 Days battle, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals have already left. Feng Zhougu knows this is a dangerous place. He is heavily injured. Although he mentioned repaying the debt of saving his life, he was very intent on urgently escaping. Thus, he did not speak to me inside the true inheritance space. Guarding against others was a necessity. Feng Zhougu's actions were extremely wise. After all, Feng Yuan was not Zhao Lianyun in the previous life. Feng Zhougu spoke when Zhao Lianyun appeared. But now, when Feng Yuan showed up, Feng Zhougu kept completely silent. Let alone another point. If Feng Yuan knew Feng Zhougu was there, he would likely attack. Killing Feng Zhougu would give immense profits, even if he could not get his immortal gu. Searching his soul was very valuable. In addition, if he could capture Feng Zhougu alive, he could either extort Spirit Affinity House or sell him to enemy forces of Feng Zhougu. Such transactions would be hugely profitable. Feng Zhougu is heavily injured. He is extremely vigilant now. He did not speak with me. Maybe after leaving Luopa Valley, he saw Hui Fengzi but did not approach him. The likely reasons for that being either he did not know Hui Fengzi surrendered, or even if he knew, he was afraid of the internal conflicts of the 10 great ancient sects. After all, a person's inner thoughts and intentions are inscrutable. With Feng Zhougu's current state, he could not take a risk. Feng Yuan appeared impassive, but he had already considered many things. Countless thoughts had appeared in his mind in just these few breaths of time. He is real. Hui Fengzi used his method to investigate, and after confirming Feng Zhougu's identity, he sighed in relief. Feng Zhougu was the leader of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. If he personally was taking Luopa Valley, Hui Fengzi had no reason to stop him. This subordinate greets Lord Feng Zhougu. Hui Fengzi was very obedient. He flew forward and paid respects to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan nodded. I have understood what happened. Defend me, I am not to be interrupted when taking Luopa Valley. His words were short and did not contain much information. But by stating this beforehand, he prevented Hui Fengzi from becoming suspicious. Yes, Lord. Hui Fengzi quickly replied. Like this, under the protection of Hui Fengzi, Feng Yuan succeeded in taking Luopa Valley. Even though Luopa Valley was moved away, there are many blessed lands left. Stay guard here and prevent any problems from occurring. Before leaving, Feng Yuan said this to Hui Fengzi in a serious tone. Hui Fengzi did not suspect anything. He nodded in agreement. Feng Yuan flew away calmly. Feng Zhougu has already escaped. That confirms that Qin Baixing is dead. Hui Fengzi looked at his figure while sighing at Feng Zhougu's great strength. Hui Fengzi was not surprised by this. He knew that Qin Baixing was heavily injured. Hui Fengzi suddenly thought, oh no, the 10 great ancient sects restrain each other. They have internal conflicts. Feng Zhougu is a member of Spirit Affinity House. I have no reason to stop him from taking Luopa Valley, but I have to send this information over to the other 9 sections. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. he quickly used his information path methods. Prince Fengxian quickly received his letter. Oh? Feng Jiugu is still alive? Not only did he come out, he even took Luopa Valley. Prince Fengxian was overjoyed. He laughed loudly. Meanwhile, after leaving Hui Fengzi, Fang Yuan flew to a safe location and met with Tai Bai Yunsheng, as well as the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhouzhong. These two were arranged to be situated not far away, just in case they were needed. At the same time, he had been maintaining contact with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. If any trouble occurred, they would be called over as reinforcements. With He Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relationship, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal appears, Fang Yuan could deal with them. Naturally, the current situation was best. Fang Yuan obtained Luopa Valley on his own. And He Lulan was not like in his previous life. Without He Cheng's soul, she could not know the location of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan wanted to keep quiet and earn a fortune, not telling her about Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan had once suppressed Fang Yuan. There was no way he would tell them about Luopa Valley. Once they knew, with Blazing Heaven Demoness demanding personality, she would definitely request the use of Luopa Valley. Even in the future, if I want to trade with them using Luopa Valley, it will be after my soul becomes sufficiently powerful. Fang Yuan returned to Star Form Blessed Land and placed Luopa Valley there. He Lulan went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land often. She had to use Strength Qi Immortal Gu to refine Ersak Gu with the Hairy Men. Thus, it was not wise to put Luopa Valley inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The matter regarding Luopa Valley came to an end, but Fang Yuan was still apprehensive. His gains in Luopa Valley were beyond his expectations, but the course of events was way out of Fang Yuan's control. The feeling of losing control over the situation was extremely irritating. Fang Yuan felt uneasy. In the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, Fang Yuan obtained ghostly concealment. Fang Yuan checked his body. He found that his soul was covered by a layer of Dao marks. But Fang Yuan did not know what the use of ghostly concealment was. Thankfully, he had joined Langya sect. Thus, Fang Yuan went to Langya Blessed Land and asked about Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Langya Land Spirit did not conceal things or make any requests. He told Fang Yuan a lot of information. There are many inheritances of Thieving Heaven, but he only has 10 true inheritances. The one you got earlier was to make me refine 3 Gu that was not a true inheritance. Each Thieving Heaven true inheritance is an unparalleled treasure in the world. They contain the essence of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's cultivation. Anyone who obtains them will gain immense potential. There is only one requirement of these true inheritances. That is, the inheritor has to be an otherworldly demon. Legend says that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had 2 defensive killer moves, named Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. The use of Divine Concealment was to conceal oneself from the deductions of any thoughts, wills, and emotions. As for Ghostly Concealment, it is very mysterious. I do not know much. It seems to have something to do with the soul. Ah, you are suddenly so interested in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information? Why? Did you obtain a clue to a Thieving Heaven true inheritance? Fang Yuan laughed. You guessed correctly. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Langya Land Spirit sighed, deeply moved. If I had Divine Concealment, Langya Blessed Land would become a true paradise. We will no longer face any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. It is a pity. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created 10 true inheritances, but they are extremely mysterious. Until now, I have not heard of anyone obtaining them. His true inheritances come in pairs. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment are a pair. Obtaining one will give you clues to the other. Fang Yuan, if you can obtain Divine Concealment and contribute it to Langya sect, I will make you the second Supreme Elder. In the whole of Langya sect, you will be second to only me. You will have immense authority. In fact, you will be able to take 1 rank 7 Immortal Gu from my inventory. Ah no, at least 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan nodded. Langya Land Spirit's change of personality gave him a lot of benefits. At least, the previous Langya Land Spirit was too conservative. He would not promise Fang Yuan such benefits. However, if I can obtain Divine Concealment, that is a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went around stealing everywhere. Nobody could deduce his location. Was it not because of Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment? This inheritance is far more valuable than merely 2 rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a faint smiling expression. Lang Yilan's spirit pouted. He laughed loudly and tried to alleviate the awkwardness. You are not wrong. Actually, I did not finish what I was saying. Not only will I give 2 rank 7 immortal goo, you can even ask me for countless immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, and all sorts of ancient secrets and inheritance clues. How about that? Is that reward enough? That is about enough. I will be back when I get divine concealment. Fang Yuan obtained the information he wanted and turned around abruptly to leave Lang Yi blessed land. Lang Yilan's spirit stared with wide eyes, muttering as he looked at Fang Yuan leaving. This fellow, he might have really obtained some clues. If I can get divine concealment, what is there to worry about? Waha! Even if I let him become the second supreme elder, the hairy man goo immortals only listen to me, waha! Arg, I accidentally said my thoughts out loud again. Lang Yilan's spirit covered his mouth, staring at Fang Yuan innocently. Fang Yuan was used to such strangeness, he laughed internally. If it were any other force, he would feel wary and alert. But joining Lang Yi sect with a leader like this, things were extremely easy. I heard everything you said. Fang Yuan waved to Lang Yilan's spirit without turning around, using fixed immortal travel and leaving Lang Yi blessed land. Lang Yilan's spirit was left behind with a dejected expression. He stomped his foot and muttered, Damn it! Damn it! Returning to Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered uncertainly as he fell into deep thought. I am a transmigrator, even though my body is from this world. My soul is from outside. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon. I have the qualification to obtain thieving heaven's true inheritances. Earlier, thieving heaven demon venerable left behind some words. It indicated that he was also an otherworldly demon. It can be either very difficult or very easy to obtain thieving heaven's true inheritances. The most important thing is the status of being an otherworldly demon. No wonder thieving heaven demon venerable spread clues everywhere in setting up this true inheritance. I was wondering why the clues of open door goo and closed door goo were so easily obtained. But after obtaining ghostly concealment, I did not find any trace of divine concealment. This means divine concealment has already been taken by someone. Fang Yuan still had many questions. He did not get the answer he wanted from Lang Yilan's spirit. Fang Yuan still did not have conclusive clues regarding ghostly concealment. Up until now, he only knew ghostly concealment targeted the soul. Divine concealment is already an extraordinary wonder, and ghostly concealment, which is equally famous, should not be worse. Actually, I am even more curious about that song than ghostly concealment. Every time he thought of this, Fang Yuan would subconsciously frown. The song which star constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm was extremely peculiar. According to logic, the song originated in the dream realm and should have no relation to reality. But Fang Yuan's experience in Luopa Valley showed that this song had huge significance in reality, almost like a prophetic song. Speaking of prophecies, they have always been a specialty of wisdom path great experts, like Immortal Yi Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables. Could it be that this dream realm is a prophetic dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan guessed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the greatest expert in wisdom path. After she died, the arrangements she left behind schemed against 3 demon venerables, ensuring heavenly court did not fall. This dazzling achievement consolidated her status in wisdom path firmly at the peak, and later generations could only look up to her. For her dream realm to be special and able to deliver a prophecy was not that strange. Moreover, although the latter stages during Fang Yuan's previous life of 500 years was the time when dream path developed rapidly like a raging fire, it was far from being explored fully. It was not strange for Fang Yuan to not be aware of this special kind of dream realm. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. The first verse of the song should be talking about Luopa Valley's thieving heaven true inheritance and also Fengjioga. Then what about the second verse? Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Fang Yuan mumbled. Heavenly river, falling heavenly river. Bent swords sink in the sand. Is it talking about the greatest expert in sword path, Bo Qing? It has already been countless years since he died under the tribulation. During his time, all 5 regions paid attention to him. He could do whatever he wished. Upon his death, even his corpse was lost. His glorious radiance dissipated. This could be said to be rising and falling from ancient times. After the experience in Luopa Valley, Feng Yuan had already remembered the complete song. After making deductions, he increasingly felt this second verse of the song was related to Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Adding in his previous life's memories, Feng Yuan was even more determined to explore Falling Heavenly River. He had wanted to go anyway. It was filled with danger, but those corpses of ancient and immemorial desolate beasts along with desolate plants in Falling Heavenly River could be said to be superior immortal materials. They could not compare to those rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials Feng Yuan obtained in Earth Trench. But their quantity was extremely large, and adding all of them would have a price that surpassed Feng Yuan's gains in Earth Trench. Although large numbers of Gu immortals had died at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, at the initial stages of the exploration, almost every Gu immortal had made a fortune. It seems there is much to reap from Sword Immortal Bo Qing's appearance. It is just that it is still not the optimal time to explore. On one hand, the sword lights don't follow a fixed pattern. Just being scratched would cause injuries and death if struck. It is too dangerous. On the other hand, Falling Heavenly River is home to ancient and immemorial desolate beasts, desolate plants, hidden undercurrents, and whirlpools. There are countless dangers. Although Feng Yuan's modified Immortal Killer Move familiar face was usable, it had limits. At present, Feng Yuan could only take on human form and could not transform into beasts or other species. The original familiar face could transform into anything. Why? Feng Yuan did not have change form Immortal Gu. One of the core supplementary Immortal Gu in familiar face was change form Immortal Gu. With this Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan could transform into other species, getting rid of the shackles of being only able to disguise as a human. But even with change form Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan could not go to the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Besides ancient and immemorial desolate beasts along with desolate plants, Falling Heavenly River was filled with countless dangerous natural traps that were enough to take Feng Yuan's life. He only had to wait until Bo Qing's sword lights finished erupting. Falling Heavenly River would be cleansed. The beasts and the dangerous plants would be cleared away temporarily. The natural traps would also be almost completely destroyed. That would be the optimal time to enter Falling Heavenly River. During this short preceding period of time, Feng Yuan could only wait. There was no better alternative. Prince Fengxian. The rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince Fengxian was one of the peak experts of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. But his true identity was a mole of Central Continent arranged by Spirit Affinity House many years ago. He had infiltrated Northern Plains when he was a Gu Master. After going through Immortal Ascension, he became a genuine Northern Plains Gu Immortal. On one hand, he had support from Spirit Affinity House. On the other, it was also his own effort and talent that combined to let him achieve his current level. Prince Fengxian was very loyal to Spirit Affinity House. He knew how much strategic importance Feng Zhouge had in regards to Spirit Affinity House currently. He had been extremely worried during the time Feng Zhouge disappeared. When he received Hui Fengzi's message and learned Feng Zhouge had appeared, he was extremely happy. It was just that he did not know the Feng Zhouge in this message was Feng Yuan in disguise. He waited for several days but did not see Feng Zhouge coming to his residence. I lead Spirit Affinity House's matters in Northern Plains. Since Feng Zhouge is already out of danger, why did he not look for me? Could it be that he encountered some powerful enemies or troublesome matters? Prince Fengxian knew Feng Zhouge's battle strength, but he was also aware of the huge battle between Feng Zhouge and Qin Baisheng. Feng Zhouge had been trapped for so long, and had now suddenly appeared. This information itself hinted at Feng Zhouge's miserable state. But since he has already freed himself, why didn't he come to find me at the first moment? The other Central Continent Gu Immortals have already gone back. He probably won't be able to return to Central Continent with just his strength. He needs my help. Does he not trust me? While Prince Fengxian was having doubts, a letter came from Spirit Affinity House. The letter expressed that Zhao Lianyun had successfully obtained divine concealment some days ago, and also that they knew ghostly concealment was in Luopa Valley's thieving heaven true inheritance. Since Prince Fengxian was able to become rank 8, he naturally had an astute mind. He came to a realization after reading the letter. So it was like this. He heaved a sigh. Where people interacted, there would be conflicts. Even after uniting to form an organization, internal conflicts would exist. Feng Jiugu was in power for too long. It had definitely resulted in dissatisfaction from many forces in Spirit Affinity House. This dissatisfaction had the chance to erupt when Feng Jiugu was missing. Merely considering the time when Zhao Lianyun obtained divine concealment, Prince Feng Xian knew someone had intentionally delayed matters. He immediately realized Feng Jiuji's plan. It seems Feng Jiugu is keeping a low profile currently to see who in the sect has ill intentions towards him. Or maybe he already knew and was only waiting for an excuse. He wants to grab hold of them using this opportunity and throw these people deep into the abyss. So, Feng Jiugu won't come to me because he knows he cannot influence me and I can send a message back to the sect at the first moment. But he is safest in my residence and I am also help that he needs to rely on in order to return to Central Continent. He is not an idiot, he is a champion who knows how to make plans and schemes. It is very likely for him to still have injuries, while dangers exist from Shadow Sect externally and sect conflicts internally. Even if he doesn't come here, he must be near this place. Then, once something unexpected happens, he can ask for my help in time. So if I am going to search, I should first search the areas nearby. The moment he thought of this, Prince Feng Xian's eyes flickered with sharp light as he immediately took action. A rank 8 Gu Immortal's full-powered search naturally was extraordinary. Soon, Prince Feng Xian discovered Feng Jiugu. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiugu. I had to search for a while. He laughed heartily as he patted Feng Jiuji's shoulder. I hope Brother Prince doesn't blame me. Feng Jiuji's expression was still slightly pale. I understand. Prince Feng Xian nodded. Let's go. My grotto heaven is the safest place for you to recuperate. This Feng Jiugu naturally was not Feng Yuan in disguise. The two entered the grotto heaven and as they conversed, they talked about Luo Pa Valley. Prince Feng Xian was slightly furious. Hui Fengzi was negligent, he should be punished. As for the Gu Immortal who took Luo Pa Valley, he might be from Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan's image appeared in Feng Jiuji's mind for a moment, but he did not speak. Prince Feng Xian continued, I sent a letter to the sect after seeing you. You are able to return alive, this is the greatest news for us. I can't let your wife and daughter spend time in sorrow any longer. When your injuries are healed, I will hold a celebration for you. The celebration will last for 7 days and 7 nights, and only then will I let you go back to Central Continent. Us brothers will definitely drink until we get drunk. Feng Jiugu smiled bitterly. He knew Prince Feng Xian's intent. Prince Feng Xian was half an outsider to Central Continent. What he had to consider was the growth and interests of the whole sect. Feng Jiugu wanted to suppress the other Gu Immortals in the sect, but if the process was too intense, it would inevitably create internal friction in the sect. Prince Feng Xian did not want to see this. However, when he thought of his wife and daughter, Feng Jiuji's heart softened. Never mind. Brother Prince truly considers everything. Feng Jiugu cupped his fists, his words containing hidden meaning. Prince Feng Xian laughed even more happily at this reply. The information reached Spirit Affinity House. All the higher-ups were in great jubilation. Feng Jiuji's disappearance brought these Gu Immortals huge mental pressure. When Feng Jiugu was there, they had subconsciously neglected his worth. But his disappearance now made Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals recognize how important Feng Jiugu was to the whole of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jinhuang laughed with tears on her face, while Fairy Bai Qing also had a smile. Some were happy and some were apprehensive. Feng Jiugu did not die? Things will be difficult for us in the following period of time. Su Hao and Li Juning were feeling heavy. They had intentionally delayed and hidden the news regarding Zhao Lianyun. Although it was not blatant, discerning people would know it immediately. Even if Feng Jiugu could not use it against them, when he returns, he would definitely be displeased at Su Hao and Li Juning, and it would be a natural thing for him to suppress them to some extent. Feng Jiuji's news had reached Spirit Affinity House early. Naturally, there was now no conference between the higher-ups, and Fairy Bai Qing also did not go to investigate Bo Qing. However, the immortal zombie Bo Qing still appeared. Swords roam unhindered over Central Continent. Countless sword lights shocked immortals and mortals. When the sword lights stopped, countless Gu Immortals began to move towards falling Heavenly River. But Feng Yuan had already arrived at this place before them. In front of him, falling heavenly river was already dyed blood red and immortal materials filled his vision. This is the immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull? Fang Yuan looked at falling heavenly river, as a sinking bull head attracted his attention. He quickly hurried over, using his methods to pull up this bull head. An immemorial desolate beast was a strong life form that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. The myriad eyes clear bull had a large body. Just this head already was like a small hill, and it was very heavy. Fang Yuan had once pulled up Luopa Valley, but this bull's head alone was heavier than the valley. This bull head's weight is mostly on the horns. Incredible, the horns were already cut by the sword light and only half remained, but it is still so heavy. Fang Yuan gasped. The bull's horns were rank 8 immortal material. They were filled with metal path and earth path down marks. And the bull's skin was very rare, it was full of water path down marks. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan only had part of the skin from the bull's head. If it was the skin of the bull's body, not only would there be water path down marks, there would also be light path down marks. It was very useful for the refinement of investigative immortal goo. But the eyes of the bull were the most valuable part of the myriad eyes clear bull. The two eyes were dark and deep. They were full of dark path Dao marks. When Fang Yuan obtained them, there were many dark path wild mortal goo inside, mostly rank 5. They could not escape in time. The eyes of the myriad eyes clear bull could not see. They were blind to begin with. The mechanisms through which the myriad eyes clear bull truly perceived vision were the eye tattoos on its thick skin. They were very mystical. The Dao marks that were on such rank 8 level life forms already had functions helpful to them. For example, the 10,000 Li earthworm was also an immemorial desolate beast. It had extremely strong regenerative abilities. As for what gave it this ability, it was the wondrous Dao marks on it. Only by destroying these Dao marks can the 10,000 Li earthworm truly be killed. But 10,000 Li earthworms were hidden deeply inside Earth Trench or Earth Abyss. They did not exist in Falling Heavenly River. The life forms in Falling Heavenly River were mostly related to Water Path, followed by Earth Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Light Path, and Dark Path. There were few Fire Path life forms here. This is the right arm of an ancient desolate beast, Icefall Divine Ape. This is the tail of an ancient desolate beast, Snow Soil Crocodile. What is this? Never mind. I will collect it first. Fang Yuan was prepared. He rapidly looted. These were all severed portions of bodies. Fang Yuan could recognize some of them, but not all. They were mostly ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants, with a few of immemorial desolate level among them. But these rank 8 immortal materials, even if they were small in quantity, had immense value. Fang Yuan felt great joy every time he saw one. Oh my! This seems to be a life and death Kuanpeng. Fang Yuan gasped in surprise. When he was almost done collecting all of the immortal materials floating on the river, he found his 19th rank 8 immortal material. This was a gray fish with the size of a boat. It did not have gills. In place of them, there were Dao marks in the shape of feathered wings. The life and death Kuanping is a law path immemorial desolate beast. It is very special. Its body is filled with life and death Dao marks. It has two forms. One is a fish, the other is a bird. It lives as a fish for 8,000 years before turning into a bird after dying. After living for another 8,000 years, it will die for real. This life and death Kuanpeng seems to be close to becoming a bird. It is probably more than 7,000 years old. Fang Yuan sighed. Humans were the spirit of all beings, but they had short lifespans. Meanwhile, immemorial desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would often have thousands or tens of thousands of years to live. Not to mention plants. The most famous example was Kumu Mountain in northern plains. It was not a mountain, but an old earthwood tree. This tree had 1,000,000 years of history. Because it had grown extremely large, it was called a mountain. Compared to it, primordial origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan among venerables, only lived for 25,000 years. Red Lotus Demon Venerable with the shortest lifespan lived for 3,000 years. It was barely a fraction of that of the old earthwood tree. This life and death Kuanpeng had a well-preserved corpse. Only the fish head was partially cut away. The rest of its entire body was still around. Together with the life and death Dao marks that it had, this special type of rule path Dao mark was very rare in the entire world. Thus it was very valuable. This life and death Kuanpeng is probably my biggest gain in this trip. Keeping the life and death Kuanpeng in his aperture, Fang Yuan sighed internally. At this moment, the bloody water in falling heavenly river was frothing. Large numbers of fierce beasts and immemorial-level aquatic plants were fighting over the severed limbs and corpses. Fang Yuan had insufficient battle strength. He could only work quickly and collect the immortal materials that floated to the surface. From time to time, some immortal materials floated up. These immortal materials were mostly taken by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wisely left some alone due to the might of the fierce beasts and plants underwater that sought them. Gradually, under the river, there was growing chaos. These severed limbs and flesh were good food for these living beings. As their food decreased, they engaged in fierce combat that caused bloodshed. Sometimes, some dead ancient desolate beast corpses would float up to the river's surface. Fang Yuan would take them away and earn a heavy sum. As time passed, Fang Yuan's gains decreased, while the risk of collecting immortal materials became larger. He was a bit hesitant, wanting to leave while it was safe, but on the other hand, he wanted to explore the riverbed. After all, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's second sentence seemed to be referring to Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. But it was all only a guess. He was uncertain. Right at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's singing voice appeared in his head again. Fallen songs and despondent heroes. Difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times. The rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas, spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. As the voice faded, a second wave of mysterious information entered Fang Yuan's mind. Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Mo Yao's remnant soul. Fang Yuan was shocked. His eyes shone with brilliant light. So what if I take another risk? As long as I can obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal Gu, even if I am unable to display their true power, it could be comparable to part of an immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan was very resolute. He immediately left this part of the river's surface, choosing a faraway place and diving deep into the river. Because the sword lights had rampaged and almost all of the fierce beasts were gathered at that segment of the river fighting for resources, Fang Yuan could dive in very safely now. In fact, he even picked up some naturally present immortal materials, like snow soil, unchanging water, Chilan ice, and others. Arriving at the location indicated by the mysterious information, Fang Yuan stopped moving in the river. He took out Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan, what do you want? Mo Yao's fake will was at first indignant, but she was quickly weakened by Fang Yuan's methods. She was defenseless and at his mercy. It seems that somehow, everything has a connection. Mo Yao, your fake will caused me to topple 88 Truyang building. Today, I will return you that favor. Mo Yao's fake will was captured by Fang Yuan. It dissipated slowly, as an intense aura spread out. Sensing this aura, a beam of light appeared. As an incomparable sword chi burst into the sky, Fang Yuan was startled and almost retreated. But the sword chi did not attack him. It only cleared the surroundings and was very gentle towards him. In the beam of light, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's immortal zombie body slowly appeared. Fang Yuan held his breath, looking at Bo Qing's immortal zombie body tightly. The latter did not open his eyes. They were still closed. This meant that the remnant soul of Mo Yao inside the body was still in a semi-conscious state. This remnant soul only felt a familiar aura and was drawn over by Fang Yuan's methods, arriving in advance. His surroundings were covered in sword light. Fang Yuan could only move 3 steps closer. This distance was his limit. Any closer and Fang Yuan would not be able to conceal it. After all, he was relying on just a fake will that Mo Yao had left behind. And this fake will had been weakened and tortured by Fang Yuan countless times. Basically, all my other methods are unusable. Only through using Mo Yao's will can my aura be disguised and the immortal Gu in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body be lured out. Fang Yuan moved carefully. He was afraid that enough of a disturbance would wake up the other party. Actually, the most drastic method against immortal zombie Bo Qing was to take away all of his rank 8 immortal essence. That way, even if he has immortal Gu, he would not be able to do anything. although that did not account for special existences like Dreamwing's immortal goo. Immortal zombie Bo Ching had died for a long time. His immortal aperture was completely gone. If not for the layers of sword light around his body, Fang Yuan could even capture him alive. But reality was not as Fang Yuan hoped. The thick sword light protected immortal zombie Bo Ching. Anyone who breached it would be attacked by the countless sword lights. According to the mysterious information in his mind, Fang Yuan used his method and quickly saw effect. He lured out an immortal goo. This immortal goo was like a swan's egg. It was translucent, and from the outside, jade light could be seen in it. When it was close, Fang Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness emitting from this immortal goo. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Even though he did not know what immortal goo this was or what use it had, the aura of the immortal goo told him that it was a rank 7 immortal goo. What sort of person was Bo Ching? Even in history, he was known as among the strongest people beneath the venerables. Even though he was not invincible, he could still easily dominate and suppress all of Central Continent. None of the immortal goo that he used was rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal goo would certainly all be rank 8. If not for that, he would not have that terrifying battle strength which he was famous for. Fang Yuan enveloped this immortal goo in Mo Yao's aura, before using wisdom path methods to seal it completely. These seals were very fragile, they were deceptive in nature. He was deceiving the consciousness of the immortal goo, making it feel that it was still in its owner's hands, that it had not been taken away by a stranger. Fang Yuan could not touch this immortal goo yet. He kept it in his immortal aperture. Soon, he repeated it again and used his method on Bo Ching. This time, after a long while, a second immortal goo was drawn out by Fang Yuan. This immortal goo was the size of an adult's finger. It was silver and blue in color, shining with a bright light. It was like a centipede, but instead of having multiple pairs of legs, it had soft and thin hair instead. This seems to be Sword Eyebrows Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan thought and had a flash of inspiration. This was among the information that he had obtained from Feng Jin Huang. Sword Immortal Bo Ching had a rank 7 Immortal Goo, Sword Eyebrows. It was not an attack-type goo. Instead, it assisted with sword path cultivation. When goo immortals use it, they can modify their eyebrows. Every hair on their eyebrows could be embedded with sword path Dao marks. Dao marks had immense amplification effects towards the power of immortal goo. The number of hairs in a person's eyebrows, if one truly counted all of them, the quantity was not few. This immortal goo's value is very high, but to me it can only be considered better than nothing. After all, I do not cultivate sword path. Fang Yuan surrounded this immortal goo with Mo Yao's aura and collected it carefully. Next, the third immortal goo appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This immortal goo was more special. It did not have a fixed form. It was a snake at times, and a sword at other times. Its entire body was pale blue, resembling translucent liquid, like water. After being lured out, it continued to dance around Fang Yuan. The liquid formed into the shape of a blade. It was very vivid. But because it was moving around, the blade of the sword seemed to be soft and slippery. Yet it gave Fang Yuan a feeling of extreme sharpness. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body did not have weak defense. But when this immortal goo surrounded him, everywhere it went, he could feel a sense of tearing on his skin when it got close. Combined with his information, Fang Yuan guessed that this was the rank 7 wave sword goo. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, in the past, Sword Immortal Bo Ching had tried to raise this wave sword goo to rank 8, but he failed. The goo refinement failed, and Bo Ching suffered a huge loss. The rank 7 wave sword goo was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Ching spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 wave sword goo again. After that, he laboriously raised it to rank 7 again. The fourth immortal goo was Flying Sword Goo. Its outer appearance was that of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 immortal goo was one of the most commonly used immortal goo by Sword Immortal Bo Ching in combat. Using this immortal goo as a core, together with other immortal goo, he created many sword path killer moves, leaving a deep mark in history. For example, among them included the killer moves Formless Flying Sword, Cloud Flying Sword, Pursuing Flying Sword, 10,000 Li Flying Sword. The fifth immortal goo was specially used for movement. It was called Sword Escape Goo. It was shaped like a golden bee. Once used, the person turns into a sharp sword, piercing through space and moving forward. The speed was so fast it was nearly on par with the Chi Escape Immortal Gu of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, among his countless prominent achievements, there was a recorded case. When he was rank 7, he was fighting with a Gu Immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the Gu Immortal could not beat him. He used Chi Escape Immortal Gu to escape. Bo Qing used Sword Escape Immortal Gu to chase him. Even though he did not catch him, the distance was not reduced. Afterwards, Bo Qing used one of his Immortal Killer moves, Sword Rampage. One of the core Immortal Gu of this move was Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Once he used this move, the enemy's head was chopped off, and the victor was decided. After collecting these 5 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan did not want it to end. He continued to use the method on the slumbering Bo Qing. Mo Yao's fake will was limited. 65% was used up already. I wonder what Immortal Gu is going to be next? Fang Yuan was filled with excitement and nervousness. He was dancing on top of sharp blades. If Immortal Zombie Bo Qing awakens, he would be in danger. But Fang Yuan knew that it was Mo Yao's remnant soul here. He was not defenseless against it. With his eloquence that could distort reality, it was not impossible to deceive the Immortal Zombie and the remnant soul. But if Immortal Zombie Bo Qing reawakens with rage and shock, he might kill Fang Yuan before he can talk. Fang Yuan would not wake up Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Of course, he was not going to place his life in the hands of another person's reaction. This time, there was no reaction when luring the Immortal Gu. This was truly the longest period of waiting. An hour had passed, but there was no reaction at all. Maybe Immortal Zombie Bo Qing has no Immortal Gu left? This is impossible, right? If he only had these Immortal Gu, how could he create those incomparable sword lights that shot through the entirety of Central Continent? 2 hours passed. Fang Yuan had barely any of Mo Yao's fake will left. His heart suddenly jumped. He had placed many investigative Mortal Gu and Gu formations near falling Heavenly River. Suddenly, large numbers of Mortal Gu and Gu formations were pulled out of their place. Other Gu Immortals are coming. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Earlier, Fang Yuan had spent some time collecting immortal materials on the river surface. Looking at the time, it was not strange for other Gu Immortals to come now. But if Gu Immortals found out something wrong with the riverbed and got close to Fang Yuan, that would be troubling. Fang Yuan was not worried about other Gu Immortals, but Immortal Zombie Bo Qing instead. Others would not have Mo Yao's fake will. If they woke up Immortal Zombie Bo Qing accidentally, what would he do if he sees Fang Yuan taking his Immortal Gu? The result was obvious. Most likely, Fang Yuan would be beheaded before he has a chance to speak. Mo Yao's fake will is almost used up. I need to leave. After all, I need to conceal my aura when leaving, thus, I cannot use up all of Mo Yao's fake will here. Fang Yuan was too close to Bo Qing. If he used fixed immortal travel directly, the Immortal Gu's aura would surge, Mo Yao's remnant soul would reawaken, and Fang Yuan would die. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, the 6th Immortal Gu finally appeared in front of him. This Immortal Gu's appearance was very simple. It was a bubble, floating and having an ordinary appearance. But its aura made Fang Yuan's eyes turn wide. This was a rank 8 Sword Path Immortal Gu. No wonder it took so long to lure it out. But what Immortal Gu is this? At once, Fang Yuan could not tell what this rank 8 Immortal Gu was. He had no time to think about it. Using his earlier method, he took it into his immortal aperture. Leave. Leave quickly. This time, his gains were huge, far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. He earned a fortune. Great wealth could not describe his immense gains. Compared to this, the benefits in Earth Trench were nothing. Next, there would be more and more Gu Immortals exploring falling Heavenly River. If Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was awakened, thus he could not stay. The process of leaving falling Heavenly River went very smoothly. The Gu Immortal who came had rank 7 cultivation level. His shock had dissipated already. At this moment, his attention was drawn over by the fierce beasts which were fighting in the river. From time to time, high-grade immortal materials would float to the surface before being swallowed by ferocious tides. This Gu Immortal wanted to take these body parts, but he was hesitant and did not dare to strike. After all, now was no longer the best timing. It was very risky to try and steal their food. Fang Yuan left falling heavenly river, relaxing himself. Just as he was about to use fixed immortal travel, he shuddered. I remember now. This rank 8 immortal goo is likely to be that legendary wisdom sword goo. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with immense joy. This immortal goo was created by Bo Qing. In the past, even though he had outstanding battle strength, he had suffered greatly at the hands of Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. Thus, to deal with them specifically, he created Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo is not just a Sword Path Immortal Goo. It also contains the ingenuity of Wisdom Path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided, when he subdues these Immortal Goo, he would choose this Goo first. His Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level made Fang Yuan gain a vague understanding. As long as he could control Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo and use it for himself, Fang Yuan's gains would not just be a rank 8 Immortal Goo. His Wisdom Path methods would improve by leaps and bounds. He would achieve a qualitative change. Safely returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan realized another point. Dongfang Changfan's Wisdom Path Inheritance, Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, Rank 6 Star Thought Goo, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo, and Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Without specific intention, my Wisdom Path prospects seem to have become the brightest. With my current state, Strength Path and Time Path seem to be more helpful to me, but in terms of prospects, Wisdom Path is far greater. He handled all of these immortal goo that he obtained appropriately. Large amounts of Mo Yao's fake will were created, used as an expendable tool to seal the immortal goo. As long as wills did not sleep, they would think, and they would be greatly expended. Back then, in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Mo Yao's fake will use Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo to strengthen herself, replenishing all of her expenditure. Now, even though Fang Yuan did not have Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, he had other methods and was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. It was easy for him to create Mo Yao's fake will. It was just that he needed to use countless mortal goo of all kinds. Fang Yuan needed a lot of preparation. The situation in Falling Heavenly River happened too quickly. Fang Yuan's time was tight. He did not have time to create more of Mo Yao's fake will. Thinking back, his gains this time were truly too unthinkable. Chances to steal immortal goo from others were extremely rare, because under normal situations, immortal goo could be destroyed with a single thought. Fang Yuan took advantage of the sleeping immortal zombie Bo Qing to be able to steal the opponent's immortal goo when they were awake. Only rare cases like Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable were able to do that in history. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's prophecy from that dream realm is truly formidable. What do the next few lines truly mean? Fang Yuan thought about the reasons for his huge gains and felt suspicious and expectant. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Then swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas, spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. Fang Yuan already understood the first 2 lines, but what were the later 3 lines trying to predict? Everything was too ambiguous at the moment. Fang Yuan could not guess now. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, give up, this immortal goo cannot be saved. Bai Qin Tian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not answer. At this moment, his hands were ethereal, giving off a warm orange light. An immortal goo was nearly cut in half, but the orange light was sustaining its life. Its aura was strong at times and weak at other times, being very unstable. Lian Jiushang's face was full of concern. He was a refinement path great expert. In his opinion, this immortal goo was beyond saving. Even Lian Jiushang could not save it if he tried. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was insistent on trying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was in control of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Goo Immortals who have reached his level could make use of aspects of other paths even if they only cultivated one path, using it as the basis. A person at this level did not have shortcomings. He could use Wisdom Path to imitate the strength of other paths, and even due to taking an innovative approach, it could potentially surpass the original. Now, Lian Jiusheng could not help this immortal goo, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's Wisdom Path methods gave them some hope. Except that the method he was using, in the opinions of Lian Jiusheng and Bai Qin Tian, was too risky. If there were any errors, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would face a strong backlash. His Tao marks would go into chaos. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any immortal goo for the next 30 years, otherwise his injuries would get more severe. Whoosh! Suddenly, from the immortal goo's body, an extremely sharp, formless burst of sword chi flew out. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not react in time, but thankfully, this formless burst of sword chi only scraped past his ears, cutting down a strand of his white hair. Bai Chen Tian was shocked. It's over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression relaxed. He let out a breath of air, saying in a gratified tone, I pulled out the sword chi that was inside the immortal goo. It has been saved. Earlier, countless sword lights had burst out of falling heavenly river, rampaging over central continent. One of the extremely sharp sword lights, like in the previous life, penetrated heavenly court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into two. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord quickly recalled Bai Tsang Shui, Lian Jiusheng, and Bai Tsang Shui. The four immortals had a discussion, as Bai Tsang Shui headed to the riverbed of falling heavenly river, while the other three immortals repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower as it was being corroded by the sword chi, before its damage intensified. Soon, the immortal goo in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's hands could be seen recovering rapidly under the orange light. Lian Jiusheng's eyes shined. He clapped and praised, Tower Lord, your ability to sacrifice your emotions to repair the immortal goo is truly an incredible wisdom path method. To think that you could really revive it, amazing. But why did you take such a risk? This is a rank 6 immortal goo. Heavenly Court's inventory is very abundant. We can refine it again easily. But if you got injured, you would not be able to do anything for 30 years. It would be an immense loss to Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the Refinement Path Convention started, I felt something wrong. It is as if a hidden danger is brewing. Once it strikes, the consequences will be severe. We have just repaired Fate Goo and can now use half of its might. But when I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light flew over and coincidentally cut it in half. But was it really a coincidence? Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng looked at each other, as their expressions became grave. I will not hide it from you. I have been getting this feeling too, Bai Chen Tian said heavily. But my feeling only started when we repaired Fate Goo. Lian Jiusheng also said, so it was not my feeling alone. I thought that my descendants had encountered trouble, causing me to have this feeling. Now it seems it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal and you control Heaven Overseeing Tower. Your senses are sharper than ours. It seems that something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was still holding the healing immortal goo. Thus, I had to take a risk and try to heal this immortal goo. Even though this is not one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's core immortal goo, by saving it, we can resolve one of the biggest issues in Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries at the moment. As long as we can fix the tower and use its might together with our instincts, we will be able to deduce the truth. Also, Bo Qing died under the tribulation back then. Why did he suddenly appear? Between the two, there seems to be some close connection. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair the other immortal goo. During this process, I need to concentrate and I cannot be interrupted. If Fairy Tsang Shui sends any letters back, try to inform me as soon as possible. Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng nodded in agreement. Understood. Matters regarding Bo Qing's immortal zombie body continued to grow as time passed. There was a huge influence on Central Continent and Heavenly Court. Just as the Central Continent Goo Immortals placed their sights on falling Heavenly River, Fang Yuan had already obtained the biggest benefits and was cultivating on Danghun Mountain. At this moment, he was standing on Danghun Mountain's peak, waving a hand and sending out tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly beast souls, rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls, and others were the most common. There were fewer wolf souls, tiger souls, and souls of other fierce beasts. There were plant souls too, but the type of souls in the fewest quantity were variant humans and humans. Actually, trade involving souls had long since existed, because in this world there were many Soul Path Goo Immortals. Soul Path Goo worms had appeared since the immemorial era, but they had never formed into a path. Only upon the rise of a certain Goo Immortal did Soul Path get created and flourish. This person was one of the 10 venerables in history, spectral soul demon venerable. He was the creator of Soul Path, and had also single-handedly pushed Soul Path to its peak over history. During his era, out of 10 Gu masters, at least 5 chose to cultivate Soul Path. For the cultivation of Soul Path, the soul was the most important resource. Souls were common Gu refinement materials needed for the refinement of Soul Path Gu worms. In order to create Soul Path Gu worms, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had engaged in massacre and slaughter to obtain countless souls. Thus, in history, he was also known as the Venerable with the most murderous nature. And because he created the rise of Soul Path, it also made his era filled with endless killing. It was a dark time when the world was in unrest. Because many Gu masters and Gu immortals cultivated Soul Path, they needed to kill and gain souls for their cultivation resources. Thus, during that era, the trading of souls appeared. They were undergone openly and on a grand scale. After that, Spectral Soul died, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared. This kind and merciful Immortal Venerable did not promote strife against others. He loved peace. Because of his experiences growing up, he knew the suffering of the commoners, and understood the harm that Spectral Soul had caused. Thus, when he became an Immortal Venerable and was invincible in the world, one major accomplishment of his was to suppress Soul Path. Soul Path Gu masters thus decreased in numbers, and trade involving souls was forced to be done underground. The 5 regions began to recuperate and the killing subsided. The turbulence also gradually disappeared. What the people considered most memorable thing was, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not force people using strength. He won support from people with virtue, and moved the world with his actions. Thus, up until today, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, the largest and most free market in the world, the sale of souls was very rare. Fong Yuan souls were obtained by Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. Ever since Fong Yuan and He Lu Lan cooperated, the matter of souls was dealt with by them. He saved a lot of trouble. They were well-connected locals of Northern Plains, especially Fairy Li Shan. She was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She had Mountain Pledge Gu and had a huge network. These souls were immediately destroyed on Dang Hun Mountain. After the vibrations from Dang Hun Mountain, the souls were shattered and turned into countless soul essences that were fused into the mountain. Not long later, because of these souls, Dang Hun Mountain produced a new batch of Guts Gu. Normally speaking, the stronger the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. This batch of souls is only average. Because inside there are few fierce beasts and no desolate beasts with very few variant human and human souls. The Guts Gu generated will not be high in quantity. Fong Yuan estimated in his mind as he walked on Dang Hun Mountain. This batch of souls was not from Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, but obtained by Fong Yuan. He was already different from in the past. He could obtain souls at a stable rate without Fairy Li Shan or taking action by himself personally. They were obviously not from Treasure Yellow Heaven, but Western Desert. Western Desert was the place with the greatest trade economy in the 5 regions. Fong Yuan was no longer a newcomer there. He had worked with Shao Clan of Western Desert for some time. He had obtained their crucial token after gaining their recognition. Shao Clan was a super force. It was not hard for them to obtain souls. But if the soul transactions were exposed, Shao Clan would never admit they were involved. The trading of souls could not be done openly. Shao Clan was, after all, a righteous path super force. Fong Yuan bought souls from Western Desert in order to guard against He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Even though they had set an alliance agreement, that did not mean that Fong Yuan did not need to guard against them anymore. Fong Yuan knew how to defend himself against others, and he was even more adept at harming others. Fong Yuan suddenly attempting soul cultivation would definitely lead to the suspicions of Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. Fong Yuan did not want to leave any clues for them. When he uses Guts Gu to cultivate, it would cause the quantity of Guts Gu to fall. To make up for this, he secretly placed souls in and filled the difference. The typically rare Guts Gu could be easily picked up at Fong Yuan's feet. Fong Yuan did exactly so. Once Guts Gu left Dang Hun Mountain, they would be destroyed. But using Airsac Gu, they could be contained and sold. After consuming a huge amount of Guts Gu, Fong Yuan's soul reached its limit. If he raised it any further, his soul would collapse. Fang Yuan felt that his immortal zombie body was feeling quite tight. It was like an adult man wearing clothes he wore when he was a teenager. Actually, the limit of immortal zombie bodies in containing souls was higher than normal living bodies. It was just that they lacked the aspect of nourishing the soul. Only living bodies could nourish souls. A dead corpse's soul would continue to wither. Guts Gu played the most important role in Fang Yuan's soul being able to last until now. Besides this, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish his soul. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had brought disaster to the world, it was also because of him that Soul Path had dominated an era. Countless Soul Path experts emerged one after the other, innovating large numbers of Soul Path methods. Despite going through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, until now, there are still large numbers of precious Soul Path methods that were passed down from generation to generation. I don't cultivate Soul Path. Soul Path Gu Immortals have Soul Path down marks which allow the body to hold an even stronger soul. After he reached the limit, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and moved to Star Form Blessed Land. Luopa Valley was placed here. Fang Yuan entered Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect and was in a completely different state. But Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunxing to restore it, thus Luopa Valley had regained its original environment. Luopa Valley's terrain was complex like a maze. The legends of Rinzhu is stated. In the past, Rinzhu had been trapped in the maze, unable to find his way out. Right now, Fang Yuan imitated Rinzhu and walked inside Luopa Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A gray-white fog spread out. This was the famous bewilderment fog. Fang Yuan's soul was shrouded by the bewilderment fog, gradually diffusing. After the fog passed, cold wind blew. This was the famous Luopa wind. The cold wind was like a knife as it cut Fang Yuan's soul, inflicting countless injuries. The incomparable pain almost drove Fang Yuan mad. This pain stemmed from the very depths of the soul and was countless times more painful than death by dismemberment. Fang Yuan roared at the sky, but he lacked a physical body, so he could only produce a piercing screech from his soul. After enduring for a while, Fang Yuan realized he had once again reached his limit. He wisely chose to retreat, his soul returning to the immortal zombie body. With the immortal zombie body's protection, the bewilderment fog and the Luopa wind's might was immediately reduced by a large extent. Fang Yuan safely left Luopa Valley. He inspected his soul. After going through the bewilderment fog and the destruction by the Luopa wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large degree and was clearly heavily injured. If he continued, although it would not be severe to the extent where the soul dissipated, the enslaved Featherman Gu Immortal Zhouzhong might be able to get rid of the enslavement. The soul was the foundation of enslavement. When the soul is heavily injured, the enslavement would greatly weaken, and the enslaved party could have a chance to free themselves. I don't know how Rinzhu was able to stay for so long in Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan gave a moved sigh, returning to Danghun Mountain. He continued to consume Guts Gu. Guts Gu was immortal Gu, but it was worthy of being a thing of legend. Using it to heal the soul's injuries would show instant effects. Soon, the injuries to Fang Yuan's soul completely recovered. Fang Yuan once again inspected his soul. His soul had condensed by at least one-fold. Moreover, his soul was smeared with something like oil that emitted a faint eerie glow. Checking again, the burden on his soul from enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhouzhong was reduced by 30%. The inhuman torture and pain Fang Yuan suffered in Luopa Valley was worth it. It was because his soul's impurities were extracted in Luopa Valley, like iron that went through endless hammering and smelting before it finally turned to steel. His soul's quality had been elevated to another stage, and on Danghun Mountain Guts Gu were continuously expended, which strengthened his soul at an unimaginable speed. The quantitative strength of the soul was increasing steadily. Luopa Valley refines the soul, Danghun Mountain strengthens the soul. Both quantitative and qualitative change are combined. The soul's foundation advances at a tremendous pace. It is so fast, no wonder in my previous life, after He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan obtained Luopa Valley, they moved back and forth between Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, strengthening their soul foundation. They were cultivating freely. Fang Yuan sighed. He also wanted to imitate He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, but he still had many things to do. Right now, there was the most important matter he had to deal with, that was Etion Mountain's battle and the Immortal Goo House graceful chaotic duel stage. No doubt, the stronger Fang Yuan becomes, the higher his chances of seizing graceful chaotic duel stage at the crucial time. Fang Yuan could only try to think of every possibility and make more appropriate arrangements for every task. He had to squeeze out every second of time, making every second count in his cultivation. Finally, Fang Yuan obtained news of the appearance of the Immortal Goo House, graceful chaotic duel stage. What's going on? I made so many arrangements near Etion Mountain, but they actually disappeared without alerting me. Fang Yuan made time in his busy schedule, personally going to southern border to inspect. But he did not discover any worthwhile information. Like in his previous life, Etion Mountain displayed the ancient battle repeatedly. In the intense battle, the mysterious Goo Immortal with the red lotus mark on his forehead finally used the Immortal Goo House graceful chaotic duel stage to suppress the rank 8 Goo Immortal with the great strength true martial physique. This Goo Immortal has a red lotus imprint on his forehead. Does he have any relation to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? My rebirth had failed, but in the river of time, a red lotus appeared out of nowhere and turned my failure to success, letting me rebirth. Is there some connection between the red lotus in the river of time and this mysterious Goo Immortal? Fang Yuan was confused. He could only shake his head and leave. He still had many matters to arrange. Graceful chaotic duel stage had appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Etion Mountain. At the very least, Fang Yuan needed to remove the aftereffects from enslaving the Featherman Goo Immortal Zhouzhong in this period of time. Cultivating back and forth on Danghun Mountain and in Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was rising sharply, while Zhouzhong's soul was still at its original stage. The burden from enslaving a Goo Immortal has completely disappeared. I can now easily slip into Etion Mountain and secretly refine the Immortal Goo House. The body nourishes the soul, while the soul brings about intelligence, producing thoughts, will, emotions, and promoting thought processes. The increase in his soul foundation would be very beneficial for Fang Yuan in refining the Immortal Goo House graceful chaotic duel stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can refine Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Goo, it would be a huge increase to my battle strength. That would be even better. He had tried to refine all-out effort Immortal Goo several times now, but had yet to succeed. At this time, Fang Yuan's rebirth plan had already reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on refining all-out effort Immortal Goo, not continuing to invest in this sunk cost. During these last moments, Fang Yuan went all out in making preparations. Central Continent. Immortal zombie Bo Qing left falling Heavenly River and was slowly rising up. Under his feet, the surging waves and tides of falling Heavenly River attacked the shore, engulfing the piled-up snow. Blood had already faded from the water, while countless ferocious beasts living in the river sensed Bo Qing's aura and scattered everywhere in panic. And in the riverbed of falling Heavenly River, there were corpses of many Goo Immortals. Only the rank 8 Goo Immortal from Heavenly Core, by Zhang Shui, had luckily survived. I have lost many Immortal Goo. My battle strength is reduced. Immortal zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low and deep voice. What's our next course of action? Right now, standing beside him was the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Envoy Blue of Shadow Sect, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, as well as the Blood Path Demonic Immortal Song Zixing, also known as Blood Dragon, and the Hairy Man Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun. Somehow, there was a difference in this situation as compared to the previous life. In the previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing had died at Bo Qing's hands, but now they were both alive. Perhaps this was because Fang Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to plunder Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun did not speak, letting 7-Star Child speak. Next, I, Song Zixing, and Yu Mu Chun will use an immortal killer move to transport the 4 of us to Central Continent's northeast region to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had already made the arrangements. In the previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing had died, only Yu Mu Chun was left behind, unable to activate this powerful immortal killer move. But now it was different. In Heavenly Court, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was shocked and furious. He saw the four immortals with immortal zombie Bo Ching at the lead, battling as they headed towards one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. He was unable to keep watching from the sidelines, because he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a Gu immortal formerly from Heavenly Lotus Sect. In Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had large numbers of disciples and descendants. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Ching had awakened. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in danger. Only Heavenly Court's Gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, summoning Lian Jiushang and Bai Chen Tian. An issue has occurred in Falling Heavenly River. Bo Ching revived as an immortal zombie and is attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect. We have to reinforce them now. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained information that was simply too hard to believe. Go! The two immortals were only stunned momentarily. Immediately after, they reacted and the three immortals used Heavenly Court's teleportation Gu formation and appeared at Heavenly Lotus Sect's base in a moment. At this moment, Bo Ching and the rest had also just arrived. The remaining radiance of the teleportation immortal killer move on them had yet to dissipate. Both sides stared at each other, battle intent rising immediately. What's going on? Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu Masters and Gu Immortals were puzzled. Fight! A battle of rank 8s suddenly erupted. Central Continent, Gu Immortal Blessed Land, an underground cave. Success! Fang Yuan looked at the Gu formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy as well as regret. Over these last few days, he had used the light of wisdom to continuously ponder and deduce, obtaining a powerful Gu formation to refine Bo Ching's sword path Immortal Gu. This Gu formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Mo Yao's fake will along with the poison path Immortal Gu, woman's heart, and the wisdom path Immortal Gu, unravel mystery, to refine Bo Ching's Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, after using this Gu formation for 3 days, I could only refine one Immortal Gu. Moreover, I still don't know what use this Immortal Gu has. I can't wait any longer. The Battle of Etion Mountain has already begun. The earlier I can obtain the Immortal Gu house, the better. Undue delay might bring trouble. Southern border, Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan walked forward with big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. Huge bulging muscles, an exposed chest, thick hair over his head, chest, and beard, even along his legs. His hair was a muddy yellow color, his clothes were very tattered. His cheekbones were protruding, his fingers and toes all had extraordinarily huge joints. His nose bridge was short and stumpy. He had huge nostrils that contained thick hair. They were like open taps, gushing out together uncontrollably. Even though this appearance was ugly and disgusting, it was something that Fang Yuan had picked after careful consideration. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this person had come to Etion Mountain at this time. After rebirth, Fang Yuan secretly killed this person. Taking his place, Fang Yuan arrived at Etion Mountain. The sun had just risen, there was a thin fog. The scenery of Etion Mountain was still peaceful. There were birds chirping in the mountain's forests. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started its first wave. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had disguised himself and joined Etion Mountain. By that time, Etion Mountain was already immersed in heated battles. There were even demonic path guards at the base of the mountain. But this time, Fang Yuan had arrived here several months early. At this time, Xiao Shan had just been forced to leave his clan, he, Zhou Xingxing, and Sun Peng who had just created Etion Village. Fang Yuan did not see any people as he walked. After getting partway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Etion Village from the crevices between the dense trees. Etion Village was still in the process of being built. It was not completed yet. Who is this? Which Gu Immortal's pawn is this? He doesn't resemble a pure human. He seems to have hairy man blood. Humph, this guy is a half-breed. Would anyone even choose him as a pawn? Far away, the southern border Gu Immortals discussed the matter of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked slowly, confidently, and calmly. In his previous life, he had used vaguely familiar face and was not exposed by these southern border Gu Immortals. Now that he was using an immortal killer move with attitude Gu as the core, familiar face, it was even more impossible for him to be exposed by them. He took big steps and went to the mountain peak. Soon, before he reached Etion Village, someone finally stopped him. It was a rank 3 demonic path Gu master. But Fong Yuan was also disguised as a rank 3, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked in a serious tone, "You are?" Fong Yuan cupped his fists, saying boorishly, "My name is Huang Sha. I heard about Hero Zhao's matter and came to join you." The other rank 3 demonic path Gu master's body shook. He was not intimidated by the name of Huang Sha, instead it was because Fong Yuan was too loud. "Okay, keep it down, why are you shouting? Since you know about our leader's reputation, come with me to meet him." The rank 3 Gu master rubbed his ears as he turned around. Fong Yuan laughed as he quickly chased. He had a huge body, his steps were huge, he quickly surpassed the Gu master in front. The demonic path Gu master was unhappy. He stretched out his arm, pulling Fong Yuan. "Why are you running so quickly? If you want to join Etian village, follow the rules. Get it? I got here first, so my position is higher than yours. Follow behind me." Oh. Fong Yuan quickly nodded, pretending that he was all brawn and no brains. "This structure needs to be built properly. If anyone attacks us next time, we will defend from here. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine Gu." Xiao Shan pointed at a location and said this to a Gu master beside him. At this time, someone shouted, "Leader, your fame spreads throughout southern border. Right now, a new warrior has joined us." Xiao Shan heard this and was overjoyed, turning around to see Fong Yuan. The joy in his mind faded a little as he felt disappointment. But at the same time, he showed a look of appreciation on his face. He quickly went forward, patting Fong Yuan's shoulders. "What a strong man!" Fong Yuan laughed and cupped his fists. "You are Hero Xiao? I am here to join you. You are really brave. You dared to oppose those righteous path members." Saying so, Fong Yuan raised his thumb at Xiao Shan, saying, "With just this, I am in admiration towards you. I am willing to follow you, but you have to feed me 3 meals a day." Xiao Shan saw that Fong Yuan was boorish and uneducated. The disappointment inside him grew. But on the surface he did not show it. He praised Fong Yuan as he arranged a mission for him. After Fong Yuan left, Xiao Shan called Zhou Xingxing, asking, "This Huang Sha, what is his background? I am not too clear about it." Zhou Xingxing thought about it and laughed. "Brother, what rank are you? There are so many people in this world, how can such a minor character attract your attention? I know this person, his father is human and his mother is a female hairy man. He was born as a slave collecting sand rocks on Sand Mountain. In the end, on Sand Mountain he obtained an inheritance by chance and became a Gu master. Next, he and a waterpath Gu master occupied a territory, calling themselves the Baisha twin generals. Afterwards, they were defeated by Tai clan Gu masters. Bai Jiang died while Huang Sha escaped with his whereabouts unknown. To think that he came here after hearing brother's name. So that's it, I remember now. There was once a time when there was news about the Baisha twin generals assaulting Tai clan's merchant ships." Xiao Shan nodded. His expectations towards Fong Yuan fell to rock bottom. He even dared to touch Tai clan's ships. This showed that the Baisha twin generals were rash and boorish. They did not use their brains. Furthermore, this Huang Sha even had hairy man blood. This made Xiao Shan look down on him more. Hairy men, feathermen, snowmen, and other variant humans were all the slaves of humans. Why would human Gu masters treat them as equals? If Fong Yuan had rank 4 or 5 cultivation, Xiao Shan might have placed great emphasis on him and disregarded that point. But Fong Yuan was disguised as Huang Sha, who was only rank 3. Even though rank 3 was higher than the average Gu master. But in Etian village it was not eye-catching. Very soon, Xiao Shan forgot about this Huang Sha. Fong Yuan was at a work site. "Now, I have joined Etian Mountain, and was sent by Xiao Shan to help in the building of the village. It shows that this person is not placing attention on me. Good, this is my motive after all. Everything has been very successful so far." If Fong Yuan had higher cultivation level, he would be given a major role by Xiao Shan. In the following righteous demonic battle, he would definitely be kept busy. If he did not go for the missions, he would expose himself, but if he went, he would be wasting time. If his cultivation level was lower, he would be cannon fodder, sent to the front lines to attract the enemy's firepower and waste their primeval essence. After some battles, he would be sacrificed. Only with rank 3 cultivation level, it was neither high nor low. He could be the leader of a small group. He would not be given important missions, and if he survived in the battlefield, nobody would find it strange. Etion Mountain's Forbidden Zone only targeted immortal apertures. It did not affect immortal goo. In his previous life, Fong Yuan had deduced a method on how to seal immortal apertures. But now he had this method prepared in advance. He could join Etion village a few months earlier. Even though his immortal aperture was sealed, his body was still an immortal zombie body. During the day, he worked at the sites and easily did physical labor. At night, when everyone was asleep, he would be awake and refining Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage secretly. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie, not allowing any freedom. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had no signs of life at all. It seemed like its soul had completely dissipated. But Fong Yuan had his previous life's memories. He did not dare to be careless. He did not probe the great strength true martial immortal zombie. He placed his efforts on refining the battle will. The southern border Goo immortals engaging in this gambling contest were trying to refine the battle will into their own. They needed these mortal Goo master pawns to engage in fierce combat, to create their own battle will, and resonate with the immortal Goo house. They would then convert the pure battle will in the immortal Goo house into their personal battle will. But Fong Yuan came in person and was also a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He did not need to do so. Even if he did not fight fiercely, he could increase the battle will in his mind and convert the immortal Goo house's battle will. His efficiency was many times that of ordinary Goo immortals. If someone turned all the battle will in the immortal Goo house into their own battle will, they would complete the unfinished last step of the rank 8 immortal zombie. That is, refining the immortal Goo house and becoming the true owner of the immortal Goo house. Thus, there was a key point needed for Fong Yuan to snatch Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage from these southern border Goo immortals. At the final period of time, the immortal Goo house's pure battle will would be completely refined by everyone. But there can only be one winner. Thus, these battle wills had to engage in combat and undergo a terrifying battle. In this battle, any loser would vanish. There would only be one winner. I am a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. I have a huge advantage in a fight between battle wills. Furthermore, I am going to take the lead and refine battle will at many times the speed of others. The more battle will I convert, the bigger my advantage during the battle will contest. As long as I follow my plan, it is assured that I would obtain the immortal Goo house. But there might be unexpected surprises. While Fong Yuan was pondering, the other southern border Goo immortals were also harboring their own intentions. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder was paying close attention to the developments on Etion Mountain. He had barely survived his last tribulation. The next one was approaching. He had lost all hope initially, but the appearance of the immortal Goo house Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage gave this Goo immortal see the light of hope within the darkness. Thus, in this unprecedented gambling contest, he went all in on his bets. Almost all of his wealth was invested into it. His stake was the highest among the immortals. According to the rules, one of his pawns, Shao Shan, became the first Goo master to ascend Etion Mountain. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder also became the first Goo immortal in southern border to start refining battle will in the immortal Goo house. I must succeed in obtaining the immortal Goo house. I cannot fail. Without this immortal Goo house, in the following tribulation, I will definitely die. But looking at it now, I have made a good start. I have converted the highest amount of battle will. As long as I maintain this advantage, the immortal Goo house is mine. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder spurred himself on secretly, but he was also aware internally. The biggest difficulty was in maintaining his current advantage. According to the rules, the second to take the stage was the pawn of a Wu Clan Goo immortal, Wu Dangji. This female immortal from Wu Clan was an insightful character. She chose someone with lower cultivation level, as the cost of entering Etion Mountain earlier. Hopefully, Shao Shan does not disappoint me later. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's wish was something that the other southern border Goo immortals were unwilling to see happen. Right now, Shao Clan's ancestor had created a huge advantage. The southern border Goo immortals wanted to see Shao Shan defeated or even killed, so that the advantage of Shao Clan's ancestor would be gone, and they would have an opportunity. Wu Shintong arrived near Etion Mountain. Everyone, I bear a mission of utmost importance to the clan. To exterminate evil, we will pay any cost. He pointed at Etion Mountain. His expression was stern as his intent to fight surged, along with his battle will. Around him were many Gu masters. Among them, those with the highest cultivation were 3 rank 4 Gu masters. One was a Wu clan elder, guarding Wu Shintong. The other 2 were clan leaders of villages that were subordinates of Wu clan. Wu Shintong was a rank 4 peak stage enslavement path Gu master. He was thin and had a pale face. He coughed from time to time, like a sickly scholar. He could not even stand in the cold winds for long. But nobody dared to look down on him because he cultivated enslavement path. This path allowed him to fight many people single-handedly. On Etion Mountain, the strongest person is Shao clan's former leader Shao Shan. Below him are Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing, 2 demonic path Gu masters. These 3 are all rank 5 Gu masters. In my opinion, we should act slowly, inviting more righteous path members to join us. This will make the battle more assured, and we can prevent these demons from escaping as well. A rank 4 clan leader suggested. Wu Shintong's expression turned grim. He wanted to do this too, but this mission was a forced mission by the clan. They had given him a certain timing. It was so strict and rushed, Wu Shintong could not help but suspect that he had become a sacrifice in a political conflict of his clan. He exerted all of his effort and used his network to recruit all of these people around him. Wu Shintong would not understand the truth of Etion Mountain even after death. All these high and mighty Gu masters were all merely the tools of the Gu Immortals gambling contest. He certainly did not know, at this point in time, how many southern border Gu Immortals were placing their attention on him. You do not need to say anymore. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beasts? Once their primeval essence is expended, the accomplishment of killing a rank 5 will be all yours. Furthermore, I am going personally. I have some confidence, of course. Why would I send myself to die? Wu Shintong was a skilled person. With just a few words, he dispelled everyone's suspicions and raised the group's morale. They moved quickly. They were trying a sneak attack. A moment later, the mountain was covered in beast groups. Under Wu Shintong's manipulation, they charged towards Etion Mountain. Right now, Etion village was still being built. The demonic path Gu masters were all in chaos. They were used to fighting alone. Even though Shao Shan was trying to group his men together and organize them, there was little effect in the short term. Shao Shan was extremely anxious. He thought, Etion village has just been built. We are only partway through completion. This is my first fight against the righteous path. Etion village is like a banner. It cannot fall. Once it falls, our morale will suffer. It is like a heavy blow that will make us falter forever. Losing our reputation? Who would come here and join me? Thinking of this, Shao Shan immediately ordered the demonic path Gu masters to defend Etion village with their lives. Shao Shan's thoughts were very precise, but he greatly overestimated the ability of the demonic path Gu masters to cooperate. If demonic path Gu masters fought righteous path Gu masters one-on-one, they usually won more than they lost. But when there were many people, if they had even numbers, the righteous path usually won. Without any cooperation, the demonic path Gu masters were just a mob. Against the huge beast groups, they did not place priority on defending the strategic points. This was what Wu Shintong most wanted to see. Initially, large numbers of wild beasts died from the demonic path Gu masters' attacks. But soon, the demonic path Gu masters' attacks became more sparse. After all, mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. The wild beasts charged past the attacks of the demonic path Gu masters and assaulted them. The demonic path Gu masters suffered heavier and heavier losses. The battle was tilting in favor of the righteous path. Good. Great. The southern border Gu immortals watched the battle as they showed expressions of joy. Shao clan's ancestor had a dark expression. He stared at Shao Shan fixedly. Shao Shan was a veteran of the battlefield. He knew that the situation could not go on. He shouted, Rank 4 and 5 experts, come with me and kill the enslavement path Gu master. Everyone else retreat while you battle. In the current situation, the demonic path was suffering terrible losses. Meanwhile, although the righteous path was few in numbers, they did not lose anyone. Everyone knew that fighting alone would not result in a good ending. Only by relying on one another and carving out a path of blood could they survive. Shao Shan's words received quick response. The rank 4 and 5 Gu masters were all secretly joyful and gathered around Shao Shan. The remaining rank 2 and 3 Gu masters, however, all had pale expressions. The people who charged out were strong, no matter what. If they managed to get out of the encirclement, they could escape alone. But the Gu masters who stayed back were surrounded by beast groups. There was nowhere they could go. They could only await reinforcements. Only Fong Yuan, despite having an anxious and ferocious expression, had peace of mind. Even if the beast groups expanded by 100 times, they were no threat to him. Furthermore, he had the knowledge of his previous life. He knew what was going to happen. As expected, the following developments were almost the same as in his previous life. In this sudden fight, the demonic path Gu masters fought against the waves of beast groups and moved forward, causing many Gu masters to die along the way. But eventually, they managed to get to Wu Shintong. Xiao Shan, Sun Pang Hu, and Zhou Xingxing were rank 5 Gu masters. They were forced into a desperate situation. They had to attack the righteous path. After an intense battle, 2 rank 4 Gu masters from the righteous path died, while Wu Shintong retreated with heavy injuries. The other rank 4 elder from Wu clan blocked them desperately. At the crucial moment, a group of flying birds came and saved Wu Shintong from the demonic path's objective of killing him. They had no choice but to return to Etian Mountain. That night, Xiao Shan gathered the remaining demonic path members in a certain cave. He was bathed in blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he called out in a hoarse voice. Wu Shintong is not dead yet. He is truly a threat. As long as he is alive, we will face the threat of an unceasing tide of beasts. We need to kill him, otherwise Etian village will never be built. Xiao Shan had just finished his words, but there was little response. The demonic path Gu masters had suffered a loss. Their morale was low. Among them, a rank 3 Gu master said dejectedly, "Leader, we should retreat. The righteous path is very powerful. It is normal that we cannot win. But we can always fight back another day. We should leave this dangerous place and find another mountain to rebuild Etian village. That is possible too." As he said that, a sharp light flashed in Xiao Shan's eyes as he stood up and attacked. He raised his saber and killed the demonic path Gu master on the spot, shouting, "This person is trying to shake our spirit. He deserves death. If anyone dares to request to retreat, you will end up like him." Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing immediately stood up, walking to either side of Xiao Shan with wary expressions towards everyone. The Gu masters were all stunned by Xiao Shan's demeanor. They quickly spoke and agreed to battle to the death. Xiao Shan's expression relaxed. "I know that everyone is having a hard time. There are injuries. But no injury can compare to our brothers who have sacrificed themselves today, right? Everyone, rest in this cave today. Tomorrow, we will gather our forces and fight on the path to killing Wu Shintong. We will not rest until he is dead." Everyone quickly responded. Fong Yuan was among them. His wounds were still bleeding, but of course it was a disguise. The night sky grew darker. The mountain cave was not big. There was not much space for the demonic path Gu masters to sleep. This was a cave that Xiao Shan specially chose. It was easy for them to monitor each other. If they needed to use the toilet, they had to do it in the cave. Soon, the cave was filled with the disgusting smell of blood, sweat, urine, and feces mixed together. The demonic path Gu masters were tossing and turning, thinking about the desperate battle tomorrow. They could not sleep. Only one person was sleeping soundly. It was Fong Yuan. His snoring could be heard in the entire cave. Xiao Shan was shutting his eyes and resting. Hearing the sound, he opened his eyes and saw Fong Yuan. He smiled lightly and said loudly, "This guy has no worries." His voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shan continued, "Don't worry, everyone. I have complete confidence in tomorrow's battle. That Wu Shintong has already been severely injured. He is definitely going to die tomorrow. I, Xiao Shan, swear that I will not run away. If I go against my word, may heaven bring judgment upon me, and may the world shake in anger." The demons were inspired. They were in admiration towards Xiao Shan's enthusiasm and aspiration. But they did not know that Xiao Shan was trying to subdue the immortal Gu in his body and obtain the acknowledgement of Xiao clan's ancestor. Unless he had no choice, he would never retreat from here. Xiao Shan thought of these demonic path Gu masters in the cave as his chess pieces. In contrast, he was a chess piece of Xiao clan's ancestor, but he did not know. On this night, the chess player, Xiao clan's ancestor, was also feeling anxious and worried. After the fight today at Etion Mountain, he had left his place of residence, arriving at a mountain peak. He stood for a long time under the winds of the mountain. Master, Shao Clan's ancestor has requested to meet you, but you have not agreed to it. He is a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He has already been outside for 2 hours. Won't it be bad if we continue dragging it on? Lu Xuanfeng asked carefully and softly. His master, rank 7 lone cultivator old man Yuxia, was sitting cross-legged on a mat. He remained unmoved and had his eyes closed, even after hearing Lu Xuanfeng's words. After a long while, Shao Clan's ancestor spoke again from outside the cave. Brother Yuxia, I am willing to add in 10 heavenly dragon pearls. Please help me. Old man Yuxia slowly opened his eyes and said to Lu Xuanfeng, Disciple, go to Yitian Mountain and solve this crisis for Shao Shan. Lu Xuanfeng hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to old man Yuxia. Master, this disciple shall leave. Although he said this, Lu Xuanfeng was still kneeling down on the ground and did not show any signs of getting up. Old man Yuxia smiled. Your crafty nature, I can see right through it. He then blew cold air towards Lu Xuanfeng. The cold air seeped into Lu Xuanfeng's belly and lingered there without dispersing. This immortal goo can protect you. Go now. Lu Xuanfeng was joyous, kowtowing 3 more times before getting up and cheekily speaking. I was actually thinking in the interests of Master. As a disciple, losing my life is not important. But then Master would have no one to serve him. What to do then? Master has shown me great benevolence. I still haven't returned it. So how could I die so easily? Go now, go. Old man Yuxia sighed, repeatedly waving his hand at Lu Xuanfeng. Wu Shintong led the beast group to attack Etion Mountain. Etion Village, which only had its foundations constructed, was destroyed. The demonic side's morale fell sharply. Shao Shan was determined to fight back to the death. But on that very evening, the rank 5 Gu Master Lu Xuanfeng infiltrated the Righteous Path's camp and assassinated Wu Shintong, bringing his head back to Etion Mountain. Shao Shan was ecstatic, saying to Lu Xuanfeng, Brother Lu is magnanimous. Thanks to Brother Lu, all of us were saved. Lu Xuanfeng was a quick-witted person, immediately cupping his fists, replying in a cordial manner. Brother Shao exaggerates. I only took advantage of an opportunity. If not for Brother Shao and the other comrades fighting with all you have and inflicting heavy injuries to Wu Shintong, how could I have easily taken his life? Out of the total contribution, I can only account for 10%, and the other 90 would go to everyone here. When they heard such words, everyone immediately had a much better impression of Lu Xuanfeng. Shao Shan's heart sank. He was not able to ruin Lu Xuanfeng's fame by overpraising him. So he quickly changed his words to stabilize and pull Lu Xuanfeng to Etion Village. Like this, the Righteous Path's first wave of offense collapsed under the attacks of Shao Shan, Lu Xuanfeng, and the rest. Feng Yuan was staying on the sidelines, not caring any less about this situation, viewing it coldly with the stance of a bystander and not provoking any doubts. He thought of the information gathered during his previous life. It seems in this life as well, due to Wu Shintong being heavily injured and Shao Shan's situation being critical, Shao Clan's ancestor sought old man Yuxia's help. This old man Yuxia is a well-known lone immortal of southern border with some friction against Wu Clan. And with Shao Clan's ancestor giving him heavy payment, he was able to increase his wager, letting Lu Xuanfeng enter Etion Mountain early on. And the female immortal from Wu Clan, Wu Dangxi, had lost her chess piece because of the scheme. Although she had refined much of the battle will, her loss was the greatest. Righteous and demonic paths are fighting on Etion Mountain. But the masterminds are the southern border Gu immortals behind them. Mortals are like ants. Let them continue scheming against each other. After this battle, the amount of battle will I have refined has already surpassed Shao Shan, becoming the highest. Like this, Feng Yuan was silently earning a fortune. The battle will he refined secretly continued to grow, but no one noticed. Time passed. The second wave of the righteous and demonic battle erupted. After the first wave of offense, in which Wu Dangxi suffered a loss, she was still unreconciled. Old man Yuxia had increased his wager. How could she not do that as well? Therefore, she chose another person and allied with a Shang Clan Gu immortal, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. At the battlefield on Etion Mountain, Wu Clan's Gu masters attacked Etion Mountain. At the same time during this attack, Shang clan's two newly advanced elders, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei, also joined. Both sides fought at the base of Etion Mountain, having some wins and losses on either side. They were in a deadlock. This time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang ascended the mountain, joining Etion village. These two Gu masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in the world of southern borders Gu masters. Etion village thus had the upper hand, and the Righteous Path members were forced back. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, the Righteous Path invited a female Gu master, Hong Feiyu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the Righteous Path. But Hong Feiyu alone could not resist the combination of two flying masters of the demonic path. Hong Feiyu was at the moment between life and death. When Shang clan's reinforcements rushed and arrived, it was the white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang had been nurtured by Shang Yanfei and had his aptitude raised. His cultivation level was at rank 4 initial stage. Not only did he save Hong Feiyu, he even gained much fame. After Hong Feiyu was heavily injured and retreated, he fought against both Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, eventually managing to stall for enough time until more reinforcements from the Righteous Path came, as Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang were forced to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was acknowledged by both the Righteous and Demonic Paths, joining the ranks of the Flying Masters. Southern Border's 3 famous Flying Masters became 4 famous Flying Masters, with Wei Yang at the top. With Wei Yang's addition, the Righteous and Demonic battle entered another deadlock once again. However, as Second Zombie King entered Etion Mountain, Enslavement Path showed its might again. The Righteous Path lacked Wu Shintong and had no choice but to fall back. Thereupon, the second Righteous and Demonic fight came to an end. Behind the scenes of this were the Southern Border Gu Immortals plotting and conspiring. Naturally, the mortal Gu Masters could not imagine it. The only one who was in the know on Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan, was secretly earning a fortune, disregarding all of this. With Huangsha's identity, he had gone on the battlefield and had encountered Wei Yang face to face. This expert under Shang Yanfei had once taken great care of Fang Yuan and by Ningbing when they were in Shang Clan City. Right now, Wei Yang's growth was large. Fang Yuan, however, was already an immortal. It could be said that times had changed. After this battle, Fang Yuan was already way ahead in the amount of battle will refined. The lead was so huge that even if all the Southern Border Gu Immortals added up their refined battle wills, it would still be slightly less than Fang Yuan's. Central Continent Heavenly Lotus Sect. Rumble. Explosions resounded without an end. All the surroundings within an enormous area had turned into a desolate land, sand rolling and covering the sky. In the desolate land were many deep craters, some burned with fire, some had piles of ice, some was still letting out rumblings of thunder. A river of blood flowed wantonly in this battlefield. Because of the battle between rank 8s, the original mountainous terrain had completely changed. This was the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect and also home to famous mountains and rivers possessing profound natural downmarks. Otherwise, the landscape would be even more severely ruined. After a round of battle stopped with Sword Immortal Bo Ching at the lead, Shadow Sect's group retreated by some distance, panting roughly. In front of them were 3 immortal Gu houses hovering in the air. One was Canary Pavilion, which was delicate and exquisite. Another was Yu Yang Palace, which shined with brilliant radiance. However, the gazes of Shadow Sect's group were focused on the central immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house was rank 8, named Heavenly Pool. Looking from the outside, this was a pool with a small area. It could even be said to be among the world's smallest immortal Gu houses. But this heavenly pool was filled with green lotuses. Some were in full bloom while some were closed. However, in every lotus was a blessed land or grotto heaven. The rank 8 immortal Gu house, Heavenly Pool, was the base of Heavenly Lotus Sect, created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its greatest use was to store immortal apertures. If we can't take down Heavenly Pool, these losses to Heavenly Lotus Sect can't even be considered to be harming them. Song Zixing said heavily. But it is too difficult to take down. Among the 10 venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was most specialized in healing and recovery. This Heavenly Pool has inherited his style to an exaggerated degree. If it is not broken apart in one attack, it can recover any severe losses in a short period of time. Yu Mu Chun was solemn. Immortal Zombie 7-star Child shook his head. Not only Heavenly Pool, the other 2 immortal Gu houses are also very difficult to handle. And Bo Ching's greatest weakness is already known and being used by them. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's greatest weakness was Mo Yao's remnant soul. This remnant soul was the biggest shortcoming. Its greatest flaw was that it was very easy to target. In the previous life, Bo Qing had died and the soul inside was destroyed by Heavenly Court's goo immortals. This life, immortal zombie Bo Qing had even lost Wisdom Sword goo, which had been a trump card against Wisdom Path methods when he was alive. After losing this goo, immortal zombie Bo Qing had to be even more cautious when fighting and was extremely passive. Let's go. We have already achieved our goal of delaying them. Immortal zombie 7-star child retreated first, his body turning into a rainbow light, quickly flying far away. Bo Qing and the rest also followed closely behind. Escaping the judgment of fate and attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects, such audacity, this is unpardonable. And you still want to leave? Heavenly Lotus Sect's 3 immortal goo houses chased after them. From within Heavenly Pool came Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's furious voice. 7-star child's expression changed slightly, saying to the other goo immortals, "In the current situation, someone has to bring up the rear and hold them off until the others can escape." "I will do it." Immortal zombie Bo Qing immediately spoke. "It is better if I do it. Azure, Blue, and Song Zixing, you all have higher battle strength than me. You will be a lot more helpful to our crucial plan." Yumu Chun had an indifferent expression while he volunteered to stay behind. The other 3 immortals' gazes flashed, and they quickly retreated without hesitation, leaving behind Yumu Chun to cover their retreat. "Overestimating your ability. Hee hee. Demonic path people specialize in treachery. You think you can stop us? What gives you such blind confidence?" The righteous path immortals angrily called out one after the other, the 3 immortal goo houses nearing. Yumu Chun looked at the approaching death calmly and with a smile. "You think we haven't made any arrangements?" Saying this, he fell to the ground. An enormous goo formation gave a brilliant flash of light that reached to the sky. The information about this battle was simply unable to be concealed by Central Continent. After Fong Yuan learned of the news, his gaze flickered. This event was already very different from his previous life. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was still alive. As such, he would naturally hold animosity against Fong Yuan, who had stolen his immortal goo. Fong Yuan sent his consciousness inside his sealed immortal aperture, and there was a mysterious immortal goo. This immortal goo was one of the harvests Fong Yuan had reaped from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. But in fact, this immortal goo's original owner was not Bo Qing but Mo Yao. Because this immortal goo's body was filled with Mo Yao's will, Fong Yuan was able to quickly refine this immortal goo using Mo Yao's fake will. As for the other sword path immortal goo, their true owner was Bo Qing, with large amounts of his will in them. So when Fong Yuan used the same goo formation, it would take a lot more time to refine these immortal goo. I can forget about these sword path immortal goo for now. They definitely cannot be used in this battle. As for this mysterious immortal goo, I have tried to inspect it over these last days. But unfortunately I did not gain anything even from Langya Land Spirit's End. At present, the 6th wave of offense between righteous and demonic has already passed. The scale of my battle will in the immortal goo house probably is already over 30 times the total amount of the battle will of the southern border goo immortals. If I battle with them at this time, within less than 15 minutes, I can clear out all their battle will. There were probably many among the southern border goo immortals who had wisdom path attainment. But so what? Not to mention Fong Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster level, just based on the scale of the battle will, he already occupied absolute dominance. The southern border goo immortals already had no chance of victory. It could be said that these goo immortals were already of no concern, but Fong Yuan was still filled with worry. I have refined it for so long, but there is actually still pure battle will remaining in the immortal goo house. I wonder what quantity are there exactly? Can I make it in time? Fong Yuan looked up at the sky. The night was dark and hazy. Fong Yuan felt somewhat stifled. The amount of pure battle will in graceful chaotic duel stage had greatly surpassed Fong Yuan's expectations. His original plan was to get this immortal goo house earlier on and leave freely. But now it had already dragged on until this day. When would he finish?